I usually don't upload videos this close together after a previous upload, but I wanted to release this story when someone suggested an idea, so thanks, Chris. I had actually written a story similar to what he suggested years ago, and now we'll finally be seeing it. This was more of a practice FIC, since it's heavy EU/Legends material. As usual, I don't really do light side-ish stories, so this was interesting for me to write. If you have any ideas, there's a chance I'll bring them in here, like I did with Chris's suggestions, so comment if there are any stories you want covered. And if you want more Legends/EU content, by all means, let me know. Anyways, enjoy. The pain was everything. Fire ate through Anakin Skywalker's skin, peeling away layers of flesh as lava consumed what remained of his legs. His left arm ended in a charred stump. The air itself burned when he tried to breathe, searing his lungs with each desperate gasp. He couldn't scream anymore, his throat had already torn itself raw. All that remained was agony and the acrid stench of his own body burning. Padme. Her name was the only thought that cut through the haze of suffering. She'd been there on the landing platform. She'd come for him. And he'd... No. That couldn't be right. She'd been lying. She'd brought Obi-Wan to kill him. She'd betrayed. The pain swallowed the thought whole, dragging him down into darkness that promised oblivion. He welcomed it. Anything to escape this. Anything to... light. Not the hellish orange glow of Mustafar's rivers of fire, but something else entirely. Pure. Blinding. It wrapped around him like a blanket, and for the first time since he'd ignited his lightsaber in the Jedi Temple, the pain began to recede. Anakin's eyes snapped open, though he couldn't remember closing them. He wasn't on Mustafar anymore. The volcanic rock beneath him had been replaced by nothing. A void of white light that stretched in every direction, above and below. He floated in it, suspended like a figure in a hologram. His lungs filled with air that didn't burn. His voice came out clear. Whole. Not the ruined rasp he'd heard on the landing platform. Anakin looked down at his chest, at arms that should have been stumps, at legs that should have been ash. They were there. All of them. Even the hand he'd lost to Dooku on Geonosis had returned, flesh and bone where a mechanical replacement had been. He flexed his fingers, all his fingers, and felt tears sting his eyes. Anakin Skywalker. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It resonated through the void like a bell, neither male nor female, neither young nor old. Who are you? Anakin spun in the emptiness, searching for a source. Where am I? What is this? We are the Force, the voice said. And you stand at a crossroads. The Force itself. The words should have sounded insane, but Anakin had just watched his body burn and then reform. Insanity had lost all meaning. Padme, he said instead, because nothing else mattered. Where is she? Is she dead? The word hit him like a physical blow. His knees buckled, though there was no ground to fall to. Dead. Padme was dead. The visions had been right after all. He'd seen her die and he'd done everything to stop it, and she was dead anyway. No. The denial tore from his throat. No, I saved her. I became strong enough to save her. Palpatine promised. Palpatine lied, the voice said, emotionless as stone. She died because of what you became. What you chose. Rage exploded through him, hot and bright and vicious. The white void flickered, darkness bleeding in at the edges like ink in water. I chose to save her. I chose to do whatever it took. And you, the Force, you let her die. The Force does not act. It flows. You damned that flow. You broke it. And now we offer you a choice. A choice. Anakin's laugh was bitter and sharp. What choice? She's already dead. There's nothing left. There is a future, the voice said. Your grandson needs you. The words penetrated the haze of grief and fury like a blade. What? Your grandson. Decades from now. He faces darkness and death, and you are the only one who can save him. Anakin's mind reeled. Grandson. That meant Luke? Leia? They survived? They had children? He'd been so certain they'd died with Padme, burned away in the nightmare Palpatine had painted for him. They lived. His voice cracked. My children lived. Yes. And they will have children of their own. One of them will bear your name, Anakin Solo. He will need you. We can send you to him, but the choice is yours. Anakin Solo. They'd named a child after him. After everything he'd done, the temple, the younglings, Padme, someone had still thought his name worth carrying forward. What about Padme? He hated how desperate he sounded, but he didn't care. Can you bring her back? Can you? No. Death is absolute. We cannot undo what has been done. The darkness in the void spread further, creeping across the white like a shadow. Anakin felt it inside him too, a familiar cold rage that whispered promises of vengeance. Palpatine had lied. The Jedi had failed. The Force itself had let Padme die. And now they wanted something from him. Why should I help you? The words came out low and dangerous. You took everything from me. We took nothing. You gave it away. The voice remained infuriatingly calm. But we offer you purpose. A chance to save a life instead of taking one. What you do with that chance is yours to decide. We will not tell you what to choose. We will only tell you this: your grandson needs you. Now. The white void began to collapse, pulling inward like water down a drain. Anakin felt the pull of it, felt reality bending around him in ways that made his head spin. Wait. He thrust his hands out, grasping at nothing. I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? Where am I going? To the moment you are needed most, the voice said, already fading. Your lightsaber, your armor, your legion, they are yours again. Save him, Anakin Skywalker. Save your grandson. The void imploded. Anakin hit solid ground hard enough to knock the air from his lungs. Metal decking, he realized as he rolled to his feet, scarred and organic looking in a way no Republic ship ever was. The air reeked of something acrid and wrong, like spoiled meat mixed with ozone. Red light bathed everything, pulsing like a heartbeat. His hand flew to his belt on instinct. His lightsaber was there, the familiar weight of it solid and real. He drew it, ignited it, and the blue blade hummed to life with a sound that felt like coming home. Robes rustled against his legs, Jedi robes, dark and worn but whole. His boots, his tunic, even his tabards had been restored, exactly as they'd been before Mustafar. He caught his reflection in a polished section of wall and barely recognized himself. No burns. No scars. Just his face, whole and human, framed by hair that had been singed away moments or decades ago. The sound of blaster fire jerked his attention back to the present. Not clone blasters, he'd heard enough of those to know the difference. These were organic, somehow, wet pops and hisses that made his skin crawl. And beneath it, the clash of a lightsaber. Purple light flickered in the corridor ahead, accompanied by the distinctive snap hiss of a blade cutting through flesh. Anakin moved toward it without thinking, his body falling into the combat stance that had been drilled into him since he was 9 years old. The corridor opened into a larger chamber, and Anakin's breath caught. A young man barely more than a boy, really stood in the center of the space, his purple lightsaber weaving defensive patterns that Anakin recognized from Form V. He was good. Better than good. His footwork was solid, his blade work precise, and he moved through the forms with a fluidity that spoke of years of training. But he was alone. And there were at least 20 of them. Anakin had never seen creatures like this. They wore armor that looked grown rather than forged, all ridges and spines and chitinous plates that gleamed wetly in the red light. Their weapons were alive somehow, snapping and writhing like serpents as they struck. One of them lunged at the boy, its snake staff lashing out faster than any droid Anakin had ever fought. The boy parried, spun, and drove his purple blade through the creature's torso. It went down in a spray of blood that steamed on the deck. But there were too many. Even as the boy pulled his lightsaber free, 3 more closed in from different angles. He couldn't block them all. Anakin didn't think. He moved. The force surged through him like a tidal wave as he launched himself across the chamber. His lightsaber came down in a diagonal slash that took the first creature's head clean off. He landed between it and the boy, pivoted, and drove his blade through the chest of the second. The third swung its staff weapon at his head. Anakin caught the thing with the force mid-strike, twisted, and heard bones snap before he ripped it away and bisected its owner with a backhanded cut. Blood sprayed across his robes. The smell was worse up close, chemical and rotten and wrong in ways that made his stomach turn. The remaining creatures hesitated. Good. Anakin bared his teeth in something that wasn't quite a smile and reached out with the force. He grabbed 4 of them at once, felt their strange, void-like presence in the force that was somehow more disturbing than any darksider he'd ever fought, and crushed. Their armor crumpled inward like paper. Blood burst from joints and seams. They dropped without a sound. The others broke and ran. Anakin let them. He turned instead to the boy, who stood frozen with his purple lightsaber still raised, staring at Anakin like he'd seen a ghost. "Are you hurt?" Anakin asked, already scanning for injuries. The boy's robes were torn in places, and blood stained his shoulder, but he was standing. That was something. "You're..." The boy's voice came out strangled. "You're him." Anakin frowned. "What?" "Anakin Skywalker." The boy lowered his lightsaber slowly, like he was afraid sudden movement might shatter whatever reality had brought them together. "My grandfather." The words hit like a stun bolt. "Grandson." Anakin stared at the young man in front of him, really looked at him for the first time. Brown hair. Sharp features. And eyes that were achingly familiar, like looking into a mirror that showed Padme's face instead of his own. "Your name," Anakin said, though he already knew. "What's your name?" "Anakin." The boy, his grandson, swallowed hard. "Anakin Solo." "Solo." Han Solo's son, then. Which meant Leia was. Anakin's daughter had married Han Solo. He'd process that later. "Right now. The Force sent me to save you," Anakin said. "It said you needed help." Anakin Solo looked around at the corpses littering the chamber floor, at the blood still steaming on the walls. Yeah, I guess I did." "What are these things?" Anakin gestured at the nearest body with his lightsaber, careful not to touch it. "Yuuzhan Vong," Anakin Solo said. The name tasted foreign on Anakin's tongue. "Extragalactic invaders." It's complicated. "We're at war." "I gathered that." Anakin deactivated his lightsaber and clipped it to his belt. "You said we're. Where's the rest of your team?" Anakin Solo's face went pale. "Jacen. My brother, he stayed behind to fight the Voxan Queen. I thought he was dead, but if you're here, if the Force sent you..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Anakin had led enough desperate missions to know what that look meant. "Then we go get him," Anakin said simply. "Where?" "The spawning chamber. It's 3 levels down, but the route's crawling with Vong warriors," and Anakin Solo cut himself off, shaking his head. "You don't understand. This is a world ship. There are thousands of them. We can't." "Yes, we can." Anakin met his grandson's eyes and saw his own fear reflected back at him. Fear for a brother. For family. That, at least, was something he understood. "I don't know what a world ship is or who these Vong are, but I know how to fight. And I know we don't leave people behind. So show me where your brother is, and we'll get him out." Anakin Solo stared at him for a long moment. Then something shifted in his expression, something hard and determined that reminded Anakin uncomfortably of himself. "Okay," his grandson said. "Okay. But we need to move fast. Jacen's strong, but he can't hold out forever against the Queen. Then let's not waste time talking." They ran. The world ship was a nightmare of organic corridors that pulsed and shifted like living flesh. The walls were warm to the touch when Anakin brushed against them, and he could swear he felt them contract and expand like breathing. Whatever technology, if it even was technology, these Yuuzhan Vong used. It was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. They encountered two more groups of warriors on the way down. The first group died before they realized Anakin was there, his lightsaber cutting through them like they were training dummies. The second put up more of a fight. Their amphi-staffs, that's what Anakin Solo called the living weapons, were faster than he'd expected, and one nearly took his eye out before he caught it with the force and snapped its wielder's neck with a gesture. "How can you sense them?" Anakin Solo asked as they ran, breathing hard. "The Vong are invisible in the force. We can't feel them at all." Anakin frowned. That wasn't quite right. He could feel them, or rather, he could feel the absence of them, like holes cut in the fabric of reality. It was disturbing, like staring into a void where something should be, but it was there. "They're not invisible," he said. "They're just empty. Like looking at a shadow instead of the thing casting it." "That's..." Anakin Solo shook his head. "Never mind. We're here." Here was a massive chamber that looked like the inside of a stomach. The walls dripped with something viscous and clear, and the floor was covered in a membrane that squelched under their boots. At the center of the space, a creature the size of a small starfighter crouched over what looked like a nest of eggs, each one easily as large as Anakin's torso. The Voxen Queen. And fighting it, barely holding his own against tentacles that lashed faster than whips, was a young man with a green lightsaber. "Jacen!" Anakin Solo's shout echoed through the chamber. The young man's head snapped toward them, his eyes widening. "Anakin? How are you?" His moment of distraction nearly cost him his head. The Queen's tail whipped around, tipped with something that glistened with venom. Jacen brought his lightsaber up just in time to sever the appendage, but the motion left him open. A tentacle wrapped around his waist and lifted, slamming him into the wall hard enough to crack the organic surface. "No." Anakin didn't know which of them shouted it, himself or his grandson. It didn't matter. They moved as one, charging the Queen from opposite sides. Anakin Solo's purple blade carved through one of the creature's legs. It shrieked, a sound like tearing metal, and rounded on him with jaws that could swallow a person whole. Anakin was already there. He drove his lightsaber into the Queen's eye, twisted, and felt something pop. The creature reeled back, thrashing, and Anakin reached into the Force. Not gently. Not carefully. He grabbed everything around him, debris, severed tentacles, even chunks of the floor, and hurled it at the Queen with enough force to crater the wall behind her. "Get your brother," he shouted at Anakin Solo. His grandson didn't hesitate. He sprinted toward where Jacen had fallen, skidding to a stop and hauling his brother upright. Jacen looked dazed, blood trickling from a cut above his eye, but he was conscious. Alive. That was all that mattered. The Queen was dying, but she wasn't dead. She lunged one last time, jaws open wide enough to swallow all three of them. Anakin met the charge head-on. He thrust both hands forward and pushed. The Force exploded outward like a bomb. The Queen's head snapped back, vertebrae cracking one by one like gunfire. Her body convulsed once, twice, and then went still, collapsing in a heap of chitin and ichor that spread across the chamber floor. Silence fell, broken only by the sound of three people breathing hard. "Okay," Jacen said, his voice hoarse. "Okay, I'm officially going insane. Because that looks exactly like Grandfather," Anakin Solo finished. "It's him, Jacen. It's really him." Jacen stared at Anakin, his green eyes wide and disbelieving. He looked like his father Han's features were unmistakable, but there was something of Leia in the set of his jaw, the way he held himself even when clearly battered and exhausted. But you're... Jacen shook his head. You died. Decades ago. You became Vader and then you died saving Uncle Luke. How? A low rumble cut him off. The world ship shuddered, a deep tremor that ran through the walls and floor. Anakin's combat instincts screamed a warning. We need to leave, he said. Now. Agreed. Anakin Solo helped Jacen to his feet. But how? Our ship was destroyed. We're trapped here unless... The sound of repulsor lift engines cut through the chamber walls. Anakin felt a surge of something in the Force recognition, familiarity, and then the wall exploded inward in a spray of organic shrapnel. A Republic gunship hovered in the opening, its cannons still smoking. And painted on its side in blue and white were markings Anakin would have recognized anywhere. The 501st. General Skywalker. The voice that crackled through the external speakers was clipped and professional. We have your position. Extraction in 30 seconds. Get to the ship, sir. Anakin's chest tightened. That voice. He knew that voice. Apo, he called back, hardly daring to believe it. Yes, sir. Good to hear your voice, General. Now get aboard before this hulk tears itself apart. The world ship shuddered again, more violently this time. Pieces of the ceiling began to fall, and the floor beneath their feet cracked ominously. Anakin turned to his grandsons, and wasn't that a strange thought, and jerked his head toward the gunship. Move. They moved. Anakin Solo went first, Force leaping across the gap and catching the edge of the gunship's troop bay. Jacen followed, still unsteady but managing the jump. Anakin came last, using the Force to propel himself across just as the floor gave way entirely. The gunship banked hard, pulling away from the world ship. Through the open bay doors, Anakin watched as more ships LAAT/I gunships, all bearing the 501 STS colors, peeled away from the dying vessel. Sir, we've got the whole Legion here, Apo's voice said through the internal COMM. Whatever happened, wherever we are, we're with you. The whole Legion. The Force had kept its word. Anakin's men, his brothers, were here with him. In a future he didn't understand, fighting a war he knew nothing about. He looked at Anakin Solo and Jacen, who were both staring at him like he was a ghost made flesh. Maybe he was. Maybe that's exactly what he was, a ghost pulled from the past to haunt a future that had moved on without him. But his grandson had needed him. And for the first time since Padme died, Anakin felt something other than grief and rage. He felt purpose. Apo, he said into the COMM, set course for, wherever we're going. And someone better start explaining what the hell is happening, because I'm about 30 years out of date and I have a lot of questions. Anakin Solo let out a laugh that was half sob. Where do we even start? The beginning, Anakin said. He looked out at the stars beyond the gunship bay, stars he didn't recognize, in positions that told him he was very, very far from home. Start at the beginning, and tell me everything. The gunship's engines roared as they left the dying world ship behind, carrying 3 generations of Skywalker blood into an uncertain future. And for better or worse, Anakin Skywalker was alive again. The LAAT/I gunship rattled around them as it sped through hyperspace, or whatever the equivalent was for these newer ships. Anakin couldn't tell anymore. Everything looked different, the controls, the displays, even the way the metal panels fit together spoke of decades of refinement he'd missed. He sat on one of the troop benches, lightsaber resting across his knees, watching his grandsons. His grandsons. The concept still felt unreal. Anakin Solo sat across from him, purple lightsaber clipped to his belt, blood and ichor still smeared across his torn robes. The kid kept stealing glances at him like he expected Anakin to vanish at any moment. His brother Jacen leaned against the bulkhead, one hand pressed to his ribs where something had cracked during the fight with the Voxen Queen. The back top patches one of the 501st medics had slapped on would help, but the kid needed proper treatment. Both of them looked exhausted. Both of them looked too young to be fighting a war. Then again, Anakin had been 9 when he'd left Tatooine. 22 when he'd burned on Mustafar. He wasn't exactly in a position to judge. So, Jacen said finally, breaking the silence that had stretched since they'd left the dying world ship. "You're really him? Our grandfather? Anakin Skywalker?" He said the name like he was testing it, tasting it for truth. "That's what the Force told me," Anakin said. He kept his voice level, but his hand tightened on his lightsaber hilt. "Said my grandson needed me. Didn't specify which one." "There were 3 of us," Anakin Solo said quietly. His voice cracked on the word were. "Me, Jacen, and our older sister Jaina. But I died. Or I was supposed to. On Myrkr. Fighting the Voxen Queen." The pieces clicked together. "The creature we just killed. Yet." Anakin Solo looked down at his hands. They were shaking. "I stayed behind to finish it while the others escaped. I thought I knew it was going to kill me. And then you were just there, cutting down Vong warriors like they were nothing, and I thought I'd actually died and was hallucinating." "You're not dead," Anakin said flatly. "Neither of you are. And you're not going to die as long as I'm here." It was a promise he had no business making. He'd promised to save Padme too, and she'd died anyway. But these were his grandchildren, his daughter's children, and he'd be damned twice over before he let them die in front of him. Jacen studied him with eyes that were too knowing for someone barely past their teenage years. "You don't look like the Holos." "What Holos?" "The ones from the Clone Wars. The propaganda broadcasts. Hero with no fear, they called you." Jacen's mouth twisted. "You were everywhere on the HoloNet. The Jedi's greatest warrior. The chosen one who was going to save the Republic. Hero with no fear." The title tasted like ash in Anakin's mouth. He'd been terrified every day of that war, afraid of losing Obi-Wan, afraid of failing, afraid of not being strong enough, afraid of Padme dying. And in the end, all that fear had consumed him whole. "I wasn't a hero," he said. "And the Jedi didn't want to be saved. Not by me." Anakin Solo's head snapped up. "What do you mean?" The anger that Anakin had been holding back since he'd woken on the gunship surged forward. It burned in his chest, hot and familiar and bitter. "The Jedi Council spent my entire life telling me I wasn't good enough. I was too old to train. Too emotional. Too attached. I saved their lives 100 times over in the Clone Wars and they put me on their council without making me a master. Do you know what that's like? To have everything you've worked for your whole life dangled in front of you and then ripped away because you don't fit their perfect little mold." His voice had risen without him meaning it to. The gunship's interior seemed smaller suddenly, the walls pressing in. He could feel the dark side coiling through him like smoke, feeding on his rage, on the wound Padme's death had carved into his soul. "They were afraid of me," Anakin continued, quieter now but no less intense. "Afraid of my power. Afraid I'd surpass them. So they held me back. Treated me like a threat instead of an asset. And when I needed them most, when I needed answers they could have given me, they turned their backs." Silence fell in the gunship. Anakin could feel both his grandsons staring at him, could sense their confusion, and was that fear? He reined himself in, forced his breathing to steady. These weren't the Jedi Council. These were children. His family. "I'm not saying what I did was right," he said, meeting Anakin Solo's eyes. "But the Jedi weren't the saints everyone thought they were. They were arrogant and blind and they paid for it." "What did you do?" Jacen asked. His hand had moved to his lightsaber hilt, not threatening, but wary. Anakin looked at him. At both of them. They didn't know. The Force had pulled him from Mustafar before he'd truly become Vader, before the armor and the mask and the decades of atrocities. They knew him only as the hero with no fear, the legendary Jedi who'd vanished during Order 66. They didn't know about the temple. The younglings. I killed Jedi, he said. No point in lying. When the Republic fell, when everything went to hell, I chose a side. The wrong side. And I killed Jedi who stood in my way. Anakin Solo's face went pale. How many? Does it matter? Anakin's voice came out harsher than he intended. I killed them. I can't take it back. The Force seems to think I can make up for it by saving you. So here I am. Uncle Luke's Jedi Order isn't like the old one, Jacen said. His voice was steady despite the wariness in his eyes. He lets Jedi have families. Attachments. He married Aunt Mara. Mom and Dad have been together for decades. We're not like the council you knew. That brought Anakin up short. Luke is married to Mara Jade Skywalker. She used to work for the Emperor. Jacen cut himself off, seeming to realize that name might not mean anything to Anakin. For Palpatine, she was an assassin. Now she's a Jedi Master and one of the best fighters in the Order. Luke had married an assassin who worked for Palpatine. And the Jedi Order allowed it. Anakin didn't know whether to laugh or demand more answers. And your parents? He asked instead. Han Solo and Leia Organa, Anakin Solo said. Mom's a diplomat and a Jedi. Dad's, well, Dad's dad. Smuggler turned general turned perpetual pain in the New Republic's backside. Han Solo. The name struck a chord of memory. The kid with the cocky grin who'd helped Obi-Wan on the Death Star, or at least that's what the Force visions had shown him in that white void. His daughter had married a smuggler. Padme would have been horrified. Or maybe she would have approved. He'd never know. And Luke? Anakin asked. What's he doing in this war? If he's as powerful as you say. He's meditating, Jacen said, and there was an edge to his voice that hadn't been there before. Trying to understand the Vong through the Force. Trying to find a peaceful solution. He's afraid that if the Jedi really go to war, will fall to the dark side. Like Anakin had. The words hung unspoken between them. That's idiotic, Anakin said bluntly. You're at war whether he wants to admit it or not. These Vong are invading your galaxy, killing billions, and he's sitting around meditating? What good does that do the people dying out there? That's what a lot of Jedi think too, Anakin Solo admitted. But Uncle Luke remembers what happened to the old Jedi Order. How they became generals and warriors during the Clone Wars and lost their way. He's trying to avoid that. By letting people die. Anakin shook his head. The Force isn't some abstract concept you contemplate while the galaxy burns. It's a tool. A weapon when you need it to be. You use it to protect people, not to hide behind philosophy. You sound like KYP Duran, Jacen muttered. I don't know who that is. Another Jedi. He wants to take the fight to the Vong. Hunt them down. Destroy them. Uncle Luke shut him down. Of course he did. Anakin felt the anger rising again, hot and sharp. His son, who he'd never met, who'd grown up without him, was powerful enough to make a difference in this war, and he was wasting his time playing pacifist while people died. The COMM crackled to life, interrupting his thoughts. General Skywalker, this is Commander Apo. We're approaching Hapes Consortium space. You'll want to see this, sir. Anakin stood and made his way to the cockpit, his grandsons following. Through the viewport, a massive fleet spread across the stars, dozens of ships, maybe hundreds, all bearing the same sleek design and golden hull plating he didn't recognize. That's the Hapan fleet, Anakin Solo said from behind him. We were supposed to rendezvous there. It was supposed to be my funeral. The words hit like a physical blow. Anakin turned to look at his grandson, this 17-year-old kid who'd faced down a Voxan queen expecting to die, who'd been prepared to sacrifice himself for his team. "It's not your funeral," Anakin said. "Not anymore." The gunship descended toward one of the larger vessels, a star destroyer, but not like any he'd seen before. Newer, cleaner lines, and absolutely covered in weapon emplacements. The Hapan fleet had clearly been built for war. They landed in a hangar bay that was already crowded with people. Anakin could feel them through the Force: grief, shock, disbelief, all churning together in a maelstrom of emotion that made his teeth ache. The boarding ramp lowered. Anakin stepped out first, his hand resting on his lightsaber hilt out of instinct. The hangar fell silent. A young woman stood at the front of the crowd, and Anakin knew immediately who she was. Same age as Anakin Solo, same sharp features and brown hair. But where her brothers carried themselves with careful control. She radiated confidence and barely restrained energy. Her purple blade, no, violet, no, it was definitely a distinct color, hung at her belt next to a blaster. "Anakin!" Her voice cracked. "Anakin, you're..." Then she saw him, and her eyes went wide. Anakin Solo stepped out behind him, followed by Jacen. The woman Jaina, had to be Jaina, let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob, and launched herself at her brothers. They collided in a tangle of limbs and relief, all three of them talking over each other. Anakin stood apart, watching. He didn't belong in that reunion. He was a ghost, pulled from the past to haunt a future he had no place in. "Well," a familiar voice drawled behind him. "This is either the best trick the Force has ever pulled, or I'm having a really weird day." Anakin turned. The man walking toward him was older, mid-60s at least, with grey streaking through his hair and deep lines around his eyes. But the cocky grin was unmistakable, and so was the blaster holstered at his hip. "Han Solo," Anakin said. "The one and only." Han looked him up and down, frowning. "You're supposed to be dead. Also, you're supposed to be old. Also, you're supposed to be my father-in-law, which is just, no. This is too weird." "I'm 22, Anakin said. "Or I was. I don't know anymore." 22. Han barked out a laugh. "Kid, you're barely older than Jacen. This is going to drive Leia insane." "Where is Leia?" The humor drained from Han's face. "Dealing with the fallout from Coruscant. The capital fell a few hours ago. The New Republic is in chaos. Half the Senate is dead, the other half is scrambling to figure out who's in charge, and there are rumors some systems are surrendering to the Vong to save their own skins." The capital had fallen. Anakin felt the weight of those words settle in his gut. He'd seen Coruscant in the Force visions, the planet-wide city glittering like a jewel. To imagine it conquered, terraformed by these Yuuzhan Vong. "How bad is it?" he asked. "Bad." Han's expression was grim. "The military's scattered. We lost a lot of good people at Coruscant. And the Jedi," he shook his head. "Some senators are blaming them for not stopping this. Others are calling them traitors for not fighting hard enough. It's a mess." Before Anakin could respond, Jaina broke away from her brothers and strode toward him. Up close, she was even more striking, tall, athletic, with eyes that assessed him with a sharpness that reminded him uncomfortably of himself. "So," she said, crossing her arms. "You're him. The original Anakin Skywalker. Hero with no fear. The legend himself." "I'm not a legend," Anakin said. "I'm just gorgeous." Jaina interrupted, one eyebrow raised. "Because seriously, the holos did not do you justice. If I'd known my grandfather looked like Jaina," Jacen groaned from behind her. She laughed, the sound bright and utterly unrepentant. Then her expression shifted as she really looked at him, as the pieces clicked together in her sharp mind. "Wait. You're not, you're young. Like, actually young." When did the Force pull you from Mustafar? Anakin said. I was burning. The Force said my grandson needed me. So here I am. Jaina's face went carefully blank. Mustafar. That's when you fell to the dark side, Anakin finished. Yes. I know what I did. I killed Jedi. I tried to kill my master. And then I burned for it. He could still feel the phantom heat of those flames. Still smell his own flesh cooking. Your grandmother Padme, she died. The Force told me that much. We know who Padme Amidala was, Jaina said softly. Mom told us about her. About how much she meant to you. The grief surged up again, threatening to pull him under. Anakin shoved it down, buried it beneath anger and purpose. He couldn't fall apart. Not here. Not in front of his grandchildren who were looking at him like he was something precious and dangerous all at once. Your mother, he said, changing the subject before the silence could stretch too long. You said she's dealing with the fallout from Coruscant. Is she coming here? She should be, Han said. Along with Luke and a few others. We're supposed to be regrouping, figuring out our next move. Though I gotta say, showing up with you in a clone legion is going to complicate things. The 501st isn't a complication, Anakin said sharply. They're soldiers. Good ones. And if your New Republic military is as scattered as you say, you need every fighter you can get. Not arguing with that. Han held up his hands. But you might want to keep a low profile. There are a lot of people here who knew the old you or thought they did. The hero with no fear died decades ago. Showing up looking like you walked out of a Clone Wars recruitment poster is going to raise questions. Let them ask, Anakin said. I'm not hiding. Stubborn, Han muttered. Just like Leia. And Luke. And all three of my kids. It's genetic, I swear. Jaina grinned at that. You love us anyway. Yeah. But Han's expression softened as he looked at his daughter, then at his sons. The relief there was palpable relief that Anakin Solo was alive when he should have been dead, that Jacen had escaped the world ship, that all three of his children were safe for the moment. Anakin envied that. Envied the easy affection between them, the decades of history he'd never have with his own children. Luke and Leia had grown up without him. They'd built lives, fought wars, had families of their own. And he'd missed all of it. General Skywalker. Commander Apo approached, his armor still bearing the blue and white markings of the 501st. The fleet's asking for docking clearance. Where do you want us? Wherever they have room, Anakin said. And get the men sorted. I want casualty reports and a full accounting of our resources. We're going to need to know exactly what we have to work with. Sir. Apo saluted and moved off, already barking orders into his comm. Anakin turned back to find his grandchildren watching him. There was something in their expressions, respect, maybe, or recognition. They'd seen him fight. They knew what he was capable of, even if they didn't know the full extent of what he'd become. Or what he'd almost become. You fought well, he told them. Both of you. Your forms are solid. Your connection to the Force is strong. But you're reckless. You take risks you don't need to take. Sounds familiar, Han muttered. Anakin ignored him. If we're going to fight this war and we are going to fight it, no matter what Luke thinks, you need to be smarter. The Vong are dangerous. They're invisible in the Force. That makes them unpredictable. You can't rely on precognition or danger sense the way you would against other enemies. You have to actually watch them, read their body language, anticipate based on what you see rather than what you feel. How did you do it? Anakin Solo asked. On the world ship. You said you could feel them or feel the absence of them. I can feel the holes they leave in the Force, Anakin said. It's like, have you ever been in a room and known someone was standing behind you, even though you couldn't see them? It's that awareness, but inverted. They're not there, and that not being there is noticeable if you know what to look for. Jacen nodded slowly, processing that. We've been trying to figure out how to fight them for years. Most Jedi can barely sense them at all. Then most Jedi are relying too much on the Force and not enough on their other senses, Anakin said. You have eyes, ears, instincts. Use them. You sound like a teacher, Jaina observed. I had a good master, Anakin said, and immediately regretted it. Obi-Wan's face flashed through his mind, not the older version from Mustafar, but the younger man who'd trained him, who'd been more brother than teacher for so many years. Who he'd tried to kill. He shoved that thought away too. A commotion at the hangar entrance drew everyone's attention. A woman strode in, flanked by guards in ornate armor. She was young, mid-20s, maybe with long auburn hair and sharp grey eyes. She wore robes that looked part warrior, part royalty, and she moved with the kind of controlled grace that spoke of serious combat training. Jacen, she said, and the relief in her voice was unmistakable. Jacen's face transformed. He crossed the hangar in 3 strides and pulled her into an embrace that was definitely more than friendly. Tenel Ka. You're here. I received word you were returning to the fleet, she said. I came as soon as I could. When I heard about Anakin, I thought she broke off, looking past Jacen to where Anakin Solo stood. Her eyes widened. You live. Apparently, Anakin Solo said. He looked uncomfortable, like he didn't know how to handle being alive when everyone expected him to be dead. Tenel Ka's gaze shifted to Anakin. Her eyes narrowed. You are not one of the strike team. No, Anakin said. I'm new. He's our grandfather, Jaina said cheerfully. Anakin Skywalker. The original. The Force decided we needed him, so here he is. Tenel Ka studied him with an intensity that reminded Anakin of the Jedi Council's scrutiny. You are young. So I've been told. And you command the clone forces that have appeared in our fleet. I do. She nodded once, as if coming to a decision. Then we will speak further. The Hapes Consortium has committed significant resources to this war. Any additional forces are welcome, but we must coordinate our efforts. Agreed, Anakin said. He respected that. No emotional outburst, no disbelief, just acknowledgement and planning. This woman was a leader. Man, Han said, shaking his head. This day just keeps getting weirder. Anyone else want to show up from the past? Maybe I can get a younger version of myself. One with better knees. Jaina laughed. Anakin Solo cracked a smile. Even Jacen's expression lightened. Anakin stood apart from them, watching his family, 3 generations gathered in a hangar bay in the middle of a war he barely understood. The dark side still churned inside him, fed by grief and rage and the memory of burning. But seeing them alive, seeing them safe. Maybe the Force had been right to bring him here. Maybe he could still save someone. Even if he couldn't save himself. The quarters they'd given him were small but functional, a bunk. A refresher, a locker for gear he didn't have. Anakin sat on the edge of the bed, his Jedi robes draped across his lap. The fabric was dark, worn from battle, and stained with blood that wasn't his. These were the same robes he'd worn when he'd stormed the Jedi Temple. His hand trembled as he ran his fingers over a particular stain near the hem. He remembered that one. A Padawan, maybe 15 years old, who'd tried to run. Anakin had cut him down without breaking stride. The boy's name was lost to him now, buried under the weight of everything else he'd done that night. For Padme, he'd told himself. To save her. To become strong enough. But Padme was dead anyway. The Force had told him that much. She'd died, and all those Jedi had died, and he'd burned for it on Mustafar, and somehow he was here, whole and alive, decades in the future with grandchildren who looked at him like he was something worth saving. Anakin set the robes aside and stood, moving to the small mirror mounted above the refresher sink. His reflection stared back young, unmarred, handsome in a way he'd never really thought about before. No burns. No scars. Even the mechanical hand Dooku had cost him was flesh and bone again. He looked exactly like the holos his grandchildren had mentioned. The hero with no fear. The legend. What a joke. His thoughts drifted to Luke. His son, who he'd never met, who'd grown up without him and become, according to Jacen and Anakin Solo, one of the most powerful Force users in the galaxy. Powerful enough to restart the Jedi Order. Powerful enough to marry and have attachments without the Council's judgment. Luke had surpassed him. That much was obvious. And Anakin felt, what? Pride? Jealousy? He couldn't tell any more. The dark side still coiled through him like smoke, fed by Mustafar's agony and Padme's death, and it colored everything he felt. What worried him wasn't Luke's power. It was his hesitation. The Yuuzhan were invading, billions were dying, Coruscant had fallen, and Luke was meditating. Trying to understand the enemy. Afraid that fighting too hard would lead his Jedi down the same path Anakin had walked. And maybe Luke was right to be afraid. Maybe seeing what his father had become, Vader, the monster in the mask, had traumatized him so badly that he'd rather let the galaxy burn than risk creating more Sith. But Anakin Solo and Jacen had almost died on that world ship. His grandsons had been fighting a war their uncle was too afraid to truly join, and they'd nearly paid for it with their lives. That thought ignited the anger again, hot and familiar. Anakin closed his eyes and forced himself to breathe, to center himself the way Obi-Wan had taught him a lifetime ago. The dark side didn't control him. Not anymore. Not here. He wouldn't let it. A knock at the door pulled him from his meditation. Come in. The door hissed open, and Anakin Solo stepped through. Up close, without the blood and chaos of combat, the kid looked exhausted. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his hands wouldn't quite stop shaking. Hey, his grandson said. Sorry if I'm interrupting. Can we talk? Of course. Anakin gestured to the chair near the small desk. Sit. You look like you're about to collapse. Anakin Solo managed a weak smile and dropped into the chair. For a long moment, he didn't say anything, just stared at his hands like they belonged to someone else. I was supposed to die, he said finally. On Myrkr. Fighting the Queen. That was the plan. Stay behind, finish the mission, let the others escape. I made peace with it. He looked up, meeting Anakin's eyes. And then you showed up. And now I'm here, and everyone's looking at me like I'm a miracle, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. Anakin understood that feeling better than he wanted to admit. You don't have to do anything. You're alive. That's enough. Is it? Anakin Solo's voice cracked. Everyone expects so much from me. I'm Anakin Skywalker's grandson. The hero with no fear. The chosen one. Do you know what it's like growing up with that name? With everyone waiting for you to either live up to the legend or fall to the dark side like you did. The words stung, but Anakin couldn't argue with them. He had fallen. He'd killed Jedi, tried to kill Obi-Wan, lost everything that mattered. And apparently, decades later, his grandson was still living in that shadow. I never wanted that burden, Anakin said quietly. Being the chosen one. The expectations. The prophecies. I just wanted to be good enough. To protect the people I loved. And when I wasn't, when the Jedi told me there was nothing I could do to save Padme, I broke. He met his grandson's gaze. But you're not me. You're not carrying my sins. You're your own person. Am I? Anakin Solo laughed bitterly. Because it doesn't feel that way. Every time I use the Force aggressively, every time I get angry in a fight, people look at me like I'm about to put on a black helmet and start choking people. Then they're idiots, Anakin said bluntly. Anger isn't evil. Aggression isn't the dark side. I fell because I was afraid of losing Padme, afraid of my own weakness, and I let that fear consume me. But you. He leaned forward. You went to Myrkr to kill the Voxen Queen. To protect your friends. To save lives. That's not the dark side. That's what Jedi are supposed to do. Anakin Solo stared at him. Uncle Luke would disagree. Then your uncle is wrong. The words came out harsher than Anakin intended, but he didn't take them back. The Jedi I knew were so afraid of the dark side that they cut themselves off from everything that makes us human. No attachments. No passion. No fear or anger or feeling. And where did that get them? Dead. Wiped out. Because they were so busy being perfect that they couldn't see Palpatine standing right in front of them. His grandson's eyes widened. You mean the Emperor? He was a Sith Lord hiding in plain sight, Anakin finished. And the Jedi Council, with all their wisdom and power, never saw it until it was too late. They failed. I failed. But you, he pointed at Anakin Solo. You're not failing. You're fighting. You're protecting people. And if Luke can't see that, then he's as blind as the Council was. Silence fell between them. Anakin Solo looked down at his hands again, and when he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. I'm afraid I'm going to lose Tahiri. Tahiri. The girlfriend Han had mentioned. Why? Because everyone I care about dies or gets hurt. Chewbacca died at Cern Piddle. We've lost so many Jedi in this war. And Tahiri, she's strong, but she's reckless, and I'm terrified that one day I'm going to find her body and it'll be my fault because I wasn't strong enough to protect her. The fear in his grandson's voice was so familiar it hurt. Anakin remembered nights on Coruscant, lying awake next to Padme, consumed by visions of her death. That fear had poisoned everything. It had driven him to Palpatine, to the dark side, to Mustafar. You can't protect everyone, Anakin said. Believe me, I tried. I saw visions of Padme dying, and I did everything, betrayed the Jedi, killed innocents, threw away everything I believed in, and she died anyway. Because I was so focused on saving her that I became the thing that destroyed her. Anakin Solo's face went pale. I don't want to be like that. Then don't. Love her. Fight for her. But don't let the fear of losing her control you. That's where the dark side lives, not in anger or passion, but in fear. Anakin leaned back. You're 17, right? Yet. Why? You're good with your hands, Anakin observed, remembering seeing his grandson working on something mechanical earlier in the hangar. I saw you adjusting something on one of the fighters. What do you build? Anakin Solo's expression shifted, some of the tension easing. Droids, mostly. Modified speeders. I rebuilt a land speeder from scratch when I was 13. Designed a new hyperdrive configuration that increased jump speed by 15%. Uncle Han uses it on the Falcon now. And I've been working on a prototype astromech that can interface with Yuuzhan Vong biotechnology. If I can crack their ship systems, we might be able to. He cut himself off, sheepish. Sorry. I get carried away. Anakin felt something twist in his chest, something that wasn't grief or anger but something warmer. Pride. Don't apologize. That's exactly how I was. I built C-3PO from scrap parts when I was 9. Modified my pod racer. Spent every spare minute in the hangar bay during the Clone Wars, working on starfighters. He smiled. You did way better than me at your age. And you don't have the pressure of being the chosen one hanging over you. I have, living up to your reputation, Anakin Solo countered. That's almost worse. Then stop trying to live up to it. You're already on the right path. Anakin's expression turned serious. Your hesitation to go all out, that's understandable. Luke and your family have been traumatized by what Vader became. What I became, even if I haven't lived it yet. But listen to me. He waited until his grandson met his eyes. You won't fall to the dark side by fighting with everything you have. I fell because I wanted to save Padme and because I resented the Jedi for holding me back. But as far as I can see, you're nothing like that. You're fighting for the right reasons. Anakin Solo nodded slowly, processing that. Then his expression shifted to something more uncertain. Can I ask you something? About Tahiri? Sure. She was raised by Tusken Raiders. On Tatooine. Her parents died in a raid, and the Sand People took her in. Raised her as one of them until she was discovered by the Jedi. He spoke carefully, watching Anakin's face. I know that's a lot, but she's not like. Anakin's blood went cold. The words echoed in his head, Tusken Raiders. He saw his mother's face, beaten and broken, dying in his arms. Heard her last breath. Felt the rage that had consumed him as he'd slaughtered every single one of them, men, women, children, until the sand ran red. What did you say? His voice came out flat, dangerous. Anakin Solo frowned. Tahiri. She was raised by. Repeat that. Anakin's hands were shaking. Tell me again. Raised by Tusken Raiders. His grandson looked genuinely confused. She's not, I mean, she's human. But they took her in after. Those animals. The word came out as a snarl. Anakin stood abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor. You're dating someone raised by Tusken Raiders? Do you have any idea what they are? What they do? Grandfather. Don't. Anakin held up a hand, breathing hard. The memories crashed over him like a wave, his mother's screams, the torture, the way she'd looked at him with eyes that didn't quite see anymore. You don't understand. You can't trust them. They're monsters. What are you talking about? Anakin Solo stood too, defensive now. Tahiri's not a monster. She's a Jedi. She's my mother, Anakin said, and his voice cracked on the word. Shmi Skywalker. She was a slave on Tatooine. When I left to become a Jedi, I had to leave her behind. And years later, I had visions of her suffering. Dying. I went back to Tatooine to find her. He could barely get the words out. The Tusken Raiders had kidnapped her. Tortured her for days. When I found her, she was barely alive. She died in my arms. Anakin Solo's face went white. I didn't know. Nobody knew. Only Padme and R2. Anakin's hands clenched into fists. And after she died, I killed them. Every single Tusken in that camp. Men, women, children. I slaughtered them all. He looked at his grandson, saw the horror in his eyes. That was my first step to the dark side. Not Mustafar. Not the Jedi Temple. That. And you're telling me your girlfriend was raised by those same creatures? Not the same ones, Anakin Solo said quickly. It had to be a different clan. Different tribe. Not all Tuskens are. They're all the same, Anakin spat. No. His grandson's voice hardened. They're not. Tahiri's Sand People were her family. They raised her, protected her, loved her. What happened to your mother was horrible, but that doesn't mean. You don't know what you're talking about. I know Tahiri. Anakin Solo's voice rose. I've known her since we were kids. She's saved my life more times than I can count. She's brave and kind and good, and I don't care that she was raised by Tuskens because she's not one of the ones who hurt your mother. The passion in his grandson's voice cut through Anakin's rage. He looked at the kid, really looked at him, and saw someone defending the person he loved with everything he had. Someone willing to stand up to his legendary grandfather to protect her. Just like Anakin had done for Padme. He took a breath. Then another. The dark side whispered that all Tuskens were the same, that his grandson was naive, that he should know. Anakin shoved those thoughts away. His grandson vouched for this girl. And if Anakin had learned anything from Mustafar, it was that letting fear and anger control him led nowhere good. Maybe you're right, he said finally. Maybe most Tuscans are the same, but if you vouch for her, then I have no reason to object. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions about your girlfriend. Anakin Solo stared at him, clearly surprised. You mean that? I do. Anakin sat back down, suddenly exhausted. But understand what happened to my mother shaped everything that came after. Every choice I made, every line I crossed. If I'd been able to let go of that rage, that grief, maybe things would have been different. I'm sorry, his grandson said quietly. About your mother. About all of it. Me too. Before either of them could say more, the door chimed again. This time, it was Jacen who entered, looking like he'd been waiting for his turn to talk. His green eyes fixed on Anakin with an intensity that was almost uncomfortable. Grandfather, he said, and there was something almost reverent in his tone. Can I have questions? So many questions. Anakin gestured to the other chair. Sit. Jacen practically vibrated with barely contained energy as he Saturday I've wanted to talk to you my entire life. To understand he cut himself off, collecting his thoughts. Uncle Luke teaches that the dark side is to be avoided at all costs. That any use of it corrupts. But you were corrupted, according to the histories. You became Vader. And yet here you are, pulled from the moment of your fall, and you're not, you don't seem evil. Anakin supplied. That's because I'm not. Not yet. I killed Jedi on Mustafar. I tried to kill my master. But I still thought I was doing the right thing, saving Padme, stopping the Council from holding me back. The real descent into darkness Vader that happened after. In a timeline I haven't lived. Jacen leaned forward, hanging on every word. But you've touched the dark side. Used it. And you're not a monster. That means it's possible to use darkness without falling completely. To find balance. Warning bells went off in Anakin's head. What are you asking? I want to understand the Force, Jacen said. Not just Luke's version of it. The whole Force. Light and dark. Balance. Uncle Luke's traditional Jedi views are too limited to save the galaxy. The Vong are winning because we're too afraid to fight the way we need to. But you fought with everything you had. You didn't hold back. And looking at you now, knowing what you did on Mustafar and seeing that you're still you. He shook his head. I need to know where you failed so I can learn not to make the same mistakes. Anakin Solo was watching his brother with something like concern on his face. And Anakin could see why. There was an obsession in Jacen's eyes, a hunger that reminded Anakin uncomfortably of himself. The mission to kill the Queen changed something in you, Anakin observed. You nearly lost your brother. Nearly got captured or killed. And now you want to understand the dark side so you can use it without falling. Yes. Jacen didn't hesitate. You were driven by emotions. I'm not. I'm analytical. If I can understand the mechanisms of your fall, I can avoid them while still accessing the power you had. Every instinct Anakin had screamed that this was dangerous. That Jacen was walking down a path that led nowhere good. But the kid was also right, Anakin had been powerful. More powerful than almost any Jedi of his era. And yes, he'd touched the dark side, was still touching it even now, and he hadn't lost himself completely. Not yet. The dark side makes you powerful, Anakin said carefully. I'm using it right now, whether I want to admit it or not. My grief over Padme, my anger at the Jedi, it all feeds the darkness, and that darkness makes me stronger. But it also makes me reckless. Cruel. It twists your judgment until you think you're doing the right thing even when you're committing atrocities. But you're aware of it, Jacen pressed. You can recognize it. That's the key, isn't it? Awareness. Understanding. If you know what you're touching, you can control it. Maybe. Anakin wasn't sure he believed that, but he also wasn't sure he didn't. But I can't encourage you to become what I did. Jacen. The price is too high. I'm not asking you to encourage me. I'm asking you to teach me. To show me where the line is. Anakin looked at his grandson, this 19-year-old kid who'd just survived a nightmare on Myrkr, who'd nearly watched his brother die, who'd seen Coruscant fall. Jacen loved his family. That much was obvious. But there was something else there too, something dark and desperate and hungry. Something that reminded Anakin of staring into a mirror. I'll answer your questions, he said finally. But I won't teach you to fall. That's something you'll have to figure out on your own. Jacen nodded, seeming satisfied with that answer. But before he could launch into his questions, the door burst open again. This time it was Jaina, grinning with the kind of confidence that was either going to save the galaxy or get her killed. All of you beat me to him, she announced, crossing her arms. Figures. Well, I'm not leaving until I get my turn. Jaina Anakin Solo started. Don't Jaina me. I have questions too. She fixed her violet eyes on Anakin. Tell me about the Clone Wars. The real version, not the sanitized HoloNet propaganda. And then tell me you'll train me, because sitting around doing nothing while the Vong burn the galaxy is not an option. Anakin couldn't help it. He laughed. The sound surprised him. He couldn't remember the last time he'd laughed without bitterness coloring it. But Jaina's directness, her absolute fearlessness, was so much like him that it was impossible not to appreciate it. You've got your warrior spirit, he said. But the last thing I want is to get into a fight with your mother and father. They nearly lost 2 sons today. But if you ask me, you're ready, he continued before she could protest. You're a bit too reckless like me, but you're ready. I can see that. Jaina's grin widened. Does that mean you'll train me? If your parents agree. Anakin glanced at all 3 of his grandchildren. But right now, we have bigger problems. Coruscant has fallen. The New Republic is in chaos. And I'm guessing there's going to be a meeting soon where everyone tries to figure out what to do next. There is, Jaina confirmed. Luke, Mom, the surviving senators and military leaders. The Imperial Remnant too. Admiral Palpatine is here with his fleet. Imperial Remnant. Anakin filed that away to ask about later. Then we should go. But first he looked at Jacen. You asked about the clones. My 501st Legion. Now that I think about it, they just came back from storming the Jedi Temple. So I guess they're as experienced and capable as soldiers come. The words hung in the air. His grandchildren stared at him, the full weight of that statement settling over them. The 501st had killed Jedi. And now they were here, in the future, fighting for the New Republic. That's... Jacen trailed off. Complicated, Jaina finished. Yet. But we need them. We need every soldier we can get. She was right. And that was perhaps the most damning thing of all, that even after everything, the galaxy still needed Anakin Skywalker's legion of Jedi killers to survive. Come on, Jaina said. The meeting's starting soon, and you're going to cause one hell of a stir when you walk in. She had no idea how right she was. The conference room was packed. Anakin stood just outside the entrance, watching through the transparent steel viewport as dozens of beings took their seats around a massive hollow table. He recognized a few faces from the Force visions the White Void had shown him, older now, grayer, worn by decades of war. Others were complete strangers. Ready? Jaina asked beside him. No, Anakin admitted. But let's do this anyway. The doors hissed open. Every head in the room turned. And chaos erupted. Is that? It can't be. Anakin Skywalker. He's alive. How is this possible? Anakin walked to the center of the room, his grandchildren flanking him. The crowd parted like water, senators and officers and Jedi all staring at him with expressions ranging from shock to disbelief to something that might have been hope. At the head of the table stood a woman Anakin recognized immediately, even though she was decades older than the last time he'd seen her. Leia. His daughter. She had Padme's eyes and his own stubborn jaw, and she was staring at him like she'd seen a ghost. Next to her stood a man in Jedi robes younger than Leia but still middle-aged, with kind eyes and a presence in the Force that made Anakin's breath catch. Luke. His son. The Jedi who'd restarted the Order, who'd become more powerful than Anakin had ever been. And next to Luke stood a woman with red hair and sharp green eyes that assessed Anakin like a predator sizing up potential prey. Mara Jade, he guessed. Luke's wife. The former assassin. Everyone, Leia said, her voice steady despite the shock on her face. This is Anakin Skywalker. My father. He's been brought forward in time by the Force. He and his legion saved my sons on Myrkr. The room exploded with questions. Anakin held up a hand, and the noise died down. Whatever else they thought of him, they were still willing to listen. I don't have all the answers, he said. The Force pulled me from Mustafar. Told me my grandson needed me. It didn't explain how or why, and I don't know how long I'll be here. But I am here. And from what I understand, you need every fighter you can get. An older man in an Imperial uniform stepped forward. His hair was white, his face lined with age, but his bearing was unmistakably military. Grand Admiral Palpatine, he introduced himself. Imperial Remnant. I've read the reports of your campaigns during the Clone Wars, General Skywalker. If even half of them are true, your presence here is unexpected, but welcome. Thank you, Admiral. Anakin studied the man. Imperial. But fighting alongside the New Republic. Interesting. General Skywalker, another voice called out. A Bothan in military dress. What are your intentions? Will you be taking command of Republic forces? No, Anakin said immediately. I'm decades out of date. I don't know your tactics, your technology, or your enemy. But I can fight. My legion can fight. And we will. The 501st, someone else said. Your clone legion. They're here too. They are. But clones, the speaker, a Twi'lek senator, looked uncomfortable. They've been phased out for decades. Are they even? They're soldiers, Anakin said, his voice hardening. Good ones. And right now, you need soldiers more than you need politics. Leia cleared her throat. We'll address Force deployments later. Right now, we need to focus on the larger situation. Coruscant has fallen. The Senate is scattered. Military command is in disarray. The Yuuzhan Vong have captured the heart of the New Republic, and we're regrouping here at Hapes to determine our next move. The meeting devolved into tactical discussions, fleet positions, supply lines, refugee movements. Anakin listened, absorbing information. The New Republic was in worse shape than he'd thought. Coruscant's fall had shattered morale, and several systems were reportedly negotiating surrenders to the Vong to save themselves. Cowards. Grand Admiral Palpatine outlined the Imperial Remnant's available forces, a fleet of star destroyers and support craft that could reinforce key positions. The Hapan Consortium, represented by a regal woman introduced as Tahiri, pledged her fleet as well. But through it all, Anakin felt Luke's eyes on him. His son hadn't said a word, hadn't moved, just stood there staring like he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Finally, after what felt like hours, Leia called an end to the meeting. We'll reconvene in 6 hours with detailed deployment plans. Dismissed. The room emptied slowly. Anakin waited, watching as his daughter and son exchanged a glance. Mara Jade whispered something to Luke, squeezed his hand, and left, giving Anakin a look that clearly said hurt him and die. Then it was just the three of them. Anakin, Leia, Luke. His children. Hi, Luke said, and his voice broke on the word. His eyes were wet. I'm Luke. Your son. He stopped, swallowed hard. I watched you die. On the Death Star. You saved me from the Emperor, and you died in my arms, and I held a funeral for you on Endor. And now you're here. Young. Alive. And I don't understand how this is possible. Anakin's chest tightened. I don't either. But I'm glad I got to meet you. Even if it's like this. You saved my sons, Leia said. Her voice was controlled, but tears streaked her face. Anakin and Jacen. You saved them when I couldn't. When we thought we'd lost them both. She took a shaky breath. Thank you. You don't have to thank me, Anakin said. They're my grandchildren. My family. Of course I saved them. You were pulled from Mustafar, Luke said. After your fight with Obi-Wan. After you he couldn't finish the sentence. After I fell to the dark side, Anakin finished. Yes. I killed Jedi. I tried to kill Obi-Wan. I lost everything. And then I burned, and the Force brought me here. He looked at both of them. You know what I became? Vader. I don't know the details, but I know enough. And I need you to understand I'm not that yet. I'm still me. Angry. Grieving. But me. We know, Leia said softly. Luke told me about the end. About how you saved him. How you turned back to the light. Her expression shifted to something complicated, pain and forgiveness and grief all tangled together. I forgave you years ago. After I went to Tatooine and learned about your mother. About what the Tusken Raiders did to her. I understood then why you fell. Why you were so desperate to save the people you loved. Anakin stared at her. You forgave me. Yes. Leia stepped closer. You were my father. You made terrible choices, committed unspeakable acts. But in the end, you saved Luke. You destroyed the Emperor and brought balance to the Force. And now you're here, and you saved my sons. How could I not forgive you? Luke wiped his eyes. I've spent my whole life trying to live up to who you were supposed to be. The chosen one. The greatest Jedi. And then I learned what you became, and I spent years trying not to become you. Trying to build something better. You did, Anakin said. From what I've seen, you surpassed me in every way. But I'm failing, Luke admitted. The Vong are destroying everything, and I'm too afraid to fight them the way I should because I'm terrified of falling like you did. Of turning my Jedi into warriors and losing them to the dark side. So you're letting them die instead. The words came out harsher than Anakin intended. Your Jedi are at war, Luke. Whether you want to admit it or not. And your nephews almost died today because you're too afraid to let them fight with everything they have. Luke flinched. I know. I know, and I don't know how to fix it. Then let me help, Anakin said. I don't have the answers. But I know how to fight. And maybe seeing me like this, seeing that I'm not Vader yet, will help you stop being afraid of becoming me. Luke looked at Leia. She nodded. Okay, Luke said. Okay. We'll figure this out. Together. Anakin felt something in his chest loosen. He'd been pulled from Mustafar's flames to save his grandson. But maybe, just maybe, he could save his children too. Save them from the fear he'd inflicted on them just by existing. It wasn't redemption. Not really. But it was a start. Anakin stared at Luke and Leia across the small debriefing room they'd commandeered after the meeting. Then he started to laugh. It wasn't a pleasant sound. It started low in his chest and built into something that bordered on manic, echoing off the walls in a way that made both his children exchange worried glances. Father? Leia asked carefully. What's the Vong? Anakin said, still laughing. They hate droids, don't they? Luke frowned. Yes. It's religious. They view all mechanical technology as blasphemy. Abominations. They've destroyed every droid they've encountered. Why? Anakin's laughter cut off abruptly. His expression shifted to something sharp and calculating. How desperately do you need reinforcements? More than ever, Leia said. Her voice carried the weight of someone who'd watched her capital fall, who'd nearly lost 2 of her children in the same day. If we can retake Coruscant before the Vong finish terraforming it, before they kill everyone still trapped there, that would change everything. But we don't have the forces. We barely have enough ships to hold the line at Mon Calamari, let alone mount an offensive. What if I told you I know where to find reinforcements? Anakin leaned forward. Secret locations. Separatist bases where they kept reserve droid armies and fleets. The room went silent. The Separatist droid army was shut down decades ago, Luke said slowly. The Empire Vader, he personally oversaw their destruction. Surely there can't be anything left after all this time. Maybe, Anakin admitted. But I have the shutdown codes. Palpatine gave them to me when I killed the Separatist Council on Mustafar. And those same codes can reactivate them. He met his son's eyes. I did a check of the codes myself before I arrived at Mustafar. The Separatists had several secret bases, reserve forces Palpatine kept hidden even from Dooku. With my technical skills, I can reprogram them, put them under our control. Droids fighting the Vong, Leia murmured. Her expression shifted from grief to something that might have been hope. They'd be immune to the Vong's bioweapons. Invisible in the Force doesn't matter against machines. Exactly, Anakin said. We gather our forces. Use the droids as shock troops. We can push the Vong out of Coruscant before they truly have time to terraform the planet and kill everyone still alive there. Luke looked at Leia. Some unspoken communication passed between them, decades of siblinghood compressed into a glance. Finally, Luke nodded. Do it, he said. But Father, he paused on the word, like he still couldn't quite believe he was saying it. Can I ask you something else? Go ahead. Would you be willing to teach Jaina? Or Jacen? Even Anakin Solo? They look up to you. They want to learn from you. Anakin saw the fear behind the question. The worry that he'd corrupt them, drag them down the path he'd walked. I can teach them, he said carefully. On the condition that your mother or Han supervises. And you, if you're available. No dark side techniques. Just combat forms, tactics, what I learned in the Clone Wars. Leia exhaled. Thank you. For understanding why we can't. Why you can't leave your children alone with me. Anakin finished. Especially someone pulled straight from Mustafar? I get it. I wouldn't trust me either. He stood. I'll take Jacen with me. He's the oldest, right? Might as well show him the ropes. Jaina can come too. But I think it's best Anakin Solo stays here for now. He nearly died today. He needs time to process that. Agreed, Anakin said quietly. And son? When we retake Coruscant, and we will retake it, you need to be there. You're the most powerful Force user we have currently, and next time I might not be around when your nephews are in danger. Anakin Solo got really lucky today. Let's not give the Vong another chance. The words hit harder than Anakin probably intended. Luke nodded once, sharp and decisive. I'll be there. Anakin found Jacen and Jaina in one of the Hapan ship's training rooms. Both of them looked up when he entered, their expressions shifting to something between excitement and wariness. We're going on a mission, Anakin said without preamble. Your brother stays here. You two are coming with me. Jaina's face lit up. Where are we going? To wake up an army, Anakin said. Pack light. We leave in an hour. Anakin Solo's quarters were quiet when Anakin knocked. His grandson opened the door, looking exhausted but alive. Better than he had any right to after the day he'd had. "Hey," Anakin Solo said. "You're leaving? Just for a few days?" "I'm taking your siblings to retrieve something that might help us win this war." Anakin studied his grandson's face. "I'll be back when we retake Coruscant. I promise." "You really think we can do it?" "I know we can." Anakin clasped his grandson's shoulder. "Rest. Heal. When we take back the capital, I want you there with us." Anakin Solo nodded, and something in his expression eased. "Be careful. Jaina and Jacen, they're reckless like you." "I noticed," Anakin said dryly. He turned to leave, but stopped when he heard voices down the corridor. A young woman's voice, sharp and furious, echoing through the hallway. "Complete idiot! What were you thinking? Staying behind to die like some?" Anakin rounded the corner and froze. The girl was maybe 17, blonde hair falling past her shoulders, green eyes blazing with anger and relief in equal measure. She wore Jedi robes, but her feet were bare, padding against the deck plating like she'd never worn shoes in her life. She was beautiful in a wild, untamed way that made Anakin think of desert winds and open spaces. And she was currently tearing into his grandson with the kind of passion that only came from genuine fear of loss. "Tahiri," Anakin Solo said, his voice cracking. "I'm sorry. I thought. You thought you were going to die and that was okay." Tahiri's voice rose. "I thought I'd lost you. I thought." She broke off, pulling him into a hug that was half embrace, half assault. "Don't ever do that again." "I won't," Anakin Solo promised, holding her like she was the only thing keeping him grounded. "I promise." Tahiri pulled back, and that's when she saw Anakin. Her jaw dropped. She stared at him like he was a force vision made flesh, her green eyes going wide with something that looked like awe. She couldn't seem to finish the sentence. "Anakin Skywalker. The hero with no fear. You're really." "I'm really me," Anakin confirmed. He looked down at her bare feet, confused. "You don't wear shoes." "They feel wrong," Tahiri said automatically, still staring. "I was raised the Sand People don't." She shook her head. "Sorry. I just never thought I'd meet you. The stories, the holos, they don't do you justice." Anakin had been prepared to hate this girl. To see the Tusken Raiders who'd killed his mother reflected in her eyes. But looking at her now, seeing how she held his grandson, how her fear for him was written across every line of her body, he couldn't. She wasn't the monsters who'd tortured Shmi. She was just a girl who loved his grandson. "Take care of him," Anakin said. "He's reckless. Inherited it from me, apparently." Tahiri's smile was blinding. "I will. And thank you. For saving him. For bringing him back." "Thank your grandson," Anakin said. "He's tougher than he looks." He left them there, together, and tried not to think about how Padme used to look at him the same way Tahiri looked at Anakin Solo, like he was worth fighting for. The fleet Anakin commanded was small but functional, 3 Venator-class star destroyers bearing the 501 STS colors, an Acclamator-class assault ship loaded with troops, and a squadron of fighters that included several Y-wing bombers. "The Y-wings are outdated," Commander Apo had told him during the briefing. "But they're still effective. Heavy payload. Ion cannons. Good armor. We've kept them in service for decades because nothing else does what they do quite as well." Anakin had approved. He'd flown plenty of missions with Y-wing support during the Clone Wars. They were slow, ungainly things, but when you needed something blown to pieces, they delivered. Jacen and Jaina stood on the bridge of the lead Venator, staring out at hyperspace as it streaked past. Both of them kept glancing at Anakin like they expected him to vanish. "Where are we going?" Jacen asked finally. Anakin pulled up a holographic star chart. "A world called Geonosis. The Separatists had a hidden facility there, one of several. Deep underground, shielded from orbital scans. Palpatine used it as a reserve in case the main droid factories were destroyed. Why didn't the Empire find it? Jaina asked. They probably did, Anakin said. But I have the codes to access it. And I'm betting Vader he caught himself. I was the one who locked it down. Which means I'm the one who can unlock it. The ship dropped out of hyperspace above Geonosis. The planet spread below them, red sands, rocky spires, and scars where the Clone Wars had left their mark. Take us down to these coordinates, Anakin ordered, transmitting the location. And be ready for anything. If there are still droids down there, they might not be friendly. The underground facility was massive. The entrance alone was large enough to fit 3 Venators side by side, hidden beneath layers of rock and camouflage netting that had rotted away over the decades. Anakin, Jacen, and Jaina descended into the darkness with a squad of 501st troopers. The air smelled stale, like nothing had breathed down here in years. This place is a tomb, Jaina muttered. Not for long, Anakin said. They moved through corridors carved from stone and durasteel, past assembly lines that had been frozen mid-production. And then movement. 3 commando droids activated with a whir of servos, their photoreceptors glowing red in the darkness. Intruders detected, one hissed in a mechanical voice. Eliminate. They were faster than the standard B-1S. They moved with an agility that reminded Anakin of living opponents, flipping over cover and firing vibrazwords alongside integrated blasters. Anakin's lightsaber ignited. Blue light flooded the corridor. The first droid lunged at him, vibrazword raised. Anakin sidestepped, brought his blade up in a diagonal slash that severed the droid's arm at the elbow. Sparks fountained. He spun, drove his lightsaber through its chest, and kicked the remains into the second droid. Jacen engaged the third, his green blade moving through defensive forms. The droid was relentless, attacking from multiple angles, forcing Jacen back step by step. Stop defending! Anakin shouted. Attack! Jacen hesitated just for a heartbeat, then shifted. He drove forward, blade high, and brought it down in an overhead strike that split the droid from shoulder to hip. The second droid had recovered. It raised its blaster at Jaina. Anakin reached out with the force and crushed. The droid's chest caved inward like paper. Its head sparked once and went dark. Silence fell. Good work, Anakin said. But Jacen, you hesitated. That'll get you killed. I know, Jacen said quietly. I'm working on it. They continued deeper. The facility's main control room was a cathedral of metal and circuitry, untouched by time. A massive console dominated the center, inactive but humming with latent power. Anakin approached it, fingers flying over the controls. The shutdown codes were still there, buried in the system's core. He began reprogramming them, shifting the droid's core directives. What are you doing? Jaina asked, watching over his shoulder. Changing their allegiance, Anakin said. They think they're separatists. I'm making them think they're part of the 501st Legion. Fighting for the New Republic. Can you do that? Jacen sounded skeptical. Watch me. The codes accepted. The facility roared to life. Assembly lines dropped from the ceiling, spitting out droids by the hundreds. B-1 battle droids with their distinctive thin frames and vocoder voices. B-2 super battle droids, hulking and heavily armored. More commando droids, sleek and deadly. And from the center of the room, a new figure emerged. The super tactical droid was taller than the others, its frame sleek and menacing. Its photoreceptors glowed an intelligent yellow as it approached, moving with a deliberation that spoke of advanced processing. General Skywalker, it said, its voice clipped and precise. We are online. Status, 70 capital ships awaiting orders. Multiple battalion-level ground forces activated. But there was something in its tone, a hesitation. Analysis, conflicting programming detected. Separatist directives remain partially intact. Clarification required. Anakin met the droid's gaze without flinching. The war ended decades ago. The Separatists lost. The Republic transitioned to the Empire, which has since fallen. You're now part of the new Republic Defense Force, serving under my command. Your new mission: defend the galaxy against the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. The super tactical droid processed that. Its head cocked slightly. Query: if the Separatists lost, why was this facility not destroyed? Why were we not deactivated permanently? Anakin improvised. Because I ordered it preserved. As a strategic reserve for future conflicts. This qualifies. It was complete nonsense. The droid had no way of verifying it. But super tactical droids were designed to be loyal to Cis leadership and hierarchy, and Anakin had been a Republic general. Acceptable, the droid said after a long pause. Designation: Commander 074. Awaiting orders, General. Jacen and Jaina stared at the assembly lines, at the thousands of droids already forming ranks. How many are there? Jaina asked, her voice hushed. This facility? Maybe a few 100,000 ground troops. 70 capital ships, Providence-class destroyers, Recusant-class light destroyers, Munificent-class frigates. Plus fighter complements. Anakin looked at the super tactical droid. Is that accurate? Affirmative. Ground forces, 374,612 units. Naval assets, 71 capital vessels. Fighter craft, 8,214. Are there more facilities like this? Jacen asked. Probably, Anakin said. But your uncle said the Empire destroyed most of them. For now, this should be enough to keep the New Republic from collapsing. He didn't miss the way Jacen filed that information away, his eyes calculating. The kid wanted to find more. To unlock every secret Anakin knew about the Separatist reserves. Jaina walked up to a B-1 battle droid that had just activated. It took one step, tripped over its own feet, and crashed to the ground with a clatter. Roger, Roger, it said from the floor. Jaina looked at Anakin. They're idiots. Individually, yes, Anakin agreed. He helped the B-1 to its feet. But in numbers, there's something even the Vong will learn to fear. Palpatine held back most of the droid army during the Clone Wars. The Separatists had billions of droids, reaching into the trillions. If they'd gone all out, the Republic would have been overwhelmed. Why didn't they? Jacen asked. Because Palpatine controlled both sides, Anakin said bitterly. He wanted the war to drag on. To justify emergency powers. To turn the Republic into the Empire. He looked at the army assembling before them. But now? Now we use his weapons against an enemy he never anticipated. They traveled back to the surface, the droid army following in perfect formation. The Separatist capital ships rose from hidden hangars, their hulls bearing the scars of decades but still functional. Anakin stood on the bridge of the lead Providence-class destroyer, Jacen and Jaina flanking him, and gave the order. Set course for Mon Calamari. The New Republic is about to get reinforcements. The sight that greeted them when they dropped out of hyperspace above Mon Calamari was stunning. The ocean world glittered below, its cities floating on the surface like jewels. And surrounding it the scattered remains of the New Republic fleet. But when Anakin's fleet arrived, 70 Separatist capital ships flying in formation with 3 Venators bearing the 501 STS colors, the COMM channels exploded. Unidentified vessels, this is Mon Calamari Defense Command. Identify yourselves immediately or be fired upon. This is General Anakin Skywalker, Anakin said calmly. Returning with reinforcements. There was a long pause. General Skywalker, those are Separatist vessels. Explain. They're under my control. Reprogrammed. They fight for the New Republic now. Anakin's voice hardened. And unless you want to turn away the only reinforcements you're going to get, I suggest you stand down and let us dock. Another pause. Then, proceed to docking Bay 12. Supreme Commander Savv wants to speak with you. Immediately. The fleet descended. And as they did, Anakin saw the reaction ripple through Mon Calamari's population. People who'd lived through the Clone Wars stared up at the sky, watching Separatist and Republic ships flying side by side. Some looked terrified. Others, officers and soldiers who remembered the hero with no fear, looked like they'd just witnessed a miracle. When Anakin disembarked, flanked by Jacen and Jaina, he found a crowd waiting. Senators. Admirals. Soldiers. All of them staring at him like he was something out of a propaganda holo brought to life. Because that's exactly what he was. One man pushed through the crowd, a Sullustan in military dress, his expression grim. General Skywalker. I'm Supreme Commander Savv. We need to talk. Then let's talk, Anakin said. The war room was packed. Senators, admirals, Jedi, everyone who'd survived the fall of Coruscant had gathered here on Mon Calamari to figure out what came next. Anakin stood at the head of the holo table, Luke and Leia at his sides. The tactical display showed Coruscant, or what remained of it. Red markers indicated Vong positions. Tens of thousands of ships. Millions of warriors. This is suicide, Admiral Traist Crayfay said. The Bothan was scarred and weathered, his eyes burning with barely restrained aggression. We don't have the forces to retake Coruscant. Not yet. The Vong have turned it into a fortress. Which is why we use the droids, Anakin said. They're immune to Vong bioweapons. Invisible in the Force doesn't matter against machines. We can use them as shock troops, land them on the surface, let them draw Vong forces away from key positions while our main fleet engages their world ships in orbit. The Vong hate droids, Savv said slowly. His expression shifted from skepticism to something that might have been hope. They'll prioritize destroying them over conventional forces. Exactly, Anakin said. We use that hatred against them. Draw them into kill zones. Bleed their numbers. And when they're weak enough, we strike with everything we have. But even with the droid army, we're talking about weeks of intense fighting, Leia said. Her voice was steady, but Anakin could hear the exhaustion beneath it. Thousands of casualties. And if the Vong resort to biological warfare, crash moons into the planet like they did at Cern Piddle, we'll lose Coruscant anyway. Then we thin out their numbers first, Anakin said. This is a war of attrition. We can't just charge in. We need to be smart. Hit their supply lines. Destroy their shipyards. Force them to spread their forces thin. He looked around the room. I know I rushed into suggesting we retake Coruscant immediately. I didn't understand how powerful the Vong truly are. But we will take it back. We just need to be patient. Admiral Crayfay bared his teeth in what might have been a smile. I like this plan. When do we start? As soon as our forces are ready, Savv said. General Skywalker, you'll coordinate with our fleet commanders. Admiral Crayfay will take point on offensive operations. Admiral Akbar, he nodded to an elderly Mon Calamari in the corner. We'll handle planetary defense. We're reorganizing under the Galactic Alliance banner. The New Republic as it was is gone. What we build now has to be stronger. The meeting continued for hours. Fleet deployments. Supply lines. Intelligence reports. Anakin absorbed it all, his tactical mind honed by years of Clone Wars campaigns, filing away every detail. But through it all, he felt Luke's presence in the Force. His son stood silent at the edge of the room, watching. Judging. Wondering if the man who'd once been Darth Vader could truly be trusted with this kind of power. Anakin didn't blame him. He wasn't sure he trusted himself either. Finally, as the meeting broke up, Luke approached him. You did well, Luke said quietly. You're a natural leader. I can see why the Republic followed you during the Clone Wars. They followed me because I won battles, Anakin said. Not because I was a good person. Maybe, Luke admitted. But you're here now. And you're fighting for the right reasons. That has to count for something. Anakin looked at his son, this middle-aged Jedi Master who'd rebuilt the Order. Who'd married and lived and survived everything Anakin's choices had cost him, and felt something in his chest crack open. I'm going to make this right, he said. Whatever it takes. I'm going to save Coruscant. Save the people there. And maybe that'll be enough to balance the scales. Luke's eyes were wet. You already saved my nephews. That's more than enough. But Anakin knew it wasn't. Wouldn't be. Not until every Jedi he'd killed on Mustafar was avenged. Not until the galaxy he'd helped destroy was rebuilt. Not until he proved that Anakin Skywalker was more than just the man who'd become Vader. He looked out the viewport at the droid fleet orbiting Mon Calamari, at the army he'd resurrected from the ashes of the Clone Wars, and allowed himself one moment of grim satisfaction. The Yuuzhan Vong had invaded the wrong galaxy. And Anakin Skywalker was going to teach them exactly why. The Mon Calamari Jedi training facility smelled of salt water and ozone. Anakin walked through corridors that curved organically, following the natural architecture of the aquatic species who'd built this place. 3 days had passed since he'd activated the droid army, and already the facility buzzed with renewed energy, Jedi preparing for war, not hiding from it. The training hall opened before him, vast and circular, with transparent steel viewports looking out over Mon Calamari's endless ocean. 24 Jedi students, humans, Twi'leks, a young Wookiee, stood in formation, lightsabers raised in defensive stances. At the center of the room, a man in his late 30s demonstrated a crushing overhead strike that made the air itself seem to crack. The instructor's brown hair was graying at the temples, and his face carried scars that spoke of battles won through pain. When he moved through Form V sequences, it wasn't the controlled precision Anakin remembered from his own training. This was Form V pushed past its limits, each strike flowing into the next with barely restrained violence, offense and defense blurring together until they became indistinguishable. Every student in the room froze when Anakin entered. Their eyes went wide, hands tightening on lightsaber hilts. The hero with no fear. The legend made flesh. Standing right there in front of them. The instructor didn't freeze. He completed his demonstration, a diagonal slash that transitioned seamlessly into a guard position before turning to face Anakin. His eyes were dark brown, sharp with intelligence and something else. Something that reminded Anakin uncomfortably of looking in a mirror. Anakin Skywalker, the man said. His voice carried an edge like a vibroblade drawn across durasteel. The legend in the flesh. I'm Kyp Duran. No master. No general. Just his name, delivered with the kind of confidence that bordered on arrogance. Anakin felt his jaw tighten. I've heard about you, Anakin said, stepping into the training circle. The students edged toward the exits, sensing the shift in the room's temperature. The Jedi who wants to take the fight to the Vong. Aggressive tactics. No hesitation. And you disapprove? Kyp crossed his arms, lightsaber still ignited in his right hand, the violet blade humming softly. You, who just resurrected a separatist droid army to throw at the enemy. You're not exactly following traditional Jedi doctrine yourself. Anakin studied him through the Force. The power there was immense. But there was also darkness, controlled and weaponized. This wasn't someone who'd flirted with the dark side and fled. This was someone who'd fallen, touched the abyss, and somehow clawed his way back to the light while keeping pieces of that darkness embedded in his soul like shrapnel. I approve of killing Vong, Anakin said bluntly. What I don't approve of is someone trying to undermine my son. The temperature in the room plummeted. Several students actually ran for the doors now, leaving only the bravest or stupidest to watch what happened next. Kyp's expression hardened. His presence in the Force became sharper, more focused. Luke is Grand Master. I respect that. But respect doesn't mean blind obedience. When he's wrong, when his fear of becoming you is getting Jedi killed, someone has to say it. Then say it to his face, Anakin snapped. His hand dropped to his lightsaber hilt, not threatening but ready. Challenge him in council. Argue strategy. Make your case before the order. But don't gather followers and split us apart while we're fighting for survival. That's not leadership. That's ego. They stood 3 meters apart, hands near weapons, 2 men who'd both touched darkness and somehow survived it. The remaining students fled. You don't know me, KYP said quietly. Dangerously. The violet blade in his hand trembled slightly, reflecting the tension coiled in his shoulders. You don't know what I've done. What I've lost. I fell to the dark side under Exar Kun's influence when I was barely more than a kid. He used me. Twisted me. I destroyed star systems with the Sun Crusher, killed billions of people. And when Luke's students finally destroyed Kun's spirit, I was left alone with the weight of all those deaths. No Sith Lord whispering in my ear. Just me and the horror of what I'd become. His voice cracked on the last word. I clawed my way back to the light by myself. No redemption arc. No convenient force ghost to guide me. Just years of work and guilt and trying to be better than the monster I was. So don't lecture me about ego when you're literally the man who became Darth Vader. Silence crashed over the training hall like a wave. Anakin felt the words hit him. Became Darth Vader. Past tense. As if it had already happened. As if the armor and the mask and the decades of atrocities were foregone conclusions. I haven't become Vader yet, Anakin said. His voice came out softer than he intended. I'm from Mustafar. From the moment of my fall. The Force pulled me forward before I could finish becoming whatever he was. So yes, I killed Jedi. Yes, I fell to the dark side. But I haven't lived the rest of it. Haven't earned the full weight of that name. KYP stared at him. Then, slowly, some of the tension bled from his shoulders. That's why you're so young. I thought we all thought you were some kind of Force illusion. A ghost. But you're real. You're actually him. Before, Anakin confirmed. And if you respect Luke as Grand Master, then act like it. We need unity. Not division. The Vong are winning because we're fractured. Half the Order wants to fight, half wants to meditate, and nobody's coordinating anything resembling a coherent strategy. KYP exhaled slowly. His lightsaber deactivated with a sharp snap hiss. You're right. About that, at least. My tactics work. The dozen and 2 Avengers have killed more Vong than any other Jedi squadron. We go in hard and fast and we win. But Luke keeps shutting me down. Calling it aggression. Calling it darkness. And meanwhile, people keep dying. Then coordinate with Luke, Anakin said. Integrate your aggression into the larger strategy instead of operating independently. You want to kill Vong? He allowed himself a cold smile. I can point you at targets. Lots of them. KYP studied him for a long moment. Something shifted in his dark eyes, calculation giving way to respect. Show me. 3 hours later, they stood in a war room deep in Mon Calamari's military complex. The hollow table displayed a 3-dimensional map of Vong-held territories, swaths of red spreading across the outer and mid-rim like a cancer. Anakin, KYP, Luke, Admiral Traist Crayfay, and Commander Apo surrounded the display. Anakin reached forward and marked 12 systems with crimson indicators, his fingers moving through the hologram with practiced precision. These are Vong shipyard clusters, he explained. Biological foundries where they grow their world ships and coral skippers. They're massive installations, each one capable of producing dozens of capital ships per standard year. Hit them hard, and we strangle their reinforcements before they reach the front lines. KYP leaned forward, eyes gleaming with the kind of predatory interest Anakin recognized from his own reflection. Strike teams. Fast insertion. Maximum damage. Get out before they can mass forces for a counterattack. Exactly, Anakin said. He expanded one of the markers, revealing the details of a shipyard orbiting a dead world. And you take Y-wing bombers with your squadrons. Their ion cannons disrupt Vong biotechnology. The living ships can't handle electromagnetic pulses the way Durasteel can. The electrical discharge scrambles their nervous systems, makes their Dovin basal spasm and lose cohesion. Admiral Crayfay Abathan with graying fur and eyes that had seen too many battles growled approval. The Vong's greatest strength is their biotechnology. Using it as a weakness, yes. This could work. Commander A posted at attention, his weathered face impassive behind decades of combat experience. General, the 501st can provide escort and ground support if you need extraction teams. We've adapted our tactics to fight enemies we can't sense in the Force. It's all about visual tracking and predictive algorithms. Luke watched the exchange with something between relief and apprehension. His father and Kyp Duran, two of the most aggressive, dangerous Jedi in the galaxy, agreeing on strategy should be good news. Should be a sign that the Order was finally unifying behind a coherent battle plan. But their shared appetite for violence made Luke's skin crawl. It was controlled, directed, weaponized, but it was still violence. The same kind of aggressive tactics that had led the old Jedi Order to become generals in the Clone Wars. The same path that had helped transform Anakin Skywalker into Darth Vader. Father, Luke said carefully. Kyp. I need you both to understand something. Aggressive tactics work. I'm not denying that. But the reason we fight matters as much as winning. If we become as ruthless as the Vong, if we start seeing them as things to exterminate rather than living beings to defeat, we'll lose something essential to what makes us Jedi. We won't, Anakin interrupted. His voice carried absolute certainty. Because we're not fighting to conquer. We're not fighting to impose our will on the galaxy. We're fighting to survive. The Vong invaded our space. They're killing our people. Defending yourself isn't darkness. It's necessity. And if that necessity requires using the dark side. Luke pressed. If it requires force, lightning and rage and all the things the Sith use to justify their atrocities. Anakin met his son's eyes. Then we use them and stay in control. The dark side isn't evil by itself, Luke. It's a tool. A dangerous one, I know that better than anyone, but still a tool. The question isn't whether we touch darkness. It's whether we let that darkness consume us. Kyp nodded slowly. Luke, you're afraid we'll fall. I get it. You watched your father become a monster. You've spent your entire life building an order that won't make the old Jedi's mistakes. But the Vong don't care about your philosophy. They don't care that we're trying to be better. They'll kill us all while we're meditating on the moral implications of fighting back. Luke's jaw tightened. Anakin could feel the turmoil in his son's Force presence, the desire to believe them warring with decades of training that said aggression led to darkness, and darkness led to ruin. Fine, Luke said finally. We'll try it your way. Coordinated strikes against Vong infrastructure. But Kyp, you report your operations to the Council. No more independent actions. And father, he turned to Anakin. You teach tactics, not philosophy. My Jedi will learn how to fight from you. They will not learn how to hate. Agreed, Anakin said. Kyp just nodded, already studying the holographic targets with the focus of a hunter selecting prey. Late that night, Anakin sat cross-legged in his personal meditation chamber. The room was small, Spartan, just metal walls and a single viewport looking out over Mon Calamari's dark ocean. But it was private, and that's what he needed. He closed his eyes and dove deep into the Force. Without the limitations of cybernetics, without burned lungs struggling to process oxygen, without charred flesh screaming in constant agony, his power flowed unimpeded. Like a river that had been dammed for years suddenly breaking free. Anakin extended his hands, palms up. He reached for the darkness inside him, the grief over Padme, the rage at the Jedi Council, the bone-deep fury at a universe that had taken everything he loved and left him broken on volcanic rock. Blue lightning crackled between his fingers. It started as tiny arcs, dancing from thumb to forefinger like miniature serpents of electricity. Then it intensified. The bolts grew thicker, brighter, leaping from hand to hand with audible snaps of ionized air. Force lightning. The dark side ability that Palpatine had wielded with such casual cruelty. The power that Anakin had never mastered before Mustafar, before the suit that would have killed him if he'd tried to channel this much electricity through its systems. But now? Now he was whole. Young. 22 years old with a midi-chlorian count that had terrified the Jedi Council when they'd first tested it. And the darkness that had consumed him on Mustafar, it was all still there, coiled in his chest like a venomous snake. Waiting. Hungry. Ready to be used. The lightning intensified. It arced from his hands to the walls, scorching metal plating black. The air filled with the smell of ozone and superheated durasteel. Anakin gasped, his heart hammering against his ribs, and cut the power before he alerted the entire facility to what he was doing. His hands shook. That much power from so little effort. And he'd barely scratched the surface of what he could do. The Yuuzhan Vong were invisible in the Force, empty spaces where living beings should be, void-shaped holes in the fabric of reality. But lightning didn't need the Force to sense them. It just needed a target. And Anakin was becoming very, very good at finding targets. He sat there in the darkness, feeling his heartbeat slow, and wondered if this was what balance felt like. Using darkness without drowning in it. Touching the abyss without falling. Walking the knife's edge between Jedi and Sith and somehow staying upright. Or maybe he was just lying to himself. Maybe this was the beginning of the fall, and he was too blind to see it. Anakin didn't have an answer. So he did what he always did when philosophy failed him. He stood up, grabbed his lightsaber, and went to find something to hit. 6 weeks after Mon Calamari, Anakin piloted an X-Wing starfighter through the void like he'd been born in the cockpit. Which, considering his childhood as a pod racer and his Clone Wars reputation as one of the best pilots in the Republic, he essentially had been. The T-65 X-Wing was a beautiful machine, 4 wings in the distinctive X configuration, split S-foils that housed laser cannons, an astromech droid socket behind the cockpit where R2-D2 had once perched. It was decades newer than the fighters Anakin had flown during the Clone Wars, but the controls felt familiar. Throttle. Stick. Weapons systems. Targeting computer. The same basic layout, just refined by 3 decades of engineering. Vong fighters incoming, Jacen's voice crackled over the COMM. His grandson flew wing position, green lightsaber secured behind his seat in a custom mount. Coral skippers. 24 at least. They're moving to intercept. Anakin checked his sensors. Sure enough, the organic signatures appeared on his screen, irregular, asymmetric blobs that moved with predatory grace. Coral skippers. Yuuzhan Vong fighters grown from Yorick coral, propelled by Dovan basals that manipulated gravity itself. Break and attack, Anakin ordered. Jaina, take your group high. Jacen, you're with me. We go low and draw them into the crossfire. Copy that, Jaina responded. Her flight group 4 X-Wings painted with the markings of Rogue Squadron pulled up sharply, climbing toward the orbital plane while Anakin and Jacen dove toward the planet's gravity well. The battle unfolded like a deadly dance. Coral skippers were wrong in ways that made Anakin's piloting instincts scream. They lacked symmetry, lacked the clean aerodynamic lines of Republic engineering. Some were bulbous, others elongated, all of them covered in ridges and spines that served purposes Anakin didn't want to contemplate. They moved erratically, accelerating in directions that should violate physics, protected by Dovan basals that could swallow laser fire and spit it back as superheated plasma. But they were also predictable if you knew what to look for. The Dovan basals needed line of sight to intercept shots. They couldn't cover every angle simultaneously. And when they accelerated, the gravitational fields weakened, making the skips vulnerable for split seconds at a time. Anakin weaved through the Vong formation, firing in controlled bursts that forced the skips to turn, to expose their flanks, to choose which shots to block and which to evade. One coral skipper tried to lock onto him its Dovin basal, creating a micro-black hole directly in front of his flight path. Anakin felt it through the force. Not the skip itself that was still a void, an absence, but the gravitational distortion it created. Like a depression in a blanket, pulling everything toward it. He pulled up hard, inverted the X-wing in a corkscrew that would have snapped most pilots' necks, and came out directly behind the coral skipper. His thumb mashed the firing stud. 4 laser cannons spoke as one. The skip's Dovin basal tried to catch the shots. Failed. 2 bolts punched through organic armor, flash boiling internal fluids. The fighter shuddered and died, tumbling end over end through space. How did you? Jacen started. Trust your instincts. Anakin fired again, destroying a second skip. And fly faster. You're thinking too much. Stop analyzing and just feel where they're going to be. Jacen's X-wing lurched as he tried a tighter turn than the craft was designed for. His S-foils shuddered, stress warnings flashing on his display. But he made the maneuver, got behind a coral skipper, and fired. The skip exploded in a spray of organic fragments that splattered across Jacen's viewport. Got one. Jacen's voice carried genuine surprise. Good. Now get 2 more before they regroup. Above them, Jaina screamed past, chasing a coral skipper that was targeting one of her wing mates. She got tone, the targeting computer chiming lock. She fired. And the Dovin basal swallowed her laser bolts. Just ate them whole, the micro-black hole at the ship's nose consuming the energy like it was nothing. Damn it! Jaina cursed. She pulled up hard, corkscrewed, came around for another pass. Aim for the pilot. Anakin shouted over the COMM. The basals can't cover everywhere at once. Jaina, coordinate with your wing mates. Hit them from 3 angles simultaneously. Jaina didn't respond. She was already moving, her tactical mind the same sharp intelligence that had made her one of the best pilots in her generation, processing the information and formulating a plan. Her flight group spread out. 3 X-wings, approaching from different vectors, high, low, and side-on. The coral skipper's Dovin basal tried to track all 3 targets, its gravitational field flickering as it attempted to cover multiple threat axes at once. It failed. 3 laser bolts converged on the skip from 3 directions. The Dovin basal managed to catch 2 of them, but the third punched through the coral hull right where the pilot sat. The fighter tumbled, dead in space, leaking atmosphere and biological fluids. Yes. Jaina's whoop echoed through the COMM, raw and exultant. Did you see that spiral? I thought my stabilizers were going to tear off. They almost did, Jacen said dryly. His voice carried the kind of deadpan humor that only siblings could perfect. Your wing was vibrating at 1200 cycles per second. Another 3 seconds and you would have shed your S-foils entirely. And it was awesome. Jaina shot back. Then, quieter but still audible over the COMM, Grandfather, did you see? 3-point convergence, just like you said. Anakin felt something warm unfold in his chest. Pride. His granddaughter had taken his instruction and executed it perfectly, adapting combat theory to practical application in the space of seconds. She was good. Really good. Maybe as good as he'd been at her age. I saw, he said. Now do it again. We still have 15 skips out here, and they're getting smart. The remaining Vong fighters had abandoned their pursuit patterns and consolidated into a defensive formation, using their Dovin basals to create overlapping gravitational fields that made coordinated attacks nearly impossible. It was a smart move. Probably directed by a warship coordinator somewhere in the system. Time to get creative, Anakin muttered. He keyed his COMM. All fighters, form on me. We're going straight through them. That's suicide, one of Jaina's wingmates said. That's an order, Anakin corrected. Match my speed and angle. When I break, you scatter and pick your targets. Move. He didn't wait for confirmation. He just accelerated, pushing the X-Wing's engines to maximum thrust. The stars elongated into lines as he knifed toward the Vong formation at speeds that made his astromech droid scream warnings. The coral skippers saw him coming. Their Dovin basals flared, creating a wall of gravitational distortions designed to rip his fighter apart or swallow him whole. Anakin reached out with the Force. Not to sense the Vong, he couldn't. But he could feel the space they occupied, the way their biotechnology bent reality. He could feel the gravitational wells, the micro-black holes, the distortions in the fabric of space-time. And he flew through them. His X-wing twisted, rolled, dove moving through impossible angles that shouldn't have been survivable. Behind him, Jacen and Jaina followed his lead, trusting his instincts, flying by faith rather than logic. The rest of the squadron scattered, picking targets, firing from dozens of angles simultaneously. The Vong formation shattered. Anakin came out the other side with 6 kills. Jacen got 3. Jaina got 4. The rest of the squadron cleaned up the remainder. Total time, 4 minutes. Total casualties, 0. When they returned to the carrier, a modified Mon Calamari cruiser serving as the expedition's mobile base, Jaina practically bounced out of her cockpit. She hit the hangar deck running, helmet tucked under one arm, grinning so wide her face looked like it might split in half. "That was amazing," she shouted, not caring who heard. "Did you see that spiral? The G-forces were insane. I blacked out for half a second, and when I came back I was upside down and the skip was right there and she made an explosive gesture with her free hand. "You also nearly killed yourself," Jacen said, climbing out of his own X-wing with considerably more dignity. His face was pale, sweat plastering his dark hair to his forehead. "That roll you pulled at Mark III? Your structural integrity was at 17%. Your S-foils were literally held together by hope and magnetic clamps." "And it was awesome," Jaina repeated. She turned to Anakin, who was descending from his own fighter with the kind of casual grace that came from decades, years, but decades of experience compressed into a few years of combat flying. "Grandfather. Teach me that. The inverted spiral thing. The one where you went through their formation like it wasn't even there." Anakin couldn't help but smile. Her enthusiasm, her absolute fearlessness, the way she threw herself into combat like it was the best thing in the galaxy, it reminded him painfully of himself at her age. Before the war had ground him down. Before Padme. Before Mustafar. Before everything fell apart. "I'll teach you," he promised. "But first, you need to work on your target tracking. You wasted 3 shots on that first coral skipper because you didn't lead your target properly. You aimed where it was instead of where it was going to be." "I'll practice," Jaina said immediately. No defensiveness. No ego. Just the instant acceptance of someone who knew she could be better and wanted the tools to get there. "Show me the telemetry. I want to see what I did wrong." Later, Anakin said. "Right now, I want both of you to eat something and get at least 4 hours of sleep. We're running another patrol in 6 hours, and if you're flying exhausted, you're flying dead." Jaina's grin faded slightly, but she nodded. "Yes, grandfather." "And Jaina?" "Yeah. That was good flying today. Really good. You've got instincts most pilots train their whole lives to develop. Don't waste them by getting yourself killed doing something stupid." Her grin came back, smaller but genuine. "I won't. Promise." She turned and jogged toward the lift, already talking to her wingmates about the battle, dissecting every maneuver, every mistake, every victory. Jacen followed more slowly, his green eyes thoughtful in a way that made Anakin think he was analyzing more than just tactics. Anakin stood alone in the hangar, watching his grandchildren disappear into the carrier's corridors, and felt something he hadn't felt since before Mustafar. Hope. Maybe, just maybe, he could teach them to be better than he'd been. Stronger. Wiser. Powerful enough to protect the people they loved without falling to the darkness that had consumed him. Maybe he could give them what Obi-Wan had tried to give him, the tools to be great without becoming monsters. Your family, he whispered to the empty hangar. Of course I'm teaching you. And this time, he wouldn't fail. The Jedi archives on Mon Calamari were nothing like the grand halls of the Coruscant temple. No towering holocron vaults or endless corridors lined with ancient texts. This was a practical space databases and holo projectors arranged in efficient clusters, designed for function rather than ceremony. Anakin sat alone in a secure viewing chamber, the door sealed behind him. The holographic recording flickered to life, and Master Mace Windu appeared at life-size scale, moving through combat demonstrations with his distinctive purple blade. Anakin's hand tightened on the armrest. Mace. The man who'd never trusted him. Who'd looked at 9-year-old Anakin and declared him too old, too dangerous, too emotional to be trained. Who'd spent years watching Anakin with barely concealed suspicion, waiting for him to prove every dark prophecy the Council feared. And Mace had been right. That's what burned. Every concern, every warning, every moment of distrust. Anakin had vindicated all of it when he'd stormed the temple with the 501st. When he'd chosen Palpatine over the Jedi. When he'd become exactly what Mace had always feared he would. The holographic Mace moved through Form 7 sequences. Vapad. The most aggressive Jedi lightsaber form, banned by the Council until Mace had modified it, tamed it, made it something a Jedi could use without falling to darkness. Anakin had asked Mace to teach him. Multiple times during the Clone Wars. And every single time, Mace had refused. You're not ready, Mace had said, his voice flat and unyielding. Your emotional instability, your attachments Vapad would consume you. You'd fall to the dark side before you mastered the first kata. Anakin had hated him for that. Hated the judgment, the condescension, the absolute certainty that Anakin Skywalker, the chosen one, the hero with no fear, wasn't good enough, wasn't controlled enough to learn what Mace had mastered. And now, watching these recordings with decades of hindsight he hadn't lived, Anakin saw something else. Mace moved like controlled lightning. Every strike flowed seamlessly into the next. Every defensive position transitioned into offense without pause. It wasn't just about speed or power, though both were there in abundance. It was about channeling. Taking the darkness, your own and your opponent's, and redirecting it, weaponizing it without letting it consume you. Vapad wasn't just aggressive. It was balanced. Walking the knife's edge between light and dark, using both without surrendering to either. Mace hadn't refused to teach him because Anakin was unworthy. He'd refused because Anakin had lacked the self-awareness to recognize his own darkness, the emotional clarity to see his flaws without denying them, the discipline to touch the abyss without diving in head first. The irony wasn't lost on Anakin. He was studying the techniques of a man he'd killed. Learning from someone who'd been right about him all along. Trying to master a form that required the very emotional control Mace had insisted he didn't have. What are you watching? Anakin's hand moved to his lightsaber before he recognized the voice. Jacen stood in the doorway, curiosity burning in his green eyes like a focused flame. Form 7, Anakin said, releasing his weapon. Vapad. The most aggressive Jedi lightsaber form. Mace Windu created it. Jacen's eyes widened. He stepped fully into the viewing chamber, the door hissing shut behind him. Can you teach it? I never learned it properly, Anakin admitted. The words tasted like failure. Mace refused to teach me. Said I wasn't ready. Said I'd fall. He gestured at the holographic recording. But I'm studying his techniques now. Trying to understand his philosophy. Watch this. See how he moves. The recording showed Mace facing 3 opponents, training droids programmed to simulate Sith combat styles. Mace's purple blade became a blur, striking from impossible angles, creating openings that shouldn't exist, exploiting weaknesses before they fully formed. It's not random, Anakin continued. Every strike creates an opening for the next. He's not just reacting to what's happening, he's seeing 3 seconds into the future. Fighting battles that haven't happened yet. Shatterpoint, Jacen breathed. He moved closer to the hologram, his force presence deepening as he studied Mace's movements with analytical intensity. Mace Windu could see shatter points. Weak points in an opponent's defense. In objects. In events. In the force itself. Anakin froze. What did you say? Shatterpoint. Jacen turned to face him, and there was something in his expression, excitement mixed with pride, like he'd been waiting for someone to ask this question. It's a rare force ability. Extremely rare. It lets you perceive critical moments, places where a small action can have huge consequences. Mace used it to see weaknesses in physical objects, sure. But also in people. In strategies. In the flow of events themselves. He sat in the chair beside Anakin, his presence in the force shifting, becoming more focused. I've been studying it. Independently. Reading old texts, experimenting with perception techniques. I think he hesitated. I think I might have it. Anakin stared at his grandson. Shatterpoint was one of the rarest force abilities in existence. Mace had been one of maybe a dozen Jedi in 1,000 years who could use it naturally. Show me, Anakin said. 30 minutes later, they stood in a training room adjacent to the archives. The space was small, designed for form practice rather than full sparring. Anakin activated a combat droid, an older model, pre-Clone Wars, nothing like his separatist army. The droid powered up with a mechanical whir, photoreceptors glowing amber. It assumed a combat stance, fusion cutter extending from its right arm, stun prod from its left. Don't attack it, Anakin instructed. Just look. See where it's weak. Jacen ignited his green lightsaber and centered himself. His breathing slowed. His presence in the Force shifted, deepening in a way that reminded Anakin of meditation but sharper. More focused. Like a blade cutting through fog. Seconds ticked past. The droid waited, programmed not to attack first. Jacen's eyes moved across its frame, tracing lines that weren't visible, seeing connections that existed only in the Force. When Jacen opened his eyes fully, there was an intensity there that hadn't existed before. A clarity that made him look older, harder. More dangerous. There, he said, pointing at the droid's left knee joint. And there the power coupling behind its neck plate. Those are the shatter points. The weak points where the entire structure depends on single components. If I hit those 2 points in sequence, knee first to disrupt balance, then neck to sever power flow, the droid will collapse even if I don't destroy it outright. Do it, Anakin said. Jacen moved. He was faster than Anakin had realized. The green blade flashed once, a precision strike that severed the motivator assembly in the droid's knee without damaging anything else. The droid staggered, compensators trying to maintain balance. Jacen spun, brought his lightsaber around in a horizontal arc that punched through the rear neck plate exactly where he'd indicated. Sparks fountained. The droid's photoreceptors flickered once and died. It toppled forward, hitting the training mat with a metallic clang. Total time, 4 seconds. Anakin exhaled slowly. You have it. The ability. You just needed the framework to understand what you were seeing. What I was studying independently, Jacen corrected. There was pride in his voice, not arrogance, but the satisfaction of someone who'd worked for understanding and achieved it. I've been trying to grasp Force phenomena that Uncle Luke doesn't teach. Alternative perspectives. Ways to use the Force that don't fit traditional Jedi doctrine. Warning bells clanged in Anakin's mind. That kind of philosophy, seeking knowledge outside approved channels, questioning established teachings, had led plenty of Jedi down dark paths. He'd walked one himself. But he also remembered Jacen on Myrkr. Fighting with controlled aggression that had saved his brother's life. Using the Force as a tool rather than a religion. This wasn't a kid spiraling toward darkness. This was someone trying to understand the Force's full spectrum, light, dark, and everything between. Shatterpoint isn't inherently dark, Anakin said carefully. Mace used it his entire life without falling. He walked closer to the dark side than almost any Jedi and never crossed the line. But it requires something most Jedi don't have: emotional clarity. You have to see yourself, your flaws, your darkness, your capacity for cruelty without flinching. Without denying it. Can you do that? Jacen met his eyes without hesitation. I can. Because I'm not afraid of what I'll see. Fear is what corrupts, grandfather. Not knowledge. The Council feared the dark side so much they refused to study it, and that ignorance let Palpatine hide in plain sight for decades. I won't make that mistake. That philosophy, embracing darkness to understand it rather than fleeing from it, was exactly what would eventually corrupt Jacen into Darth Sidious. But Anakin didn't know that. Couldn't know it. He only saw a grandson who was brilliant, analytical, and genuinely trying to become stronger without falling. Someone who wanted to understand rather than just obey. Then I'll help you develop it, Anakin decided. But Jacen, he gripped his grandson's shoulder. If you ever feel yourself slipping, if the darkness starts feeling good instead of just powerful, if you start enjoying the cruelty instead of just using it, you tell me immediately. Understand? Not Luke. Not your mother. Me. Because I'll recognize it before anyone else does. I understand, Jacen said. And in this moment, standing in a training room with a destroyed droid at his feet, he genuinely meant it. 4 months after the droid army activation, Anakin stood on an isolated training platform built into Mon Calamari's surface. The ocean stretched endlessly in all directions, waves crashing against the platform's support columns with rhythmic violence. Jaina solo moved through Form V sequences, her violet lightsaber humming as she flowed from stance to stance. She was good, naturally aggressive, with the kind of combat instincts that couldn't be taught. But Form V alone wouldn't be enough against the Vong. Not if she wanted to survive. You're telegraphing your strikes, Anakin called out. I can see each one coming 3 moves ahead. Your shoulder dips before you commit to the overhead. Your weight shifts before you lunge. Against most opponents, that won't matter. Against someone who's watching. Then show me how to fix it. Jaina snapped back. No deference. No apology. Just the demand of someone who knew she could be better and wanted the tools to get there immediately. Anakin smiled. That fire, that refusal to accept limitations, reminded him painfully of himself. He ignited his lightsaber. Blue light flooded the platform. Defend yourself. He attacked. Jaina's blade came up, blocking the first strike. The second. The third. But Anakin wasn't using Form V anymore. His attacks came from angles she didn't expect, strikes that shifted mid-swing in ways that violated the structured patterns of traditional forms. He pressed harder, faster, and Jaina's defense began to fracture. Stop thinking! Anakin shouted over the clash of blades. Feel the fight! Your lightsaber isn't separate from you, it's an extension of your will. Stop treating it like a tool and start treating it like part of your body. He feinted high, struck low. Jaina barely blocked, her boots scraping across the platform as she gave ground. Sweat plastered her dark hair to her forehead. Her breathing came hard and fast. Anakin pressed even harder. He channeled the Force into his strikes, adding weight and power that drove her back step by step. Her defense faltered. She staggered. And then something shifted. Jaina's eyes went sharp and cold. The desperation vanished, replaced by something predatory. Her violet blade stopped defending and became a whirlwind, striking from 4 angles simultaneously in a pattern that shouldn't have been physically possible. Anakin barely blocked. The first strike came at his head, the second at his knee, the third at his ribs, all within half a second. The force of her assault drove him back 2 steps before he could re-establish his guard and disengage. "There," he said, deactivating his lightsaber. "That's it. That's Vapad. You stopped defending and started attacking with everything you had. You weren't thinking about forms or techniques, you were just fighting." Jaina stood with her blade still raised, chest heaving, eyes still carrying that sharp predatory focus. It felt different. Like I was drawing on anger but not drowning in it. Like the rage was fuel but I was still in control. "Because you were in control," Anakin explained. He walked closer, studying her stance, the way she held her weapon. "Vapad channels darkness, yours and your opponent's, but you direct it. You're not consumed by it. Mace Windu spent decades mastering this form because it's so dangerous. You just did it naturally because you have the mindset for it." "What mindset?" Jaina asked. "The ability to touch darkness without falling into it. To use aggression as a weapon without letting it use you. Most Jedi can't do that, they're too afraid of their own anger, so when they finally tap into it, they lose control. But you..." He gestured at her with his deactivated saber. "You've always been aggressive. Always fought with passion. You've spent your whole life walking the line between controlled fury and reckless violence. Vapad just gives you the framework to weaponize that." Jaina's expression shifted, pride mixing with something that might have been fear. "Teach me more. I want to master this." "I will," Anakin promised. "But Jaina, this form is dangerous. More dangerous than any other lightsaber technique the Jedi ever developed. If you lose control, even for a second, you'll fall. The dark side will eat you alive and you won't even realize it's happening until it's too late. You need emotional discipline to match your physical skill." "I have discipline," Jaina said fiercely. Her violet eyes blazed with determination. "I won't fall. I won't become..." She cut herself off, but Anakin knew what she'd been about to say. "I won't become like you." "Good," he said quietly. "Hold on to that. Use it as your anchor. Your fear of falling, that's not weakness. That's the thing that'll keep you sane when Vapad tries to pull you under." 5 months after Mon Calamari, Anakin stood on the observation platform of the 501st Legion training facility. Below him, Anakin Solo moved through an obstacle course, violet lightsaber flashing as he destroyed training remotes that fired stun bolts from random angles. His grandson was skilled, far more skilled than most 17-year-olds had any right to be. His technical genius showed in how he moved, calculating angles and trajectories with mathematical precision. His Form V was textbook perfect, each strike flowing into optimal positions. But he was holding back. Pulling his strikes. Every hit destroyed the remotes, but just barely. Like he was afraid to use his full strength. "Again," Anakin ordered through the COMM. "I hit every target," his grandson protested, breathing hard. "You touched every target," Anakin corrected. He jumped from the observation platform, using the force to slow his descent, and landed on the training floor with barely a sound. "You didn't destroy them. You disabled them. In a real fight against the Vong, that hesitation gets you killed. They don't stop fighting until they're dead. Wounding them just makes them angry." He walked closer, studying his grandson's face. "You're afraid of your own power. Afraid that if you go all out, you'll fall like I did." Anakin Solo's jaw tightened. "Everyone expects me to either live up to your legend or become Vader. There's no middle ground. Every time I fight aggressively, every time I get angry, people look at me like I'm about to put on a black helmet and start choking people." "Then stop caring what everyone expects," Anakin said bluntly. "You're not me. You're not Vader. You're Anakin Solo. And you have gifts, technical genius, force sensitivity, combat skill that you're wasting because you're too afraid to embrace them." "I'm not afraid." "You are," Anakin interrupted. And it's killing your potential. Watch. He activated a training droid, one of the B2 super battle droids from his separatist army. This wasn't some old maintenance droid. This was a combat unit, fast and aggressive, programmed to fight without mercy. The droid charged, firing wrist-mounted blasters. Anakin didn't use his lightsaber. He didn't even move. He just reached out with the force and ripped. The droid's right arm tore free at the shoulder joint with a screech of tortured metal. Anakin gestured sharply and the severed limb flew across the training floor like a missile. Another gesture, the droid's chest plate crumpled inward, servos and power cells crushing together. Anakin lifted the whole droid into the air with a thought and slammed it into the durasteel floor hard enough to crater the metal. That's aggression, Anakin said. Controlled. Directed. Devastating. And I didn't fall to the dark side doing it because I wasn't fighting out of fear or hatred. I was fighting to win. He met his grandson's eyes. You can do the same. You have the power, I can feel it in you, same bloodline as me. But you have to stop being afraid of your own strength. Anakin Solo stared at the mangled droid. Then at his grandfather. Something shifted in his expression, determination replacing doubt, resolve replacing fear. Show me, he said. For the next 3 hours, Anakin taught his grandson offensive techniques. How to channel the Force into strikes that could shatter armor. How to sense openings in an opponent's defense even when they were invisible in the Force, reading body language. Anticipating movements, using physical cues instead of Force sensitivity. How to fight with the kind of controlled ferocity that defined the Skywalker bloodline without letting that ferocity become mindless rage. By the end, Anakin Solo was drenched in sweat, his hands shaking from exhaustion. But he was grinning, genuinely grinning in a way Anakin hadn't seen since before Myrkr. Thank you, his grandson said quietly. For believing I can do this without falling. You can, Anakin said. Because you have something I didn't, perspective. You know what happens when you let fear control you. You've seen the result, heard the stories, lived in the shadow of what I became. Use that knowledge. Let it make you stronger instead of weaker. 7 months after Mon Calamari, Anakin sat cross-legged in his meditation chamber, floating a meter above the floor. Around him, objects drifted in lazy orbits: chairs, datapads, his lightsaber, even pieces of disassembled equipment from his technical work with Anakin Solo. He reached into the Force, diving deeper than he'd ever gone. Past the surface ripples of present awareness. Past the currents of immediate future and recent past. Down into the foundation, the bedrock reality that underlay everything. Light and dark. The Jedi had taught they were separate. Opposed. That to touch darkness was to begin the fall, and the only salvation was pure devotion to the light. But Anakin was the chosen one. Born of the Force itself, created without a father by midi-chlorians that represented the forces will made manifest. And as he dove deeper into that connection, deeper than any Jedi had gone in centuries, he felt something the Council had never told him about. Balance. Not the absence of darkness. Not pure light drowning out shadow. But both sides flowing together, intertwining, becoming something greater than their individual parts. He could feel his grief over Padme, the dark side's fuel, the wound that had driven him to Mustafar and beyond. But he could also feel his love for his grandchildren, for Luke and Leia, for the life he was fighting to protect. The darkness and the light weren't opposing forces. They were two sides of the same coin, both necessary, both vital. The objects orbiting him began to glow. Some pulsed with soft blue light, the light side, calm and serene. Others flickered with crimson energy, the dark side, passionate and fierce. And as they spun faster, the colors began to blur together until they weren't blue or red but something between. Something unified. Something whole. This was oneness. The state the ancient Jedi had whispered about but few achieved, where you stopped imposing your will on the Force and instead moved with it, becoming a channel rather than a wielder. But for Anakin, for the chosen one, it was different. He didn't just achieve oneness. He was the balance. Light and dark, life and death, creation and destruction. All of it flowing through him without consuming him. Not because he was stronger than the dark side, but because he finally understood that the dark side was part of him, and denying it only made it more dangerous. The Force showed him truths the Jedi had hidden from themselves. Balance didn't mean eliminating darkness. It meant accepting it, understanding it, using it when necessary without letting it control you. The Sith were wrong, pure darkness led to destruction and death. But the Jedi were also wrong, pure light led to stagnation and blindness. True balance walked between both extremes. When Anakin opened his eyes, the objects fell gently to the floor, settling without sound. He felt different. Stronger. Clearer. Like he'd finally become what he was always meant to be. Not Jedi. Not Sith. But something else entirely. Something the galaxy hadn't seen in millennia. The Chosen One. Fully realized. Fully balanced. He stood and looked at his hands, young, unscarred, whole. These hands had killed Jedi. Would have killed more if the Force hadn't pulled him forward. But they'd also saved his grandchildren. Liberated worlds. Taught the next generation to be better than he'd been. Maybe that was what balance meant. Not perfection. Not the absence of darkness. But the choice to do better. To be better. Even when darkness was easier. Anakin smiled, genuinely smiled in a way he hadn't since before Padme's death. For the first time since Mustafar, he felt like himself again. 8 months after Mon Calamari, hyperspace shattered above the agricultural world of Dac Tolar. The combined fleet dropped into real space with the kind of precision that came from months of coordinated operations. 3 Venator-class star destroyers painted in the 501 STS distinctive blue and white, 12 separatist capital ships bearing scars from the Clone Wars, and a Hapan Nova-class battle cruiser that gleamed like polished silver against the darkness. Anakin Skywalker stood on the bridge of his flagship, hands clasped behind his back, watching the planet rotate beneath them. Where Dac Tolar had once been green and fertile, endless fields of grain, orchards that stretched to every horizon, now something else was growing. The Vong had Vong formed it. Massive organic structures erupted from the surface like tumors, pulsing with bioluminescent light. Forests of yorick coral spread across what had been farmland, their branches twisted and wrung. And everywhere the native population worked in chains, tearing down their own cities to feed the biomass that would transform their world into something unrecognizable. All forces, this is General Skywalker, Anakin said into the fleet-wide COMM. His voice carried to every ship, every trooper, every droid in the armada. We're here to take back this world. Clone forces and Hapan Marines will handle ground assault once we establish orbital superiority. Droid forces deploy immediately, show the Vong what it means to fight an enemy that feels no fear. The separatist ships responded first. Their hangar bays opened like great mouths, disgorging landing craft by the dozens. Each craft carried hundreds of battle droids, B-1s with their distinctive skeletal frames, B-2s that were walking tanks of armor and firepower, commando droids that moved with predatory grace. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. A mechanical tide pouring toward the surface like judgment made manifest. And the Yuuzhan Vong lost their minds. Anakin felt it through the Force, not the Vong themselves, still void-shaped absences in reality, but the reaction. Rage. Religious horror. The kind of primal revulsion that bypassed all tactical thinking and went straight to berserker fury. There, Commander Apo said from beside him, pointing at the tactical display. The Vong ground forces are abandoning their defensive positions. They're charging the droid landing zones. Good, Anakin said. He keyed the COMM again. KYP, take your squadron and hit their world ship. They're distracted. Make it count. KYP Duran's voice crackled back, carrying the kind of predatory satisfaction that Anakin recognized from his own reflection. With pleasure. Dozen and 2 Avengers, Form up. We're going in hot. Through the viewport, Anakin watched the Jedi strike team launch 12 X-Wings and 2 Y-Wing bombers, their engines burning bright as they accelerated toward the massive organic ship hovering in high orbit. Coral skippers moved to intercept, but KYP's pilots were good. They wove through enemy fire with force-enhanced reflexes, each one a weapon honed by months of combat against the Vong. "General," Apo said. "Transports ready for ground assault." "Then let's go," Anakin said. The surface of Dac Tolar was worse up close. The Vong forming process had twisted the landscape into something nightmarish, organic walls that pulsed like beating hearts, ground covered in lichen that screamed when you stepped on it, air thick with spores that made breathing feel like drowning. Anakin ignited his lightsaber and charged. Jacen and Jaina flanked him, their own blades green and violet cutting arcs through the fetid air. Around them, clone troopers advanced in textbook formation, blaster fire hammering into Vong warriors who'd abandoned their fortified positions to attack the droid army. The first Vong warrior came at Anakin with an amphi-staff, the living serpent spear that defined Vong close combat. The weapon shifted from rigid spear to flexible whip mid-strike, lashing out faster than most beings could track. Anakin cut it in half. His lightsaber moved through the amphi-staff's body like a hot knife through butter, bisecting the creature before it could spit venom. The warrior roared genuine shock that his weapon had failed, and Anakin drove his blade through the Vong's chest. The warrior collapsed, ichor steaming on the ground. "This is working!" Jacen shouted over the clash of combat. He deflected an amphi-staff strike, spun, and severed the wielder's arm at the elbow. "The Vong can't help themselves. They hate the droids so much they're ignoring us." "Not for long," Anakin warned. He reached out with the Force, feeling for shatter points. "They're 200 meters away, rallying his forces." "Jacen! The commander! Take him down and their formation collapses." Jacen's eyes went sharp. Anakin had taught him to see shatter points, and now the ability showed itself. His grandson saw the critical moment, the weak point where a single action could have cascading consequences. He didn't hesitate. He force-leapt, covering the distance in 3 bounds, and drove his green lightsaber through the commander's chest before the warrior could react. The Vong forces shattered. Without coordination, without orders, they became individual warriors fighting isolated battles. The 501st swept through them with decades of experience. The droids ground forward with mechanical inevitability. And the Vong religious zealots who'd abandoned tactics to destroy the mechanical abominations died by the hundreds. 3 hours later, Dac Tolar was free. That evening, the liberated settlement threw a feast. It was meager by any standard, ration packs supplemented with what little the Vong hadn't destroyed, but it was genuine. Survivors laughed and cried in equal measure, celebrating freedom they'd thought would never come. Anakin stood apart from the crowd, watching his grandchildren. Gina was demonstrating a flying maneuver to a group of wide-eyed locals, her hands tracing arcs through the air. Jacen sat with the wounded, using what healing techniques Luke had taught him to ease their pain. Luke and Leia moved through the crowd like the leaders they were, offering comfort and hope in equal measure. "Not bad for your first planetary liberation in 30 years. Anakin turned. Han Solo approached with 2 drinks, something that smelled vaguely alcoholic, and offered one. Anakin took it. It felt good, Anakin admitted. Saving people instead of killing them. Novel experience. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. War's not over. Han took a long drink, his expression somewhere between satisfied and exhausted. "I heard you can fly. The kids say you're the best pilot they've ever seen." Anakin smirked. "Is that your way of asking for a competition?" "I'm the best pilot in the galaxy," Han said flatly. "Just thought you should know before you embarrass yourself." "The best pilot in the galaxy wouldn't have gotten his ship caught in a tractor beam at the Death Star," Anakin countered. Han's eyes narrowed. "How do you know about that?" "Force visions," Anakin lied smoothly. He couldn't exactly explain that the Force had shown him glimpses of Luke's life, of Han's involvement in the rebellion, of everything that would have happened in the timeline he'd been pulled from. And for the record, I trained as a pod racer when I was 9. Won the Bunta Eve Classic on Tatooine. You know what the mortality rate is for pod racing? Don't care, Han said. I made the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs. That's a measurement of distance, not speed. Which means you're either bad at bragging or you took shortcuts through dangerous space. Neither one proves you're the best pilot. They stared at each other. Then Han genuinely grinned in a way that transformed his weathered face. I like you. You're insufferable. But I like you. Same, Anakin said. And he meant it. Han was arrogant, reckless, completely unafraid to challenge a Jedi Master. The kind of person who'd married into the Skywalker family and somehow survived. The kind of person Padme would have. He cut that thought off. Padme was dead. Dwelling on what she would have thought helped no one. Your kids are good, Anakin said instead. All 3 of them. They're going to be better than me. Han's expression softened. They already are. Because they learned from your mistakes. Got to see what happens when you let fear control you. He paused. I'm not saying that to be cruel. I'm saying it because it's true. You gave them something no amount of training could perspective. Maybe, Anakin said. Or maybe they're just better people. Both can be true, Han said. Then he raised his glass. To better people. And to pissing off the Vong. Anakin clinked his glass against Han's. To pissing off the Vong. 10 months after Mon Calamari, the fleet struck an industrial world in the mid-rim. This one was harder. The Vong had fortified the factory complexes, using slave labor to tear down manufacturing centers and grow their organic replacements. Anakin led from the front in his X-Wing, screaming through a canyon while Coral skippers chased him. They were getting better at fighting Republic tactics, adapting, learning, becoming more dangerous. Jaina, you in position? He asked over the COMM. Affirmative, Jaina responded. Her flight group Flight Delta, 4 X-Wings painted with kill markings that hadn't existed a year ago waited above the canyon rim. Ready to spring the trap. Do it. Anakin pulled up sharply, clearing the canyon with meters to spare. The Coral skippers followed and Jaina's group dropped on them from above, catching them in a lethal crossfire. 5 Vong fighters died in 3 seconds. On the ground, Anakin Solo coordinated with Commander Apo. His grandson's technical genius showed in everything he did: jury-rigged B-2 super battle droids with enhanced targeting systems, modified clone armor with better protection against amphi-staff strikes, tactical plans that exploited Vong weaknesses nobody else saw. Grandfather. Anakin Solo's voice crackled over the COMM. I'm seeing a pattern in their defense grid. 3 weak points. If we hit them simultaneously, the whole thing collapses. Anakin pulled up the tactical display. His grandson was right. 3 shatter points in the Vong defensive line, probably invisible to anyone without either technical expertise or force sensitivity. Execute, Anakin ordered. Apo, coordinate with my grandson. Hit those targets now. The assault succeeded. The Vong lines broke. Another world liberated. But the cost was higher this time. 17 clone troopers dead. A Jedi Knight young, barely passed his trials, killed by an amphi-staff strike to the throat. Victory, but paid for in blood. 11 months after Mon Calamari, they found the refugee world. It wasn't strategically important. No factories, no shipyards, no reason for the Vong to take it except that it was easy. Millions of refugees crammed into temporary shelters with minimal defenses. When Anakin's fleet arrived, they found concentration camps. Bodies. Mass graves that stretched for kilometers. He walked through one of the camps after the battle, his boots crunching on ground saturated with blood. Jacen walked beside him, face pale as death. Jaina had left to vomit behind a building. Even Anakin Solo, who'd seen more death in his 17 years than most people saw in a lifetime, looked shaken. "This is what we're fighting," Anakin said quietly. "This is why hesitation gets people killed. Because while we're debating philosophy, the Vong are doing this." "I know," Jacen said. His voice was hollow. "I know. And it makes me want to kill every single one of them. Just eradicate them. Wipe them out completely. Is that wrong?" "No," Anakin said. "It's human. The question is what you do with that anger. Do you let it consume you? Or do you use it to fight harder, smarter, without losing yourself?" "I don't know," Jacen admitted. "Sometimes I think understanding them, really understanding why they do this, would help. But other times I just want them dead." That philosophy, seeking to understand evil rather than just destroying it, would eventually lead Jacen down a dark path. But Anakin didn't know that. Couldn't know it. He only saw a grandson trying to make sense of atrocity. "Both can be true," Anakin said. "You can understand your enemy and still kill them when necessary. The Vong aren't mindless monsters. They're religious zealots who genuinely believe they're serving their gods by purifying the galaxy. Understanding that doesn't make them less dangerous. It makes them more dangerous." They continued through the camp in silence, bearing witness to what the galaxy was fighting against. 1 year after the droid army activation, the fleet returned to Mon Calamari. 12 worlds liberated. Thousands of Vong warriors killed. Millions of civilians saved. But the cost had been high. Clone troopers lost. Jedi wounded. Resources stretched to breaking. War ground everyone down eventually. Anakin stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching Mon Calamari grow larger in the viewport. Luke's voice came through the comm, "Father. Welcome home. The Council wants to meet with you. All of you." "We'll be there," Anakin said. The new Jedi Council chambers were nothing like the old temple on Coruscant. Larger. More windows. More light. Luke had designed it deliberately to avoid the old council's sense of closed-off authority. Anakin entered with his 3 grandchildren. The council was already assembled. Luke Skywalker sat at the head, Grand Master, his presence in the Force immense but carrying weariness that a year of war had carved into his soul. Mara Jade Skywalker beside him, red hair touched with grey, green eyes that assessed Anakin with the instincts of a former Imperial assassin. She respected what he'd accomplished but hadn't forgotten what he was capable of. Kyp Duran looked more comfortable in this setting than he had a year ago. He and Anakin had developed mutual respect born from shared combat. Saba Sabatine, a Barabel Jedi Master whose scales gleamed copper in the light. She spoke in third person, a species quirk, and treated combat as a form of meditation. Kyle Katarn, former Imperial officer turned Jedi, pragmatic and cynical in equal measure. His brown beard was graying, his eyes sharp. Silgola Monday Calamari, Jedi healer whose insights into the Force had proven invaluable throughout the war. Corin Horn, green-eyed and sharp-featured, a former Corsec officer who approached Jedi work like detective work. Kem Saluzar and Chen Saluzar, masters who ran the Jedi Academy, focused on training the next generation. And others, a dozen Jedi Masters representing Luke's reformed order. No single species dominated. No rigid hierarchy beyond Luke's position. This was what the Jedi were supposed to be. "Anakin Skywalker," Luke said formally. "Jacen Solo. Jaina Solo. Anakin Solo. Welcome." Anakin bowed, slightly more respect than he'd ever shown the old council. "Grand Master. We've reviewed your campaigns," Mara said. Her voice was controlled but carried approval. 12 worlds liberated. Minimal civilian casualties. Vong forces disrupted across multiple sectors. You've done more in 1 year than some Jedi accomplish in their entire lives. "We had resources," Anakin said. "The droid army. The 501st. And my grandchildren, who proved they don't need me to be great Jedi." They already are. Jaina flushed. Jacen stood straighter. Anakin Solo just looked stunned. Kyle Katarn spoke up, his voice carrying the gravel of someone who'd seen too much. The question is what we do next. The Vong are weakened but not broken. And Coruscant remains under their control. Every day we wait, more people die. More of the planet gets terraformed into their vision of paradise. Which is why we take it back, Anakin said. But not yet. We need more time to prepare. The Vong have turned Coruscant into a fortress. If we attack now, we'll lose. How long? Luke asked. 6 months, Anakin estimated. Maybe a year. We need to keep bleeding their forces. Hit supply lines. Destroy more shipyards. Force them to spread thin. And then when they're weak enough we strike with everything we have. KYP leaned forward. And who leads the assault? You? Luke? Both. All of us, Luke said. He looked around the council chamber. Every Jedi who can fight. Every ship we can spare. This won't be a surgical strike. This will be the battle that decides whether the galaxy survives. Silence fell. The weight of that statement settled over everyone. Saba Sabatine hissed softly. This one agrees. The Vong took our heart. We take it back. And we show them that this galaxy will not fall quietly. Agreed, Mara said. One by one, the council voted. Unanimous. They would retake Coruscant. Late that evening, Luke found Anakin on an observation deck, watching the stars. Father and son stood together in silence for a long moment. You've changed, Luke said finally. Since you arrived. You're more balanced. Centered. The darkness is still there, but it's not consuming you. I'm learning, Anakin said. How to be both. Light and dark. Jedi and something else. The Force is trying to show me what I was meant to be. Not Vader. Not even the Jedi Council's vision of the Chosen One. Something different. Oneness, Luke said softly. You're achieving oneness. Walking the path between light and dark without falling to either extreme. Maybe, Anakin admitted. Or maybe I'm just older. Wiser. Less angry. He turned to face Luke. You've built something good here. An order that's better than the one I knew. Don't let fear of becoming me stop you from finishing what you started. I won't, Luke promised. But Father, when we retake Coruscant, when this war ends, what happens to you? The Force pulled you from Mustafar for a reason. Do you think you'll go back? Anakin didn't have an answer. He looked at his hands whole, unscarred, young. Then at Luke his son, who he'd failed in one timeline but might save in this one. I don't know, he said honestly. But until the Force decides, I'm going to keep fighting. Keep saving people. And maybe, just maybe, that'll be enough to balance what I did. What I would have done. Luke's eyes were wet. It already is. You saved my nephews. You've saved thousands of people. You've proven that Anakin Skywalker is more than just the man who became Vader. We'll see, Anakin said. But for the first time since Mustafar, he almost believed it. After Luke left, Anakin stayed on the observation deck. He reached into the Force, feeling the currents of future possibilities. Coruscant burned in the Force, millions of lives hanging in the balance, the planet's future teetering on the edge of a blade. But there was something else. Presences. Multiple presences growing stronger by the day. His grandchildren Jaina mastering Vapad, Jacen developing Shatterpoint, Anakin Solo finally embracing his power without fear. Luke finally finding balance between pacifism and action. Leia leading with the wisdom Padme would have been proud of. And himself. Anakin Skywalker. The Chosen One. Standing at a crossroads between darkness and light, finally learning to walk the path between them. I'm coming for you, he whispered to the Vong forces holding Coruscant. And when I get there, you're going to learn why they called me the hero with no fear. The stars offered no answer. But Anakin didn't need one. He knew what was coming. War. Battle. Blood. And on the other side, if they survived, a galaxy saved from extinction. He just had to make sure they survived. The Force pulsed around him, light and dark flowing together in perfect balance. Not Jedi. Not Sith. But something else entirely. The Chosen One. Fully realized. Finally whole. Ready to finish what he'd started. The corridors of Mon Calamari's residential complex curved like the interior of a shell, organic architecture that flowed with the same graceful asymmetry as the ocean-dwelling species who'd designed it. Anakin Skywalker walked through passages lit by bioluminescent panels, his boots silent against floors that seemed to ripple like water frozen mid-motion. 18 months. 18 months since the Force had pulled him from Mustafar, since he'd activated the droid army, since he'd begun teaching his grandchildren to be better than he'd been. Tomorrow, they would take back Coruscant. Tomorrow, the final battle. Tomorrow, everything would change. But first, there was this. He stopped outside Luke and Mara's quarters. The door was partially open, and through it he could hear soft sounds, a child's gurgling laughter, Luke's quiet voice murmuring something Anakin couldn't quite make out. He stood there, one hand raised to knock, suddenly uncertain. They'd kept secrets from him for 18 months. Good reasons, maybe. But secrets nonetheless. Father. Luke's voice came from inside the quarters, gentle but carrying that uncanny awareness that came from feeling presences in the Force. Come in. Please. Anakin entered. The living quarters were spacious by wartime standards. Mon Calamari architecture favored open spaces with flowing water features, though this particular room had been modified for human habitation. The walls still curved organically, colored in subtle blues and greens that reminded Anakin painfully of Naboo. Large viewports looked out over Mon Calamari's endless ocean, morning light catching on waves that rolled toward distant horizons. Luke stood near one of the viewports, holding a small child. The boy couldn't be more than a year old, sandy blonde hair catching the light, eyes that were too aware for an infant, too knowing. Those eyes tracked Anakin's movement with the kind of focus that spoke of Force sensitivity already manifesting. Ben Skywalker. His grandson, though the child didn't know what that meant yet. Father, Luke said again. His voice carried exhaustion that 18 months of war had carved into every syllable, but also something else. Uncertainty. Fear. I wanted you to meet him before we leave for Coruscant. Anakin stepped closer, studying the child. Ben gurgled, reaching toward him with tiny hands that opened and closed like he was grasping at something invisible. The Force, maybe. Or just the natural instinct of an infant seeking connection. Why now? Anakin asked quietly. Why keep him secret for a year? Mara Jade Skywalker emerged from the bedroom, her distinctive red hair pulled back in a functional braid, green eyes assessing Anakin with the instincts of someone who'd spent years as the Emperor's hand. She'd killed for Palpatine once. Served the monster Anakin would have become. And now she stood between Anakin and her son with the kind of protective tension that made her hand drift unconsciously toward the lightsaber at her belt. Because the Vong target Force-sensitive children, Mara said. Her voice was controlled, but there was steel underneath, the kind of absolute conviction that came from someone who'd lost everything once and refused to let it happen again. They capture them, torture them, try to break their connection to the Force as proof that their gods are stronger. A Skywalker baby, the grandson of the Chosen One, would be the ultimate prize. She paused, glancing at Luke, and something passed between them. A conversation held without words, the kind of intimate communication that came from years of marriage and shared grief. And because we needed to be sure, Mara continued, meeting Anakin's eyes without flinching. About you. The words hit like a physical blow. Needed to be sure you wouldn't hurt him. Anakin felt his jaw tighten, his hands clenching into fists before he forced them to relax. He couldn't blame them. Couldn't even be angry. Because they were right to fear him. He'd stormed the Jedi Temple with the 501st in another timeline. Killed younglings, children barely older than Ben would be in a few years. Proven himself capable of unspeakable atrocities when fear and rage consumed him. I understand, Anakin said quietly. The admission tasted like ash. I would have done the same thing. Protected him from me. From what I'm capable of becoming. Luke's expression shifted, pain mixing with something that might have been relief. You're not that person, Father. You haven't become that person. Every day for 18 months, you've proven that Anakin Skywalker is more than just the seed of Darth Vader. But the seed is still there, Anakin said. The darkness. The capacity for atrocity. You'd be fools not to recognize it. We do recognize it, Mara said flatly. But we also recognize that you've spent 18 months teaching our nephews and niece, liberating worlds, fighting alongside Jedi without once falling to the dark side. You've channeled darkness without being consumed by it. That's not the behavior of someone about to massacre children. Anakin exhaled slowly. He extended one finger, moving carefully, telegraphing his intentions. Ben watched him with those two aware eyes, then grabbed the offered finger with surprising strength. The child laughed, a sound so pure, so untainted by war or darkness, that Anakin felt something crack inside his chest. He's strong in the Force, Anakin observed. He could feel it, the raw potential blazing in this tiny body. Connections to the Force that rivaled what Anakin himself had been at this age. Immensely strong. Extremely, Luke confirmed. He shifted Ben in his arms, and the child immediately reached for his father's face, tiny fingers tangling in Luke's beard. Born during the war, surrounded by darkness and death, with the Vong invading and the entire galaxy teetering on the edge of extinction. But he's special. I can feel it. Like he absorbed all that pain and suffering and transmuted it into something else. Something better. He's a Skywalker, Anakin said. The words came out softer than he intended. Of course he's special. He looked up from Ben to Luke, studying his son's face. After Coruscant, after we win, what happens to him? We raise him to be better than we were, Mara said with fierce determination. She moved to stand beside Luke, one hand resting on her husband's shoulder, the other reaching to touch Ben's blonde hair. Better than you. Better than Luke. Better than all of us. A Jedi who doesn't have to choose between love and duty because he'll understand they're the same thing. Anakin nodded slowly, feeling the weight of that promise. The Jedi Council had demanded he choose attachment or the Order, Padme, or his vows. And when forced to choose, when pushed to the breaking point, he'd chosen wrong. Chosen Palpatine's lies over everything he'd ever believed in. Good, Anakin whispered. That's good. Don't let him make my mistakes. Ben gurgled again, still holding Anakin's finger, and for a moment, just a moment, Anakin let himself imagine a different future. One where this child grew up knowing his grandfather not as Darth Vader, not as a cautionary tale, but as someone who'd been there. Someone who'd taught him. Someone who'd loved him. But that future required surviving tomorrow. Required winning a battle against impossible odds. Required ensuring the Vong didn't exterminate every Force-sensitive child in the galaxy. We should go, Luke said gently. The others are waiting. 20 minutes later, the same quarters had transformed into something else entirely. The intimate space where Luke and Mara raised their son now held 3 generations of Skywalkers and the man who'd married into their particular brand of chaos. Leia Organa Solo entered first, moving with the regal bearing of someone born to lead. She'd worn practical combat clothing rather than senatorial robes, dark pants, reinforced jacket, her lightsaber prominently displayed at her belt. Beside her, Han Solo carried a bottle of amber liquid that Anakin recognized as Corellian whiskey, specifically Wyron's Reserve judging by the label. Figured we should drink the good stuff, Han said by way of greeting. Tomorrow we're either liberating Coruscant or dying in the attempt. Either way, no point saving it. Behind them came the Solo children. Jacen entered with the quiet confidence of someone who'd seen shatterpoints and understood the crushing weight of knowledge. 20 years old, dressed in earth-toned Jedi robes that somehow looked more like scholarly vestments than warrior's garb. His green eyes tracked everything, analyzing, calculating, seeing connections that others missed. Jaina followed, and everything about her screamed controlled aggression. 19 years old, purple lightsaber secured at her hip in a custom grip designed for Vopad's aggressive requirements. Her dark hair was pulled back severely, and when she moved, it was with the predatory grace of someone who'd learned to channel darkness without drowning in it. Anakin Solo came last. 18 years old as of 2 weeks ago, finally comfortable in his own skin after years of fearing his power. He'd grown into his features' strong jawline, dark hair, eyes that carried both Skywalker intensity and Solo irreverence in equal measure. His violet lightsaber hung at his belt, and when he caught Anakin Skywalker's gaze, he smiled genuine warmth without the shadow of fear that had haunted him for so long. They gathered in the common room, arranging themselves on Mon Calamari furniture that curved organically but had been designed to accommodate human physiology. Ben remained at the center, sitting on a cushion, oblivious to the fact that everyone in this room would die to protect him. "Tomorrow we take back Coruscant," Luke said. He'd settled into Grand Master mode, voice carrying the kind of authority that came from leading an order through the worst war in galactic history. "The Galactic Alliance is ready. 300 capital ships bearing Alliance colors, organized into 9 fleets under Admiral Sav's command. The Imperial Remnant has committed forces," Leia added. Her political expertise showed in how precisely she delivered information. Grand Admiral Palpatine convinced the Moff Council to contribute 50 Star Destroyers. After the Vong attacked Bastion, the Empire finally recognized that neutrality meant death. "Every Jedi who can fight will be there," Mara said. Her green eyes swept the room, cataloging each face. "Over 300 Jedi Knights, Masters, even advanced Padawans who've proven themselves against the Vong. This is it. Everything we have. And Father will deploy the full might of his forces," Luke said, turning to Anakin. 30 million battle droids, Anakin confirmed. The number sounded insane, even saying it allowed a scale of deployment that dwarfed anything the Clone Wars had ever seen. Every B1, B2, and commando droid the Separatist foundries could produce over 18 months. The factories have been running non-stop, recycling destroyed units, manufacturing new ones, building an army specifically designed to exploit Vong psychology. Plus the entire 501st Legion, Anakin continued. 20,000 clone troopers who've been training specifically to fight enemies they can't sense in the Force. Visual tracking. Predictive algorithms. Coordinated fire patterns. They're ready. Jaina grinned fierce and predatory. "They're going to hate that. The Vong think droids are abominations. Soulless machines that violate the natural order. Heresy made manifest. When they see 30 million of them, they'll break formation," Jacen finished. His voice carried the analytical tone of someone who'd already seen this moment through shatterpoint perception. "Abandon all tactical sense to destroy the mechanical tide. Religious fury overwhelming military discipline. Which is when we strike at their true weak points: the command structure, the world ships, Shimmera himself." Han raised his bottle of Wyron's Reserve, the amber liquid catching the morning light streaming through the viewports. "To the dumbest, most audacious, most insane battle plan I've ever heard. And I flew into the Death Star twice." "To family," Leia said softly. She'd moved to sit beside Ben, one hand resting gently on the child's blonde hair. "Those here. Those lost. And those we're fighting for." Her eyes lingered on the infant, and Anakin knew she was thinking of her own children when they'd been this small. Before war. Before loss. Before everything became complicated. "To ending this war," Anakin added. He felt the weight of it pressing down on his shoulders, the promise, the hope, the desperate gamble that this would actually work. And to making sure he nodded toward Ben. Grows up in a galaxy worth living in. Han poured drinks with practiced efficiency, passing glasses around. When he reached Anakin, their eyes met, and something passed between them, mutual respect earned through 18 months of shared combat, shared losses, shared victories. They drank. The Wyron's reserve burned, going down, carrying that distinctive woody bite Corellians prized. "Remember the Pasigam run?" Jaina said suddenly. 6 months ago? When grandfather pulled that inverted spiral maneuver that should have torn his X-wing apart. "I remember thinking you were going to die," Jacen said dryly. "Your structural integrity was at 19% when you tried to replicate it." "And it was awesome," Jaina shot back. She turned to Anakin Skywalker. "Tell them about the time you flew through the world ship's internal structure. The one near Bothawi." Anakin couldn't help but smile. "That wasn't skill. That was desperation and too much confidence in the Force." "Sounds like a Skywalker to me," Han muttered. They told stories. Leia recounted the diplomatic mission to the Imperial Remnant, when she'd convinced Pelian to commit forces by threatening to leak intelligence about Vong movements directly to Imperial systems if the Moffs wouldn't cooperate. Luke described the Battle of Dac Tolar, watching his father coordinate 30 Jedi, 20,000 clones, and millions of droids with the kind of tactical genius that had made him legendary during the Clone Wars. Jacen shared his first experience seeing shatterpoints during combat, the crystalline clarity of perceiving weak points in reality itself, followed by the crushing responsibility of knowing that every choice mattered. Jaina demonstrated a Vapad sequence, her purple blade humming through the air in patterns that made Anakin Solo instinctively step back. And Anakin Solo, youngest of them, finally comfortable in his own skin, talked about the moment he'd stopped fearing his power. When his grandfather had taught him that strength didn't equal falling, that aggression could be controlled, that the Skywalker bloodline carried darkness and light in equal measure. "You gave me that," Anakin Solo said, looking directly at Anakin Skywalker. "The ability to be strong without being afraid. To use power without drowning in it. Thank you." Anakin Skywalker felt his throat tighten. "You did the work yourself. I just showed you it was possible." "Sometimes that's all people need," Mara said quietly. "Someone to show them it's possible." They drank more. They laughed, genuine laughter that had nothing to do with war or tactics or the battle coming tomorrow. Ben fell asleep in Leia's arms, tiny chest rising and falling with perfect innocence. And for a few hours, they weren't soldiers or Jedi or legends. They were just family. Late that night, Anakin sat alone in his personal quarters. The room was Spartan, he'd never accumulated possessions the way some did. Just a meditation mat, a few technical manuals Anakin Solo had lent him, and his lightsaber resting within arm's reach. He settled into meditation, feeling the currents of the Force flowing around him. Tomorrow, Coruscant. Tomorrow, the final battle. Tomorrow, everything would change. He reached out through the Force, touching the presences of his grandchildren even though they were scattered across the Mon Calamari facility. Jacen's presence felt like deep water, calm on the surface but with powerful currents underneath. Brilliant, analytical, walking dangerously close to philosophies that could corrupt him if he wasn't careful. The search for understanding, for knowledge beyond traditional Jedi doctrine, carried risks that Jacen didn't fully comprehend. But it also gave him strength. The ability to see shatter points, to perceive weak points in reality itself, made him invaluable. Jaina blazed like controlled fire, fierce, aggressive, channeling darkness without surrendering to it. She'd mastered Vapad, learned to walk the knife's edge between light and dark that had made Mace Windu legendary. Every day she fought with passion and emerged still herself. Still balanced. Still in control. Anakin Solo felt different than he had 18 months ago. The fear was gone, replaced by confidence that didn't cross into arrogance. He'd finally accepted his power, finally understood that strength didn't automatically mean falling. The Skywalker bloodline ran true in him, immense potential tempered by wisdom earned through watching his grandfather struggle with the same darkness. And beyond them, Luke. Preparing for the fight of his life against Shimmera Jaimon, the supreme overlord whose power rivaled Palpatine's. Preparing to reach heights of force mastery that would make him legendary even among legends. Anakin could feel his son gathering strength, centering himself, touching the edges of oneness that few Jedi ever achieved. Anakin opened his eyes. He extended his hands, palms up, and reached for the Force. Not tentatively. Not with the restraint the Jedi Council had demanded. With everything he had. Purple lightning crackled between his fingers. Not blue like Sith lightning, that pure expression of hatred and rage. Not the weapon Palpatine had wielded with such casual cruelty. This was different. Purple. The color that came when light and dark flowed together, mixing, becoming something greater than their individual parts. The lightning danced across his palms, arcing from finger to finger with audible snaps of ionized air. Anakin channeled more power, feeling the darkness inside him, grief over Padme, rage at the Jedi Council, fury at a universe that had taken everything and letting it flow through him instead of consuming him. Balance. True balance. Not the absence of darkness but the integration of it. Using shadow and light together, wielding both without surrendering to either. The lightning intensified, illuminating his quarters in purple light. Anakin felt the power building, felt himself touching the edge of what the Chosen One was truly capable of. Not Jedi. Not Sith. Something else entirely. "I'm ready," he whispered to the Force. The lightning faded, leaving only the echo of ozone in the air. "Let's finish this." Tomorrow, they would take back Coruscant. Tomorrow, they would end the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. Tomorrow, Anakin Skywalker would prove that the Chosen One could balance light and dark without being consumed. Tomorrow, everything would change. He settled back into meditation, feeling the Force flow around him like a living thing. And for the first time since Mustafar, Anakin felt truly at peace. The storm was coming. But he was ready for it. They all were. Hyperspace shattered above Coruscant like glass breaking in reverse reality, tearing open to disgorge the largest armada ever assembled in galactic history. 300 capital ships bearing Galactic Alliance colors dropped into real space with mathematical precision, their formations spreading across orbital zones in patterns that had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Mon Calamari star cruisers with their distinctive organic curves. Hapan battle dragons gleaming silver, their turbolaser batteries already tracking targets. MC-80 cruisers that had served since the rebellion, retrofitted and deadly. Behind them came the Imperial Remnant's contribution, 50 star destroyers marked with the distinctive wedge shape that had terrorized the galaxy for decades. These ships wore new colors now, but their firepower remained undeniable. Grand Admiral Pellaeon had committed everything the Empire could spare, and the grey wedges moved with practiced efficiency into defensive positions. And at the center of this massive formation, Anakin Skywalker's personal fleet, 3 Venator-class star destroyers painted in the 501 STS iconic blue and white, each one carrying 8 squadrons of starfighters plus complement of clone troopers. Behind them, 20 separatist capital ships, Providence-class destroyers and Munificent-class frigates that looked wrong flying alongside Republic vessels, their angular hulls bristling with weapons and packed with millions of battle droids. Anakin stood on the bridge of his flagship, hands clasped behind his back, watching the planet below. Coruscant. The heart of the galaxy. Home to trillions. Except it wasn't Coruscant anymore. The Yuuzhan Vong had transformed it into something that made Anakin's stomach turn. Where endless cityscape had stretched from pole to pole, now organic structures erupted like tumors. Massive growths of auric coral spread across entire continents, pulsing with bioluminescent light. The atmosphere had shifted. One of Coruscant's moons was gone, shattered, its debris forming a grotesque rainbow bridge that arced across the sky. Yuuzhan Tar, they called it now. Their new home world. Their throne. Not for long. All forces, this is Grand Master Skywalker. Luke's voice echoed across every ship in the Armada, transmitted on open channels that would reach every crew member, every pilot, every soldier preparing to retake their home. Today we end the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. Today we take back Coruscant. May the Force be with us all. The Yuuzhan Vong responded immediately. Hundreds of coral skippers launched from the Vong-formed planet surface organic fighters that looked wrong against the stars, asymmetric and twisted. Yorick Vec assault cruisers rose from landing zones, their Dovin basals already creating gravitational distortions that rippled through space like heat shimmer. Enemy forces engaging. Admiral Treyast Crayfay's voice barked across the command channel. The Bothan commander stood on the bridge of his flagship Rolroost. Grey fur bristling with barely contained aggression. All fighters, engage. Show these invaders what happens when they take our home. Roger that, Admiral, Jaina Solo's voice crackled back. Rogue Squadron forming up. We're going in hot. The battle began. Jaina Solo led Rogue Squadron through the initial wave of coral skippers with the kind of precision that came from 18 months of constant combat. 12 X-Wings moving in perfect coordination, each pilot connected through battle meditation, exploiting every weakness she'd learned about Vong tactics. Her purple lightsaber sat secured behind her seat in a custom mount ready for when this inevitably became close combat. But right now, she needed speed and firepower. Flight Delta, on my mark, Jaina ordered. Her hands moved across the controls with practiced efficiency, targeting reticule tracking a world ship's defensive battery cluster. 3, 2, mark. 3 Y-wing bombers followed her lead, breaking from the squadron formation and diving toward the massive organic ship. Their ion cannons charged, electricity crackling across weapon emplacements. They fired simultaneously, blue bolts converging on the world ship's grotesque surface. The electricity arced across living coral, disrupting the biotechnology, scrambling the nervous system of the living vessel. The world ship screamed an audible wail transmitted through subspace that made Jaina's teeth ache even through her fighter's hull. Direct hit, her wingmate shouted. The Dovin basals are spasming, they can't coordinate defensive fire. Then let's give them more to worry about, Jaina said. She pulled hard on the stick, bringing her X-wing around in a tight arc that would have torn apart most pilots. Rogue Squadron, Alpha pattern. Hit them from 6 angles simultaneously. The X-wings scattered like shrapnel, each one approaching from different vectors. The coral skippers tried to intercept, but they were designed for individual combat, not coordinated assault. Jaina felt her targeting computer chime lock 3 different targets tracked simultaneously. She fired. The 4 laser cannons on her X-wing spoke as one, red bolts hammering into a coral skipper that was too busy trying to intercept her wingmate to notice her approach. The organic fighter shuddered, its Dovin basal failing to catch all 4 shots. 2 punched through coral armor, flash boiling internal fluids. The skip tumbled, dead in space. 1 down. Jaina reported. Multiple contacts inbound, bearing 047. I see them, KYP Duran's voice cut across the COMM. His dozen and 2 Avengers screamed past overhead, violet and blue lightsaber blades visible through their canopies. We've got this sector. Rogue Squadron, clear path to the world ship. KYP's squadron hit the incoming wave of coral skippers with controlled fury. These were Jedi pilots, each one using the Force to anticipate movements, to see futures that hadn't happened yet, to fly with reflexes no normal pilot could match. Jaina watched KYP's X-wing dance through coral skipper fire like it wasn't even there. The man had become exactly what Anakin Skywalker had seen in him 18 months ago, a weapon pointed at the enemy instead of at the order. Aggressive tactics harnessed and directed. Darkness controlled. Target those defensive emplacements. Jaina ordered. We need to clear a path for the drop ships. Rogue Squadron dove toward the world ship, lasers blazing. The Separatist landing craft breached atmosphere like meteors, shields glowing white-hot from re-entry friction. They crashed through Vong-formed sky's atmosphere that had been altered, made more tropical, thick with spores that would kill most organic life. But the droids didn't care about spores. The landing craft hit what used to be Senate Plaza, now overgrown with yorick coral that pulsed with sickly bioluminescence, organic structures erupting from duracrete foundations like cancer. The massive doors opened with hydraulic hisses. And the droids poured out. B-1 battle droids marched in perfect formation, skeletal frames clicking with each synchronized step. Their vocabulators crackled as they processed their surroundings, photoreceptors glowing amber in the dim Vong-formed light. Behind them came B-2 super battle droids walking tanks of armor and firepower, wrist-mounted blasters already tracking targets. "Roger, Roger," a B-1 unit said, its tinny voice carrying across the landing zone. "Engaging enemy forces. 30 million of them." The number was almost incomprehensible, an army that dwarfed anything the Clone Wars had ever deployed. Landing craft continued to arrive, disgorging thousands of units per ship. B-1s, B-2s, commando droids that moved with predatory grace, even a few droid Ekis rolling into position before unfolding into mobile turrets. They advanced like an iron wall, mechanical precision turning the Vong-formed streets into a killing ground. Blaster fire hammered into Vong positions with mathematical accuracy. No fear. No hesitation. Just cold, mechanical inevitability. And the Yuuzhan Vong absolutely lost their minds. "Abomination!" A Vong warrior screamed, his guttural voice carrying religious horror that went beyond tactics or strategy. He charged from a fortified position, amphi staff raised, every warrior instinct subordinated to the overwhelming need to destroy the soulless machines. Heresy. Blasphemy against the gods. The Vong abandoned their defensive lines wholesale. Warriors poured from fortifications, ignoring the strategic advantage of cover and elevation. Their religion, their absolute conviction that machines were abominations violating the natural order, overrode every military consideration. Amphi staff slashed out, destroying B-1 droids by the dozens. The living serpent spears shifted from rigid to flexible mid-strike, wrapping around skeletal frames and crushing them. Vong warriors roared their battle cries, experiencing religious ecstasy as they purged the heresy. But for every droid that fell, 10 more advanced. 100 more. 1,000 more. Target acquired, a B-2 super battle droid announced. Its wrist-mounted blasters fired in controlled bursts, red bolts hammering into a Vong warrior's chest. The warrior staggered but didn't fall. Their armor absorbed the damage, their pain threshold so high that wounds only made them fight harder. The B-2 adjusted its targeting parameters. 3 more shots, concentrated on the same point. The warrior's chest armor cracked. The 4th shot punched through, and the warrior finally fell. "Enemy neutralized," the B-2 reported. Continuing advance. Commander Apo watched through tactical displays as the battle unfolded. The clone commander stood in a mobile command post that had been set up in what used to be a government building, now half consumed by organic growth. Around him, clone troopers monitored data feeds, coordinated fire patterns, directed the droid army with practiced efficiency. "General Skywalker," Apo reported over the secured COMM, "the Vong are taking the bait. They've abandoned fortified positions across 17 sectors to attack the droid army. The eastern approach is completely undefended. 501st, move in," Anakin Skywalker's voice came back immediately. "Hit them where they're not. Secure those positions before they realize their mistake." "Sir, yes sir." Apo snapped. He turned to his command staff. "You heard the general. 2nd Battalion, advance through sectors 7 through 14. 3rd Battalion, secure the communications hub. 4th Battalion, establish fire support positions on these coordinates." 20,000 clone troopers moved with the kind of efficiency that came from decades of training, even if most of them were technically only 18 months old. They'd been grown accelerated, trained intensively, fighting the Vong since activation. Every one of them was a veteran. They advanced through abandoned Vong positions, meeting minimal resistance. A few warriors realized too late what was happening and tried to fall back, but coordinated blaster fire cut them down before they could regroup. "This is what the droids were for," a Poe muttered to his second-in-command. "Not to win the battle. To make the Vong defeat themselves." "Efficient," the other clone agreed. "Very Skywalker." The Jedi strike team's LAAT gunship screamed through Vong-formed atmosphere, shields rippling from impacts. Anakin Skywalker stood at the open door, one hand gripping the support rail, watching the transformed city pass beneath them. What used to be the Imperial Palace, the massive structure that had dominated Coruscant's cityscape, was now unrecognizable. Organic walls that breathed, rising and falling like a living thing. Floors that pulsed with arterial regularity. The air itself was wrung thick with spores, carrying the sweet rot smell of Vong biotechnology. Beside him, his 3 grandchildren prepared for deployment. Jacen centered himself, green eyes distant as he perceived shatterpoints in future events. Jaina checked her purple lightsaber for the dozenth time, nervous energy channeled into motion. Anakin Solo stood perfectly still, finally comfortable with the power coiled inside him. Behind them, 30 more Jedi Knights, Masters, even a few Padawans who'd proven themselves over 18 months of constant war. This was the strike team. The tip of the spear aimed at the Vong leadership. And at the center, Luke Skywalker, Grand Master of the new Jedi Order. Already touching the edges of oneness, his presence in the Force blazingly bright. "Shimmera is at the center of the palace complex," Luke said. His voice carried absolute certainty. This wasn't Force vision, this was knowing. "I can feel him. Power that rivals Palpatine's. We end him, we end this war." "I'll find Anomi," Jacen said quietly. His Shatterpoint perception showed him the true weak point, not the Supreme Overlord, but the twisted shaper who controlled him from shadows. "He's the real threat. Shimmera is just the puppet. Jaina and I will handle the army," Anakin Solo added. "Confidence without arrogance. Strength without fear." "Then let's move," Anakin Skywalker said. Purple lightning crackled around his hands, not blue like Sith, but purple, the color of balance. "The Vong are about to learn what real pain looks like." The gunship touched down, doors already opening. The Jedi poured out, lightsabers igniting in a rainbow of colors. Blue, green, purple, yellow, each blade a statement of defiance against the invaders who'd taken their home. They fought through corridors that had been transformed into nightmares. Organic walls contracted around them like throats. Floors tried to grip their feet with adhesive secretions. The air carried poison that would kill normal humans in minutes. Only the Force kept them breathing. Vong warriors met them in waves. These weren't common soldiers, these were elite guards, escalation warriors who'd purchased their positions through centuries of pain. Jacen moved like water, his green blade finding shatterpoints in everything. He saw the weak points in Vong armor, molecular bonds that could be exploited, structural deficiencies that let his lightsaber cut through what should have been impenetrable. He saw shatterpoints in the walls, in the floor, in the very architecture, using them to collapse sections and trap warriors. Jaina fought with Vapad fury, her purple blade a whirlwind that channeled darkness without drowning in it. She'd mastered what Mace Windu had perfected, using the opponent's aggression against them, turning their strength into weakness. When a Vong Warmaster charged her, she met him head-on, her blade striking from 4 angles simultaneously in movements that shouldn't have been physically possible. The Warmaster fell in 4 pieces. Anakin Solo had finally embraced his full power. He ripped through Vong warriors with the Force, crushing armor with gestures, throwing amphi-staffs back at their wielders with telekinetic precision. No hesitation. No fear. Just controlled aggression that would have made his grandfather proud. And Anakin Skywalker? He was transcendent. Purple lightning arced from his hands in torrents, not burning but annihilating. The electricity didn't just shock it unmade, breaking apart molecular bonds, dissolving Vong biotechnology at the atomic level. Warriors screamed genuine screams of agony that somehow bordered on ecstasy because pain was their religion. Jedi. A massive Vong Warmaster charged from a side corridor, his entire body covered in ritual scarification, his amphi-staff crackling with venom. You who embraces pain as we do. You who understands glory. You are worthy. Anakin met the charge. His blue lightsaber clashed with the amphi-staff, energy blade against living serpent. They fought and it was glorious. The Warmaster was skilled beyond measure. Centuries of combat experience compressed into every strike, every parry, every counterattack. His amphi-staff shifted from rigid spear to flexible whip mid-swing, attacking from angles that violated physics. He moved with speed that made him blur, strength that cracked Vong-formed floors with each step. But Anakin Skywalker was the chosen one. Fully realized. Balanced between light and dark. Wielding power that no Jedi or Sith had ever truly mastered. He fought with speed that made the Warmaster look slow. Each strike came from impossible angles, his blade moving through forms that blended Sorso's defense, Gemso's power, Ataru's acrobatics, and Vapad's aggression into something unique. Something that had never existed before. The Warmaster laughed a sound like grinding stones. Yes. Pain. Glorious pain. This is what the gods promised. Anakin channeled the Force through his entire being. Purple lightning exploded from his free hand, wrapping around the Warmaster like chains. The Vong warrior screamed not in horror, but in religious ecstasy. Pain was their gift to the gods, and Anakin was giving him the greatest gift imaginable. You're strong, Anakin said, his voice carrying over the sound of combat. One of the strongest I've fought. But strength isn't enough. He channeled more power, light and dark flowing together, amplifying his lightsaber's cutting ability beyond normal limits. The blade became something more than energy, more than plasma. It became severance made manifest. Anakin drove it through the Warmaster's chest. The warrior's eyes widened not in horror, but in something that looked disturbingly like joy. Pain is glory. The Warmaster whispered, blood bubbling from his lips. You understand. You are one of us. He collapsed. Dead. And somehow satisfied. Anakin stood over the body, breathing hard, purple lightning still crackling around his hands. Around him, the corridor was filled with Vong corpses, dozens of warriors who'd sought glory and found death instead. Grandfather. Jaina's voice cut through his focus. Luke's engaging Shimmera. We need to move. Anakin nodded, pushing down the strange respect he'd felt for the Warmaster. No time for philosophy. The battle wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The throne room of the Supreme Overlord had been Vong-formed beyond recognition. Where durasteel and transparasteel had once defined the seat of galactic power, now organic architecture pulsed with grotesque life. Walls breathed with arterial rhythm. The floor was covered in what looked like hardened flesh, scarred and branded with ritual patterns. And at the center, atop a throne made from polyps that visibly strained under the weight, sat Shimmera Jaimon. Luke Skywalker entered the chamber, his green lightsaber already ignited, casting emerald light across the Vong-formed nightmare. Behind him, the sounds of battle, Jaina and Anakin Solo fighting through waves of warriors, his father's purple lightning illuminating distant corridors. But here, in this sanctum, it was just Luke and the Supreme Overlord. Shimmera rose from his throne. The polyps burst with audible pops, unable to support him any longer. He was massive. 3 meters tall, the largest Yuuzhan Vong Luke had ever seen. Thin limbs that seemed too delicate for his bulk, but Luke recognized the deception. Those limbs carried strength that could crush durasteel. His torso and head were covered in ritual scarifications and tattoos so dense it was impossible to distinguish flesh from garment. Grey robes made from the skin of Steng, a rebellious Warmaster from millennia past, draped his frame like a trophy. And his eyes. Intelligence and madness burning in equal measure, staring at Luke with the kind of focus that made the air itself feel heavy. Jedi, Shimmera hissed. His voice was layered, multiple tones overlapping in ways that shouldn't be physically possible. You have come to die in glory. To test yourself against perfection. To earn a death worthy of remembrance. I've come to end you, Luke said. He was beyond philosophy now, beyond the careful diplomacy that had defined so much of his grand mastership. This was pure action. Pure force. And to take back our home. Shimmera laughed, a sound like grinding stones, like tectonic plates shifting. Our home now. Xantar. Reborn in the image of the gods. You Jedi cling to the past. We build the future. He moved. For something his size, Shimmera's speed was impossible. He crossed the throne room in 3 bounds. His amphi-staff, a creature that had lived for centuries, extending from spear configuration into a flexible whip mid-strike. The living weapon lashed out with speed that blurred the air. Luke blocked. His green blade intercepted the amphi-staff, severing it. No. The weapon regenerated, flesh knitting together faster than Luke's lightsaber could cauterize. It wrapped around his blade, pulling, trying to yank the weapon from his grip. Luke released his connection to the physical lightsaber and summoned it back through the Force, the blade deactivating and flying past Shimmera's head before returning to Luke's hand. He reignited it and struck in one fluid motion. Shimmera blocked with his claws, actual claws that caught the lightsaber blade. Not deflected. Caught. The Supreme Overlord's hands had been modified with some biotechnology that made them capable of gripping energy. Impressive, Luke said. He reached out with the Force and pushed. The wave of power should have leveled the throne room. Should have sent Shimmera flying backwards through the walls. Instead, the Supreme Overlord staggered just 1 step and then pushed back with something that wasn't the Force but felt like it. Power born from religious conviction so absolute it shaped reality. The combined faith of billions of Vong warriors, channeled through their Supreme Overlord, focused into a single point. It hit Luke like a physical blow, driving him back 3 steps. You are powerful, Jedi, Shimmera said. Perhaps the most powerful I have fought. But power alone is insufficient. The gods test us through pain. Through suffering. Through glorious combat that purchases meaning through blood. He attacked again, and this time Luke tapped deeper into the Force. Deeper than technique. Deeper than training. He touched the edge of oneness, that state where you became one with the Force itself, moving with its will rather than imposing your own. Luke's perception of time shifted. Slowed. Each of Shimmera's strikes became predictable, visible seconds before they occurred. Luke's blade moved faster, his body following patterns that seemed random but weren't. Defense flowed into offense. Offense created openings. Openings became devastating strikes. To an outside observer, it would have looked like Luke wielded 30 lightsabers simultaneously. His blade was everywhere, moving so fast it left after images in the air, striking from angles that violated physics. But Shimmera matched him. The Supreme Overlord fought with centuries of experience, every strike purchased through pain, every technique refined through religious devotion. His amphi-staff became a dozen weapons: spear, whip, club, blade. His claws raked at openings Luke didn't know existed. And when Luke landed hits burning the Supreme Overlord's flesh, scorching his modified skin, Shimmera laughed. Yes. This is worthy combat. This is glory. They clashed in the center of the throne room, lightsaber against amphi-staff, force against biological resilience, speed against strength. The floor cracked under their movements. Vong-formed walls shuddered. The very air ionized from the power being thrown around. Luke saw the pattern. Saw the shatterpoint not in Shimmera's defenses, but in his offense. The Supreme Overlord was enjoying this. Drawing strength from pain, from the challenge, from the glory of combat against a worthy opponent. It was making him stronger. So Luke stopped giving him what he wanted. He didn't attack. Didn't counter. He just was. Rooting himself so deeply in the Force that even the black hole at the center of the galaxy couldn't have moved him. Becoming immovable not through resistance but through perfect unity with reality itself. Shimmera's amphi-staff wrapped around Luke's body. The creature's coils tightened, crushing with force that should have shattered bones. Its fangs sank into Luke's shoulder, pumping venom that would kill a normal human in seconds. Luke didn't resist. Didn't fight. He just reached deeper into oneness. And the venom stopped working. The Force itself protected him, purging the toxin faster than it could spread, using his own cells as weapons against the poison. Impossible! Shimmera hissed. For the first time, there was something other than confidence in his voice. You should be dead. The venom. Pain isn't just endurance, Luke said softly. His voice carried over the sound of distant battle, over the breathing walls, over everything. It's also letting go. You've spent your entire existence clinging to suffering. I'm showing you what happens when you release it. He channeled the Force through his entire being and pushed. Not with violence. Not with rage. With inevitability. The Force moving through him like a river finding its path, impossible to stop because it wasn't force, it was nature itself. The wave of power exploded outward. It didn't just hit Shimmera, it unmade the throne room. Vong-formed walls shattered into fragments. The floor cracked, revealing the durasteel foundation beneath. The amphi-staff unwrapped from Luke's body, dying as the Force energy severed its connection to its master. Shimmera staggered. Actually staggered. For the first time in the battle, the Supreme Overlord looked uncertain. Impossible, he whispered. I am perfection. I am the chosen of the gods. I cannot. You forgot something, Luke said. He advanced, green blade raised. I'm a Skywalker. Impossible is what we do. He struck. Not a killing blow, a precise cut that severed the Supreme Overlord's amphi-staff hand. Shimmera roared, pain and fury mixed, and lunged with his remaining claw. Luke sidestepped. His blade came around in an arc that seemed lazy, almost gentle. It passed through Shimmera's chest as if the Supreme Overlord's modified flesh was nothing more than air. Shimmera Jaimon fell. The largest Yuuzhan Vong Luke had ever seen crumpled like a puppet with cut strings. Glory! The Supreme Overlord wheezed, blood bubbling from his lips. You gave me glory. Then he died. And somewhere, deep beneath the throne room, the Vong Empire shuddered. Jacen Solo descended into darkness. The hidden chamber beneath the throne room had been concealed with biotechnology so advanced even the Force struggled to perceive it. But Jacen's Shatterpoint perception saw through deceptions. He'd seen the weak point in reality, the flaw in the architecture, the place where a small action could have cascading consequences. He'd found Anomi. The chamber writhed. Walls covered in Vong biotechnology, but twisted, wrong in ways that made Jacen's eyes hurt to perceive. The organic structures grew in impossible patterns, defying geometry, folding into dimensions that shouldn't exist. And at the center, sitting on what looked like a throne made from his own distorted flesh, was the true master of the Yuuzhan Vong. Anomi was small. Hunched. His body warped by shaper experiments that had restored his Force sensitivity but at horrific cost. One arm was longer than the other. His head tilted at an angle that should have been fatal. His eyes, multiple eyes, more than any Yuuzhan Vong, should have tracked Jacen's approach with intelligence that burned like cold fire. Yunchino, Anomi whispered. His voice was layered, multiple tones overlapping, each one carrying a different emotion. Madness. Brilliance. Rage. Sorrow. The pardoner. The trickster's gift. Come to undo all I have built. I'm not a god, Jacen said. He ignited his green lightsaber, the blade casting emerald light across the writhing walls. I'm just a Jedi who sees shatter points. And you? You're the biggest shatterpoint in the entire Vong invasion. Not Shimmera. You. The mad shaper who restored his force connection and used it to dominate an empire. Anomi laughed, a sound that made reality itch. Like hearing something that existed in dimensions humans couldn't perceive. You see, Anomi said. His twisted body unfolded from the throne, limbs extending at wrong angles. You understand. The gods abandoned us. Cut us from the Force millennia ago for sins we don't even remember. I found a way back. Yamosk tissue grafted to my 8th cortex. It restored what the gods took. And they punished me for it. His voice rose to a shriek on the last word. The chamber responded, walls became tentacles, lashing out with impossible speed. Floor became quicksand, trying to drag Jacen down. Air became poison, thick with spores that would kill in seconds. Jacen reached out with the force and saw the shatter points. Every weak point in the chamber's structure, every flaw in Anomi's biotechnology. He struck quick, precise cuts that severed tentacles, destabilized floor sections, purified air. But Anomi was faster. The twisted shaper moved through reality like it wasn't there, his body flickering in and out of perception. He wasn't teleporting, he was manipulating space itself, folding dimensions to bring himself closer. His claws raked across Jacen's shoulder, and where they touched, flesh began to rot. Toxins. Anomi secreted deadly chemicals through every bodily fluid, sweat, saliva, even from his fingernails. Poisons so potent they could kill a Jedi before the Force could purge them. Jacen gasped. His shoulder burned, flesh dissolving at the molecular level. He reached for the Force to heal himself. An Anomi attacked his mind. Telepathic pressure crashed into Jacen like a tsunami. Not subtle. Not careful. Just overwhelming power that tried to shatter his consciousness, to break him down into component thoughts and scatter them across the chamber. This is how you controlled Shimmera, Jacen realized. Mental domination so complete he thought your thoughts were his own. Yes. Anomi shrieked. He was my puppet. My meat toy. I ruled through him for years. Shaped the invasion. Condemned trillions to death. And the gods said nothing. The chamber convulsed. Biotechnology and force powers combined into an assault that should have killed any living being. Reality itself seemed to fracture, splitting into possibilities that tried to exist simultaneously. And Jacen realized something. He couldn't win this fight. Not like this. Anomi was too strong, too mad, too willing to break every rule of reality to achieve victory. So Jacen stopped fighting. He reached deeper into the Force than he'd ever gone. Deeper than anyone had gone in generations. Past the surface ripples of present awareness. Past technique and training and philosophy. Down to the foundation where the Force itself resided, pure and undifferentiated. He touched oneness. Not partial. Not glimpsed. Total. Light exploded from Jacen's body. His flesh became translucent, glowing from within with radiance that had no physical source. His presence in the Force expanded until it filled the entire chamber, until there was no distinction between Jacen Solo and the Force itself. He could see everything. Every shatterpoint in the chamber. In Anomi. In the entire war. Threads of cause and effect stretching back through time, showing him how the Yuuzhan Vong had been cut from the Force, how Anomi had restored his connection, how madness and genius had conspired to create this moment. He saw past and future simultaneously. Saw decisions that hadn't been made yet and history that had already happened. Saw light and dark not as opposing forces but as complementary expressions of the same fundamental reality. I see you, Jacen said. His voice echoed with harmonics that shouldn't exist, resonating in dimensions beyond human perception. All of you. The broken shaper who blamed the gods for his suffering. The mad genius who manipulated an empire. The child who couldn't accept that sometimes pain has no meaning. Silence. Anomi unleashed everything. Biotechnology erupted from every surface, tentacles and claws and poison all combining into a wave of destruction that should have unmade reality itself. Jacen walked through it untouched. The glowing form that had been Jacen Solo moved forward, and where he touched, corruption ceased. Biotechnology withered. Poisons neutralized. The telepathic assault shattered against his presence like waves against a cliff. He raised one glowing hand, and reality shifted. Not through violence. Through correction. The force moving to restore balance, to undo what never should have been. This ends, Jacen said. Here. Now. With mercy. He didn't strike Anomi down. He unmade him. Channeling oneness into pure dissolution, breaking the mad shaper apart at the molecular level while simultaneously healing what had been broken, restoring what had been twisted, giving Anomi what he'd sought for decades: connection to the Force without pain, without madness, without the burden of existence. It wasn't violent. Wasn't cruel. It was simply, over. Anomi's last expression wasn't fear. It was relief. When Jacen returned to normal form, the light fading from his body like a dying star, he staggered. His shoulder still burned with toxin, but it was healing now, the Force purging what Anomi had inflicted. He gasped, drawing breath that tasted like regular air, feeling the weight of his body return. And he knew with absolute certainty that would never fade, he'd never achieve that state again. Oneness had been a gift from the Force, given once for this moment alone. Never to be repeated. Thank you, he whispered to the Force. Then his legs gave out and he collapsed. Anakin Solo and Jaina fought back to back in what used to be Monument Plaza. The massive square had been formed into a grotesque arena, organic walls forming natural barriers, ground covered in hardened resin that cracked under their boots. Around them, hundreds of Vong warriors formed a closing circle. This is bad, Jaina said, her purple blade humming as she deflected an amphi staff strike. Really bad. We've been in worse, Anakin replied. His violet lightsaber traced a defensive pattern, keeping 3 warriors at bay simultaneously. Remember Myrkr? You almost died on Myrkr. But I didn't. Anakin force pushed a warrior backwards, buying seconds of breathing room. That's the important part. More warriors poured into the plaza. Not dozens. Hundreds. Maybe thousands. The entire Vong garrison seemed to be converging on their position, drawn by the death of Shimmera, the fall of Anomi, the collapse of everything they'd believed in. Jaina, get clear! Anakin shouted. He could feel it, the pressure building, the fear threatening to overwhelm him. Too many enemies. Not enough time. I'm not leaving you. Jaina's blade found a gap in Vonduhun crab armor, dropping a warrior. We fight together. You have to. Because Anakin could see what was coming. Could feel the Force building around him like a storm about to break. Please, Jay. Trust me. Something in his voice made her listen. Jaina broke away, Force leaping to a higher position, her purple blade raised defensively. And Anakin Solo stood alone in the center of Monument Plaza, surrounded by 1,000 Vong warriors who wanted nothing more than to kill him in glory. Something broke inside him. Or maybe it opened. The fear he'd carried his entire life, fear of falling to darkness, fear of becoming Darth Vader, fear of his own immense power just dissolved. Like mist under morning sun. Because standing here, facing impossible odds, Anakin finally understood what his grandfather had tried to teach him. Strength wasn't the problem. Fear was. And he wasn't afraid anymore. He reached into the Force and touched oneness. His presence exploded outward. Not as light like Jacen's transcendence, but as something else, pure kinetic potential, barely constrained. The Force flowed through Anakin Solo like a river through a canyon, reshaping him, transforming him into something beyond Jedi or Sith. The Vong warriors staggered. Actually felt him despite their void. Because what Anakin had become was so powerful it created ripples in reality itself, distortions that even Force Void beings couldn't ignore. He is worthy. A warrior screamed, and Anakin could hear the religious ecstasy in his voice. He who embraces the God's gift. He who knows true strength. They attacked not with hatred, but with respect. Seeking to test themselves against perfection. Seeking death at the hands of someone who understood what the Yuuzhan Vong valued most: power purchased through pain, strength earned through suffering. Anakin gave them what they wanted. He moved with speed beyond comprehension. His violet blade became a hurricane of light, striking from 12 directions simultaneously. Where he stepped, the Vong-formed ground cracked. Where he struck, warriors fell. His telekinetic power, comparable to his namesake's, perhaps even exceeding it, ripped through their formations like they were made of paper. A warrior lunged with amphi staff raised. Anakin didn't block. He caught the weapon with the Force, held it motionless in mid-air, and then crushed it at the molecular level before driving his lightsaber through the warrior's chest. Glory! The warrior gasped as he died. You, give us glory! 3 more attacked from different angles. Anakin raised his left hand and Force lightning erupted, not blue like Sith, but violet, reflecting the purple of his blade. The electricity arced between them, not killing instantly but overwhelming their pain thresholds even as it burned. They died screaming in ecstasy. More came. Always more. But Anakin was beyond exhaustion, beyond physical limits. In this state of oneness, he drew strength directly from the Force itself, never depleting, never weakening. His lightsaber became an extension of his will, his body moved with precision that made combat seem like choreographed dance. He fought like his grandfather. Like his namesake. Speed that made him blur. Strength that shattered armor with casual gestures. Precision that found every weakness in Vonduun crab plating. And always, always, that controlled aggression that defined the Skywalker bloodline. Jaina watched from her elevated position, torn between awe and terror. Her little brother, her youngest brother, had become something transcendent. Something beyond anything she'd ever witnessed. The Vong recognized it. They saw in Anakin Solo everything they worshipped. Pain endured and transmuted into power. Sacrifice rewarded with glory. Strength purchased through a lifetime of suffering and fear finally overcome. He is worthy. The cry echoed across the plaza, hundreds of voices shouting in unison. To die by his hand is to know the God's love. They charged as one. A final wave, abandoning all tactics, seeking only the honor of testing themselves against perfection. Anakin met them. His lightsaber moved in patterns that seemed random but weren't. Each strike created openings. Each opening became devastating attacks. His Force powers lashed out, pushing, pulling, crushing, lifting warriors and throwing them with force that should have been impossible. The battle lasted 6 minutes. When it ended, 300 Vong warriors lay dead at Anakin Solo's feet. He stood alone in the center of a circle of bodies, blade still raised, breathing hard but alive. The oneness faded. Slowly. Like waking from a dream. Anakin gasped as the weight of his body returned, as exhaustion crashed over him like a physical blow. His lightsaber nearly slipped from fingers gone numb. Jaina reached him first, landing beside him with Force-enhanced grace. "Little brother." "I'm okay," Anakin said. His voice shook. I did it. I touched oneness and I didn't fall. I didn't become. You became exactly what you were supposed to be," Jaina interrupted. She looked at the carnage, at warriors who died not in anger but in religious fulfillment. You gave them what they wanted. A death worthy of their gods. Anakin looked at his hands, whole, unblemished except for Vong blood. Hands that had just killed 300 warriors. Hands that belonged to an 18-year-old who'd finally stopped being afraid of his own strength. "I understand now," he whispered. "What grandfather tried to teach me. Power isn't good or evil. It's what you do with it that matters." "Then you're wiser than he was at your age," Jaina said. "Come on. We still have work to do. Jaina Solo didn't achieve oneness. Didn't touch that transcendent state that her brothers had found. And she didn't need to. She'd mastered Vapad. And that was enough. She fought through the remaining Vong forces with controlled fury, her purple blade channeling darkness without surrendering to it. Every strike flowed seamlessly into the next. Every defensive position transitioned into offense without pause. She'd become what Mace Windu had been, a weapon walking the knife's edge between light and dark, using both without falling to either. A Vong champion stepped into her path. Massive even by Vong standards, his body covered in scarifications that told stories of battles across decades. His Vonduhun crab armor gleamed with ritual oils. The amphi staff in his hands was ancient. Jaina could sense it even though the Vong were void, could feel the age of the creature. Jedi warrior, the champion said in broken basic. His voice carried respect rather than hatred. You fight with passion. With pain held and directed. You understand glory. I understand survival, Jaina corrected. Her purple blade hummed, ready. And I understand that you're in my way. The champion's eyes scarred, intelligent, studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded once. Worthy. They engaged. It was brutal. Elegant. Terrifying. The champion moved with speed that belied his size, his amphi staff becoming a dozen weapons in rapid succession. Spear. Web. Club. The creature shifted forms faster than Jaina could track, attacking from angles that shouldn't have been physically possible. But Jaina had trained under her grandfather. Had mastered Vapad through 18 months of constant combat. Had learned to see patterns in chaos, to find rhythm in violence. The champion was stronger. More experienced. His centuries of combat compressed into every strike. But Jaina was faster. More adaptable. And she understood something the Vong didn't, that their strength could become weakness if you knew how to redirect it. When the champion lunged with his amphi staff in spear configuration, Jaina didn't block. She redirected, using his momentum against him, letting his own strength carry him past her guard. Her purple blade came around in an arc that found the weak point in his Vonduhun crab armor, the gap at his armpit where segments joined. The champion staggered. Blood poured from the wound, but he didn't fall. He roared, pain mixing with something that sounded like joy, and attacked again. Jaina met him. Strike for strike. Her blade moved through Vapad sequences that channeled the champion's aggression, his darkness, his religious fury. She took everything he gave her and reflected it back, amplified, transmuted, made into something he couldn't defend against. The final exchange lasted 3 seconds. 12 strikes from the champion. 13 from Jaina. The 13th found his throat, a quick, clean cut that severed arteries and windpipe simultaneously. The champion fell to his knees. His amphi staff died with him, the creature's coils relaxing in death. Worthy. The champion whispered. Blood bubbled from his severed throat. You are worthy. He collapsed. Dead. And somehow satisfied with that death. Jaina stood over his body, breathing hard, covered in blood and ichor. Sweat plastered her dark hair to her forehead. Her arms shook from exhaustion. She wasn't transcendent like Jacen had been. Wasn't touched by oneness like Anakin Solo. She was just Jaina, human, fallible, exhausted. But she'd won. Against impossible odds, against warriors who'd trained for centuries, she'd survived and triumphed. Sword of the Jedi, she whispered to herself. The title Luke would give her years from now, but which she'd already earned here, in this moment. I can live with that. She deactivated her lightsaber and turned toward the sounds of battle still echoing through the Vong-formed city. Her brothers needed her. Her grandfather needed her. The war wasn't over yet. But it would be. Soon. Jaina Solo walked toward the sound of combat, purple blade ready, darkness channeled and controlled, and knew with absolute certainty that they were going to win. They'd already won. Now they just had to finish it. The Vong Command Center had been built in what used to be the Senate building, that massive structure that had defined Coruscant's skyline for 1,000 years. Now it pulsed with grotesque organic life, walls made from yorick coral that breathed, floors covered in hardened resin that showed the footprints of thousands of warriors. Anakin Skywalker fought his way through the final defenders, purple lightning arcing from his hands, his blue lightsaber cutting through warriors who'd held this position against impossible odds. Around him, the sounds of battle were fading. Luke had killed Shimmera. Jacen had destroyed Anomi. The Vong Empire was collapsing from the top down. But one warrior remained. The greatest of them all. Warmaster Nas stood in the center of the command chamber, surrounded by tactical displays made from cognition hoods enveloped creatures that showed the battle's progress. He was massive, not as large as Shimmera, but carrying himself with the absolute confidence of someone who'd commanded armies across galaxies. His body told stories. Scarifications covered every visible inch of skin, each one representing a battle won, a strategy perfected, a lesson learned through blood. His Vonduhun crab armor gleamed with ritual oils, and the amphi staff in his hands was ancient, a creature that had served his family for centuries. Anakin Skywalker, Nas Shoka said. His voice carried none of the religious fervor most Vong possessed. This was a soldier speaking to another soldier. The Jedi who embraces pain. Who channels suffering into power. You are magnificent. You're about to find out just how magnificent, Anakin said. Purple lightning still crackled around his free hand, controlled but ready. Nas Shoka's scarred face shifted, not quite a smile, but something close. I have studied you. Watched recordings of your battles. You fight not with blind aggression but with purpose. Every strike calculated. Every movement serving larger strategy. You are what the Yuuzhan Vong should have been, warriors who understand that glory and victory are not always the same thing. Then you understand why you've already lost, Anakin said. Do I? Nas Shoka gestured at the tactical displays. Your droid army overwhelms us. Your clone soldiers fight with precision we cannot match. Your Jedi strike at our command structure while we waste warriors attacking soulless machines. He paused. Yes. I understand. I have always understood. But understanding defeat does not mean accepting it. He attacked. It was unlike anything Anakin had experienced. Nas Shoka wasn't like the other Vong warriors driven by religious fury, seeking glory through pain. This was a tactician. Every strike served a purpose. Every feint created openings 3 moves later. His amphi staff became 20 weapons simultaneously, shifting forms faster than should be physically possible. Anakin met him with the full power of the Chosen One. Light and dark balanced perfectly. His blue lightsaber traced patterns that seemed random but weren't, each one exploiting weaknesses in Nas Shoka's technique that wouldn't be visible for seconds yet. Purple lightning arced from his free hand, not to kill but to test. Yes. Nas Shoka roared, genuine satisfaction rather than religious ecstasy. Pain. Glorious pain. The lightning wrapped around the Warmaster's body, electricity crackling across his Vonduhun crab armor. But instead of weakening him, it seemed to make him stronger. Because to the Vong, pain wasn't punishment, it was reward. Every jolt of agony fed his combat fury, sharpened his focus, made him more dangerous. Anakin understood this. And he used it. He channeled more power than any Sith had ever wielded. Purple lightning that bridged the gap between Jedi restraint and Sith fury. Force pressure that cracked the Vong-formed walls. Telekinetic blows that should have leveled the entire command center. Nas Shoka absorbed it all. His amphi staff became a blur, deflecting force pushes, redirecting lightning, striking at openings that appeared for fractions of seconds. They clashed in the center of the chamber, and the impact of lightsaber against living weapon sent shockwaves through the floor. You give me exactly what I want. Nas Shoka shouted over the sound of combat. A battle worthy of legend. A death that will be remembered until the end of time. Then let me oblige you, Anakin said. He stopped holding back. Stopped restraining himself. Gave Nas exactly what the warrior craved, the full, terrible power of the Chosen One unleashed without reservation. His speed increased until he became a blur. His strength shattered Vong-formed structures with casual gestures. His lightsaber moved through forms that had never existed before, combinations of every style he'd mastered over decades of combat, refined through 18 months of fighting the Vong, enhanced by perfect balance between light and dark. They clashed again and again. Lightsaber against amphi-staff. Force against biotechnology. The Chosen One against the perfect warrior. And slowly, inevitably, Anakin began to win. Not because he was stronger. Nas might have been the finest tactical mind the Vong had ever produced. Not because he was faster. The Warmaster's centuries of experience made every movement optimal. But because Anakin fought for more than glory. He fought for her family. For the future. For Ben Skywalker's chance to grow up in a galaxy not consumed by war. You are worthy, Nas gasped. Blood poured from a dozen wounds Anakin had inflicted. More worthy than any Jedi I have fought. You understand what we understand, that strength has meaning only when purchased through sacrifice. I understand that pain has limits, Anakin corrected. He channeled the Force through his entire being, feeling light and dark flow together, and struck. His lightsaber found the gap in Nas Vonduun crab armor, the weak point at the shoulder where segments joined. The blade passed through flesh and bone, severing the Warmaster's weapon arm. Nas fell to his knees. His amphi-staff died with him, the creature's coils relaxing as its connection to its master severed. You gave me glory, the Warmaster whispered. Blood bubbled from his lips, but his scarred face carried something like satisfaction. You gave me pain. You gave me perfection. I gave you an ending, Anakin said quietly. That's all anyone gets. Then, it was enough. Nas collapsed forward, dead before he hit the ground. Anakin stood over the body, breathing hard, feeling the weight of what he'd done. The greatest Vong warrior. The tactical genius who'd nearly won this war through strategy rather than brute force. Dead by his hand. He reached out through the Force, feeling the battle's conclusion. The Vong forces were breaking. Without leadership, without hope, they had nothing left to fight for. Across Coruscant's Vong-formed surface, the tide turned into a rout. In Monument Plaza, a Vong commander watched his warriors charge the droid army and felt something he'd never experienced before: despair. Not fear. The Yuuzhan Vong didn't fear death. But despair at the futility, at the religious horror overwhelming tactical sense. Abomination, his warriors screamed, abandoning fortified positions to attack the mechanical tide. Heresy. Blasphemy against the gods. The battle droids marched forward in perfect formation. B-1 units with skeletal frames, B-2 super battle droids that were walking tanks, commando droids targeting commanders with sniper precision. 30 million of them, an iron wall that advanced with mechanical inevitability. Roger, Roger, a B-1 said as its vocabulator crackled. Engaging enemy forces. The Vong warriors hit them like a wave against a cliff. Amphi-staffs destroyed dozens of B-1 units, crushing skeletal frames, tearing off limbs. But for every droid that fell, 10 more advanced. 100 more. 1,000 more. This is madness, the commander shouted at his warriors. Fall back to defensive positions. Use tactics. But his warriors couldn't hear him over their religious fury. The machines were abominations. Soulless constructs that violated everything the Yuuzhan Vong believed. Fighting them wasn't a military necessity, it was a holy crusade. And they were losing. A B-2 super battle droid locked onto the commander with both wrist-mounted blasters. Hostile target acquired. Eliminating. Blaster fire hammered into the commander's position. His Vonduun crab armor absorbed the first dozen shots, but the droid didn't stop firing. Didn't tire. Didn't care. It just kept shooting with mechanical precision until the armor failed and the commander fell. Behind the droid army came the 501st Legion. 20,000 clone troopers advancing through positions the Vong had abandoned, securing strongpoints, establishing fire support. They moved with textbook efficiency, decades of training compressed into 18 months of accelerated growth. Sector 7 secured, a clone sergeant reported. Minimal resistance. The Vong abandoned their fortifications to fight the droids. Then exploit it, Commander Apo ordered from his command post. Advance to the next objective. Don't give them time to regroup. All across Coruscant, the pattern repeated. Vong warriors attacking droids with religious fury. Clone troopers exploiting the gaps. Jedi strike teams hitting command structures. The invasion that had conquered the galaxy collapsing under the weight of its own zealotry. Hours after the battle, Luke Skywalker stood in what used to be Senate Plaza. The sun was setting, Coruscant's sun, not the alien light the Vong had tried to create. The Vong forming was already beginning to die, organic structures withering without the biotechnology that sustained them. Bodies surrounded him. Mechanical and organic. B-1 battle droids torn apart by amphi-staffs. B-2 units with their armor crushed. Vong warriors who died seeking glory against soulless machines. And in the distance, clone troopers in blue and white armor, establishing perimeter security. Jacen appeared beside him, still pale from touching oneness. The young Jedi walked carefully, like someone who'd pushed too far and knew it. "It's over," he said quietly. "Is it?" Luke looked at the horizon, where fires still burned. "Shimmera's dead. Anomi's destroyed. But the Vong warriors are surrendering," Jaina announced, approaching with Anakin Solo. Both of them were covered in blood and ichor, exhausted beyond measure but alive. Warmaster Shoka's final order before he died: surrender to the Alliance. Accept exile rather than extinction. Luke felt the weight of it. The Yuuzhan Vong religious zealots who'd rather die than retreat were surrendering. Not all of them. Some would fight to the death, seeking glory in the old ways. But enough. Enough to end this. "We won," Luke said. The words felt hollow. "We survived," Anakin Skywalker corrected, appearing from the Vong-formed ruins. He was covered in burns and cuts, purple lightning still crackling faintly around his hands. "That's what victory looks like in war." "What's the cost?" Jaina asked. Luke accessed the tactical reports through his comlink. The numbers scrolled past: cold, clinical, devastating. 3,000 clone troopers dead. 7 million battle droids destroyed. 42 Jedi killed. 27,000 Alliance military casualties. And he paused, feeling the weight of it. "Coruscant will take decades to restore. Maybe longer. But we're alive," Anakin Solo said. His voice carried wonder, like he couldn't quite believe it. "All of us. We survived." "Most of us," Jacen corrected quietly. He was thinking of the Jedi who'd fallen, of the warriors who'd died seeking glory, of the billions who'd perished before this moment. They stood together in the ruins of Senate Plaza, 3 generations of Skywalkers, and watched the sun set on the galaxy's bloodiest war. 1 week later, Luke's quarters on the partially restored Mon Calamari orbital station felt too small for the gathering. The Skywalker family had assembled again, but this time the atmosphere was different. Subdued. The euphoria of victory had faded, replaced by the reality of what they'd done and what it had cost. Ben Skywalker sat in the center again, now taking his first wobbling steps with the determination of a child who didn't understand the word impossible. He'd grown in the weeks since the battle, not physically, but in presence. The war was over, and even at 1 year old, he seemed to sense it. "Father," Luke said to Anakin. The word still felt strange, but after 18 months, it had become natural. "The Force brought you here for this. To help us win. To save us from the Vong. But now. He trailed off. Now it's over, Anakin finished. He could feel it, the pull of the Force, stronger than ever before. Calling him back. Back to Mustafar. Back to that moment of choice on volcanic stone. I'm going back, aren't I? I think so, Luke said quietly. His presence in the Force carried sorrow not just at losing his father again, but at what Anakin was returning to. But father, you're not going back to fall. You're going back changed. Better. You've proven that Anakin Skywalker is more than Darth Vader. That the Chosen One can balance light and dark without being consumed. Anakin looked at his grandchildren. Jacen, who'd touched oneness and survived without falling to the dark philosophies that would have corrupted him. Jaina, who'd mastered Vapad and remained herself fierce, aggressive, but never consumed by darkness. Anakin Solo, who'd finally embraced his power and understood that strength didn't equal falling. All of them alive because he'd been here. It was worth it, Anakin said. Every moment. Every battle. Even knowing I'm going back to, he couldn't finish the sentence. Going back to Mustafar. To Padme's death. To becoming Vader. Will you remember? Mara asked. Her green eyes, so like Padme's in some ways, studied him with the intensity of someone who'd served darkness and walked back from it. When you go back to that moment on Mustafar, will you remember any of this? I don't know, Anakin admitted. The Force was being cryptic, as it always was. But maybe some part of me will. Maybe the Force will leave me a gift. A memory of what I could become if I choose differently. He walked to where Ben played with a simple toy, and carefully picked up his youngest grandson. The child laughed, reaching for his face with tiny hands that carried immense Force potential. Grow strong, Anakin whispered. All of you. Be better than me. Be what I should have been. The Force pulled harder. Reality beginning to fray at the edges. Time running out. I love you, Anakin said to Luke and Leia. The words came easier now, after 18 months of saying them. I'm sorry I never got to say it before. But I love you. Both of you. I always did, even when I became. We know, Leia said, tears streaming down her face. We know, Father. We've always known. The light came. Bright and pure and inevitable. The Force calling him home, not to rest, but to choice. To that moment on Mustafar when everything could still change. Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One, the hero with no fear, the man who'd saved the galaxy one more time, looked at his family one last time. Memorizing their faces. Hoping some echo of this moment would survive the transition. May the Force be with you, he said. All of you. Then he stepped into the light. And disappeared. Mustafar. Moments after the fall. Anakin Skywalker lay on volcanic rock, his body burning, his lungs struggling to process air thick with ash and heat. This was death. This was what he deserved. Obi-Wan had won. Padme was dead. Everything he'd fought for had turned to ash like his flesh. In the moment before Palpatine's shuttle descended, before the medical droids, before the suit that would transform him into Darth Vader, Anakin felt something different. A memory that wasn't his own. A vision of futures that hadn't happened yet. Grandchildren. Battle. Balance. Light and dark flowing together like twin rivers. Purple lightning that bridged the gap between Jedi and Sith. A war won through strategy and sacrifice. Family gathered around an infant who carried hope for the galaxy. You can be more than this, the Force whispered. You've already been more than this. Choose. Palpatine's shuttle descended, black against Mustafar's red sky. Medical droids deployed, moving toward Anakin's broken body with mechanical precision. And Anakin Skywalker, burned and broken on volcanic stone, remembered if only for a moment what it had felt like to be whole. To balance light and dark. To be the Chosen One without becoming a monster. The future wasn't written. The choice remained. In the distance, Palpatine's voice, "Prepare the surgical capsule. We must save him." Anakin closed his eyes. And in the darkness behind his eyelids, he saw three faces. Luke, Leia, Ben. Family he'd never known but somehow remembered. "Choose," the Force whispered one last time. And somewhere, across time and space, Anakin Skywalker, the grandfather, the teacher, the man who'd learned to balance darkness and light, smiled. Because now, the choice was real. The Emperor Palpatine Surgical Reconstruction Center on Coruscant gleamed with cold efficiency. Medical droids moved with mechanical precision through sterile corridors, their programming designed for one purpose: rebuild what Mustafar had destroyed. Anakin Skywalker lay on the surgical table, barely conscious. His body was a ruin: legs burned to stumps, left arm severed, lungs damaged by superheated ash, flesh charred black across 70% of his body. He should have been dead. Would have been dead, if Palpatine hadn't arrived when he did. The DD-13 surgical droid hovered above him, its multiple appendages already working. An enhanced FX-6 medical assistant administered sedatives that Anakin's broken body barely registered. "Begin reconstruction," the DD-13 intoned in its flat mechanical voice. The pain was absolute. They couldn't fully sedate him: the damage was too extensive, the procedures too invasive. Anakin felt every cut, every attachment, every moment as they removed what remained of his limbs and replaced them with cybernetics. Felt the respirator being installed in his chest, tubes forcing air into lungs that could no longer breathe properly. Felt the neural interfaces being grafted to his spine, connecting his nervous system to prosthetics. He screamed. The sound echoed through the surgical center: raw, agonized, inhuman. "Increase sedation," a medical droid suggested. "No," Palpatine's voice cut through the screaming. The Emperor stood at the edge of the surgical lights, robes flowing, yellow eyes watching with something that might have been satisfaction. "Let him feel it. Pain will make him stronger." The procedures stretched over days. Cybernetic legs attached to damaged nerve clusters. A mechanical left arm with limited sensory feedback. Internal organs augmented with technology to sustain functions his body could no longer perform alone. And always, the pain. Finally, after what felt like an eternity compressed into moments of absolute agony, they placed the helmet. The mask that would define him for the rest of his life. The droids lowered it onto his face. Darkness consumed his vision. Then sensors activated, artificial eyes feeding data directly to his optical nerves. The respirator engaged with a mechanical hiss gasp that would become his breathing. KSSSSHQ. KSSSSHQ. The surgical table rotated vertical. Restraints held him upright while final systems calibrated. Through the helmet's visual sensors, Anakin saw Palpatine standing before him, smiling that predatory smile. "Lord Vader," the Emperor said. The name felt like chains. "You are reborn." "Padme," Anakin's voice emerged through the vocabulator, distorted and mechanical. "Is she safe? Is she all right?" Palpatine's smile widened. "It seems, in your anger, you killed her." The words hit harder than any physical blow. "You killed her. In the hangar. Choking her." The last thing he remembered before Obi-Wan. "No." The denial emerged as a mechanical whisper. "No, I felt her. She was alive when she died shortly after," Palpatine said with clinical detachment. "The medical droids could not save her. You were her death, Vader. Your rage. Your weakness." "No." The scream tore from Vader's vocabulator, amplified and distorted. His rage exploded outward, pure, uncontrolled force energy. The restraints holding him to the surgical table shattered. Metal screamed as it tore. Medical droids caught in the telekinetic blast crushed like tin cans, sparking and dying. Vader fell forward, his new cybernetic legs barely supporting his weight. The pain was overwhelming, phantom sensations from limbs that no longer existed, neural feedback screaming as his brain tried to process inputs from mechanical replacements. But then something else cut through the agony. A memory that wasn't his own. A vision of futures that hadn't happened yet. Luke. Leia. Jacen. Jaina. Anakin Solo. Ben. Their faces flashed through his mind with crystalline clarity. His children. His grandchildren. Futures stolen because Darth Vader had existed. Lives ruined because Anakin Skywalker had made the wrong choice on Mustafar. They suffered because of me, Vader realized. Because of what I'm about to become. He looked at Palpatine through the helmet's visual sensors. The Emperor stood a dozen meters away, still smiling, confident in his control. Confident that Vader, broken, rebuilt, dependent on the suit, would be the perfect apprentice. But Anakin Skywalker remembered 18 months fighting alongside his family. Remembered teaching his grandchildren balance. Remembered what it felt like to wield light and dark together without being consumed. This wasn't Vader being born. This was Anakin Skywalker. And he was very angry. "You lied to me," Vader said. His mechanical voice carried a coldness that made even Palpatine's smile falter. "About everything. About saving Padme. About the Jedi. About what I would become." "I gave you power," Palpatine countered. "I gave you the means to. You gave me chains." Vader roared. He reached out with the Force and felt it. His lightsaber. Still on Mustafar, technically, but the Force bridged distances when necessity demanded. A gift from the Force itself, letting him call the weapon across space. The blue blade flew through the surgical center's wall, tearing through durasteel, and slapped into Vader's cybernetic hand. He ignited it. Palpatine's expression shifted from confidence to calculation. "Vader, you cannot hope to." "I'm not Vader." Anakin snarled. "I'm Anakin Skywalker. And you're going to pay for everything you've done." He attacked. Moving in the suit was agony. Every step sent pain signals screaming through damaged neural pathways. The cybernetics responded sluggishly, not yet fully integrated with his nervous system. But Anakin had fought through worse. Had learned from his grandson Jacen how to see shatterpoints even in his own limitations. His lightsaber came down in a gem so power strike that should have been slow, clumsy. Instead, it was precise, finding the exact angle where his mechanical strength compensated for reduced mobility. Palpatine barely blocked, his own crimson blade snapping up. "Foolish. You are weak in that suit. Dependent on technology that I control. Then I'll kill you with what you gave me," Anakin shot back. His blade moved through modified source sequences, defensive forms adapted for limited range of motion. Every strike calculated. Every movement serving larger strategy. They dueled through the surgical center, lightsabers casting red and blue light across white walls. Palpatine fought with makashi elegance, his blade moving in precise arcs designed to exploit Vader's mechanical limitations. And it was working. Anakin's suit slowed him. Made him predictable. Palpatine's blade found openings scorching the armor, targeting joints where cybernetics connected to flesh. "You cannot win," Palpatine hissed. "I made you. I own you. Without me, you are nothing." "Wrong," Anakin said. He remembered Luke facing Shimmera. Jacen destroying Anomi. Anakin Solo and Jaina fighting impossible odds. "I have everything I need." He thought of Ben, his youngest grandson, 1 year old, laughing with pure innocence. He thought of Luke and Leia, the children he'd never known in the original timeline. He thought of Padme, dead because of his choices. "They're all counting on me," Anakin realized. "To make this right. To stop Vader before he truly exists." Palpatine's blade came in high. Anakin blocked and deliberately left an opening low. The Emperor took it, crimson blade driving toward Vader's chest. Anakin caught the blade with his cybernetic left hand. The energy burned through artificial flesh, melting circuits, but he held it. Squeezed. The Emperor's surprise gave Anakin the fraction of a second he needed. His own blade came around and severed Palpatine's weapon hand. The Emperor's lightsaber clattered to the floor, still ignited. Impossible! Palpatine shrieked. He raised his remaining hand and purple lightning exploded from his fingertips, not holding back, not restraining, the full power of a Sith Lord who'd planned for decades. The electricity hit Vader's suit and the world became agony. The armor had minimal insulation against Force lightning, deliberately designed that way to keep Vader dependent, controllable. Every circuit in the suit overloaded simultaneously. The respirator stuttered. Neural interfaces sparked. Vader fell to his knees, the lightning coursing through mechanical and organic components alike. Fool! Palpatine stepped closer, still channeling lightning. His face twisted with rage and malicious joy. You thought you could defy me? You thought the suit I designed wouldn't have fail-safes? You are mine, Vader. Your body, your power, your life. All mine. The lightning intensified. Vader's visual sensors flickered. His respiratory systems were failing. He was dying, the suit keeping him alive while simultaneously killing him. This is how it ends, part of him thought. Killed by the monster who created me. But another part, the part that remembered 18 months of teaching his grandchildren, the part that had touched oneness while battling Nashoka, the part that was still Anakin Skywalker beneath the mechanical horror, refused to accept that ending. He reached deeper into the Force than he'd ever gone. Deeper than technique. Deeper than light or dark. Down to the foundation where the Force itself existed, pure and undifferentiated. And he touched oneness. Even in the suit. Even dying from Force lightning. Even with every system failing and pain beyond comprehension. Anakin Skywalker touched the state where you became one with the Force itself. His body began to glow. Not physically, the suit prevented that. But his presence in the Force exploded outward, blazing so brightly it made Palpatine actually stumble back. What? Anakin stood. The lightning still poured into him, but it didn't matter. In oneness, pain was information. Damage was data. Death was just another transition. He stepped forward, each movement inexorable. Palpatine increased the lightning's intensity. Die. You will die. Anakin kept walking. Step by step. Mechanical legs moving with purpose rather than pain. Until he stood directly before the Emperor, who looked up at him with something that might have been fear. No, Anakin said through his vocabulature. You die. His cybernetic hands shot out and grabbed Palpatine by the throat. Squeezed. The Emperor's lightning stuttered as his windpipe collapsed. His eyes bulged, yellow and terrified. Anakin squeezed harder. There was a wet cracking sound as Palpatine's neck shattered. The Emperor's body went limp, but Anakin didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. His mechanical hands moved to Palpatine's skull. Positioned carefully. Then squeezed with hydraulic strength amplified by the Force itself. Palpatine's head exploded. Blood and brain matter sprayed across Vader's armor. The Emperor's body collapsed, twitching, genuinely dead for the first time in decades. Anakin stood over the corpse, breathing heavily, KSSSSHK, KSSSSHK, feeling the oneness fade. His suit was catastrophically damaged. Multiple systems failing. He should have collapsed. Should have died. But the Force kept him alive. Held him together. Gave him just enough strength to do what needed to be done next. Anakin limped through Coruscant's corridors, his suit barely functional. Smoke rose from melted circuits. His respirator stuttered with every third breath. But he was alive. And he had work to do. He found Bail Organa in what remained of the Senate district, coordinating rescue efforts after Order 66. The senator from Alderaan looked up as Anakin approached, and his expression shifted from confusion to shock to recognition. Anakin. Bale's voice carried disbelief. But we thought you died on Mustafar. The reports said. The reports were wrong, Anakin said through his vocabulator. Palpatine saved me. Rebuilt me. Intended to make me his apprentice. He gestured at the destroyed surgical center behind him. I had other ideas. Bale stared at the smoking ruins. You killed him. You killed the Supreme Chancellor. I killed a Sith Lord who'd been manipulating the Republic for decades, Anakin corrected. He reached into his suit's storage compartment, one of the few systems still functional, and withdrew a data chip. Everything is here. Records of his communications with Count Dooku. Evidence he orchestrated both sides of the war. Proof that he was Darth Sidious. Bale took the chip with trembling hands. The Senate needs to see this. We need to call an emergency session immediately. There's more, Anakin said. Order 66. The massacre of the Jedi. It wasn't the clones' choice. Palpatine installed inhibitor chips in their brains during the cloning process. Organic control mechanisms that forced them to execute any order the Supreme Chancellor gave, including killing their Jedi commanders. That's... Bale's face went pale. That's horrifying. That's the truth. Anakin's mechanical breathing filled the silence. I need your help, Bale. The Senate won't listen to a man in a mask. But they'll listen to you. Tell them what happened. Show them the evidence. Help me stop the Empire before it truly begins. Bale studied him for a long moment. What about Padme? She was your wife. She died believing you'd fallen completely to darkness. I know, Anakin said quietly. And I'm going to make that right too. But first, we restore the Republic. The Galactic Senate chamber was chaos. 3,000 senators crowded the repulsor pods that floated in the massive domed space. Emergency protocols had been invoked, the fastest assembly in Senate history. Rumors flew like electricity, the Chancellor was dead. The war was over. The Jedi had been betrayed. Nobody knew what was true. Bail Organa stood in the central platform, the vice-chair having yielded the floor to him given the emergency. Beside him stood a figure in black armor that none of them recognized. The mechanical breathing echoed through the chamber's audio systems. Senators. Bale's voice cut through the chaos. I call this emergency session to order. The Supreme Chancellor is dead. But before his death, the truth of his crimes has been revealed. Who killed him? Senator Bertani from Kamino demanded. And who is that? She pointed at Anakin. Patience, Bale said. I will explain everything. But first, you must see this evidence. The massive holo projectors activated. Recordings played Palpatine speaking with Dooku, discussing Clone Wars strategy from both sides. Communications with separatist leaders who believed they were fighting for independence, not knowing their war was orchestrated. And finally, the smoking gun, Palpatine's own recording admitting to being Darth Sidious, Dark Lord of the Sith. The Senate erupted. Shouts of disbelief. Accusations of forgery. Demands for verification. Silence. Bale's amplified voice cut through the noise. I understand your shock. I shared it. But this evidence has been verified by multiple independent sources. Palpatine wasn't just a Sith Lord, he created the war. Manipulated us all. Used the Republic to destroy itself from within. An Order 66. Senator Monday Mothma called out. The Jedi massacre? Who bears responsibility for that? Anakin stepped forward. His mechanical breathing made several senators flinch. I do, he said through the vocabulator. Partially. Who are you? Senator Bertani demanded again. Bale placed a hand on Anakin's armored shoulder. This is Anakin Skywalker. Hero of the Clone Wars. Jedi Knight. And the man who ended Emperor Palpatine before the Empire could truly begin. The Senate exploded into chaos again. Impossible. Skywalker died on Mustafar. This was a trick. A deception. I was there, Anakin's amplified voice cut through the noise. On Mustafar. Obi-Wan defeated me. Left me to die. Palpatine arrived and rebuilt me. Intended to make me his enforcer. But I remembered who I was. What I believed in. And I killed him before he could corrupt me completely. You admit to killing the Supreme Chancellor, a senator shouted. I admit to killing a Sith Lord who'd been lying to the Senate for decades, Anakin corrected. And as for Order 66, yes, I led the attack on the Jedi Temple. But I was following direct orders from the Supreme Chancellor. Orders I couldn't refuse. He triggered another holographic display. Technical schematics of the inhibitor chips filled the chamber. Every clone trooper had one of these implanted in their brain during the cloning process, Anakin explained. Organic control mechanisms that forced absolute obedience to specific commands from the Supreme Chancellor. Order 66 was one of over 100 such contingency protocols. When Palpatine gave the order, the clones had no choice. Their brains were programmed to comply. And you? Monday Mothma asked carefully. You're not a clone. You had a choice. I did, Anakin admitted. And I made the wrong one. I believed Palpatine's lies. Thought he could save someone I loved. By the time I realized the truth, I'd already done terrible things. Things I can't undo. But I can prevent the empire he planned from ever existing. Bail stepped forward again. Senators, under Republic law, soldiers following direct orders from the Supreme Chancellor cannot be held criminally responsible for those actions, especially when those orders were reinforced by biological programming. Anakin Skywalker acted under duress and direct command authority. And he ended the threat before it could destroy us all. The debate raged for hours. Some senators demanded Anakin be tried for war crimes. Others argued he'd saved the Republic. Eventually, Monday Mothma called for a vote. All those in favor of granting Anakin Skywalker full pardon for actions taken under Supreme Chancellor Palpatine's direct orders, and recognition for his service in ending the Sith threat. The vote was narrow. But it passed. Anakin Skywalker monster in a mask was legally pardoned for everything he'd done under Palpatine's control. What happens now? Senator Bertani asked. Now? Bail looked at Anakin. Now we rebuild. A proper republic. With safeguards to prevent this from ever happening again. Tatooine's twin sons beat down on the Lars homestead. Obi-Wan Kenobi stood at the edge of the moisture farm, watching the horizon, feeling a presence approaching through the Force. A shuttle descended, not Imperial, just a civilian transport. The boarding ramp lowered, and a figure in black armor emerged, moving stiffly, each step obviously painful. Obi-Wan ignited his lightsaber instantly. Stay back. It's me, Anakin said through the vocabulator. I'm not here to fight. You're dead, Obi-Wan said flatly. I left you to die on Mustafar. You left me to burn, Anakin corrected. Palpatine saved me. Rebuilt me into this. He gestured at the armor. But I killed him before he could finish corrupting me. Obi-Wan stared. I don't believe you. I don't care if you believe me. Anakin's breathing echoed across the desert. I came for Luke. And to tell you that you were right. About everything. Palpatine manipulated me. Used my fears. Turned me into a monster. But I stopped him. Ended the Sith before Vader could truly exist. Luke is safe here, Obi-Wan said, though his lightsaber didn't lower. With his family. Away from me, Anakin finished. I know. But he's my son, Obi-Wan. I'm taking him. Though I'll allow Owen and Bear visitation rights. They cared for him when I couldn't. And if I refuse? Then we fight, Anakin said simply. And you'll lose. I've been through hell, old friend. Literally burned in it. Rebuilt from it. Killed a Sith Lord while wearing this torture device Palpatine designed. You really think I can't handle you? The challenge hung in the desert air. Finally, Obi-Wan deactivated his lightsaber. I'm still angry, he said quietly. Furious at what you did. What you became. The younglings, Anakin. You killed children. I know, Anakin's voice carried genuine remorse. And I'll carry that guilt until I die. But I also know something you don't seem to grasp. The Jedi Council shares blame for what I became. That's... They forbade attachments, but expected compassion, Anakin interrupted. They saw visions of my mother suffering and did nothing. Refused to let me save her. Saw my wife in danger and told me to let go. They wanted me to be their perfect weapon while denying me everything that made me human. So when Palpatine offered me a way to save Padme, I took it. Because the Jedi gave me no other choice. Obi-Wan was silent for a long moment. Perhaps, he finally said. Perhaps we failed you. But that doesn't excuse. Nothing excuses what I did, Anakin agreed. Especially the temple. The younglings. That's on me. And I'll spend the rest of my life trying to make amends. Starting with raising my children properly. Owen Lars emerged from the homestead, carrying a small bundle. Luke. The infant was sleeping peacefully, oblivious to the tension. You really Anakin? Owen asked suspiciously. What's left of him, Anakin said. Owen studied the armor, then looked at Obi-Wan. The Jedi nodded reluctantly. Beru and I took care of him, Owen said, placing Luke in Anakin's mechanical arms. You better do right by him. Or armor or not, I'll find a way to hurt you. I will, Anakin promised. He looked down at his son, truly looked for the first time. Luke gurgled, tiny hands reaching for the mask. You can visit, Anakin told Owen. Both of you. As often as you want. You're his family too. Alderaan's royal palace gleamed like a jewel. Anakin stood in the throne room, holding Luke, facing Bail Organa and his wife Queen Briha. Briha held Leia, the infant girl already showing signs of the fierce personality she'd grow into. The Queen's expression was protective, skeptical, and sad all at once. You want to take her, Briha said. Not a question. She's my daughter, Anakin replied. She's our daughter, Briha corrected firmly. We've cared for her. Fed her. Loved her. And you want to just take her away? Yes, Anakin said bluntly. Then, seeing Briha's expression harden, added, but I'm not stupid. You wanted a daughter. Bail told me. And Leia in another timeline, she became a senator. A leader. A princess of Alderaan. She learned that from you. Another timeline. Bail frowned. Long story, Anakin said. But the point is I'm taking her. Legally, she's mine. But I'll allow you and Briha to educate her. Teach her statecraft. Diplomacy. Everything a senator needs to know. She'll spend time with both families. Briha and Bail exchanged glances. Finally, Briha nodded. We accept, she said. But know this, Anakin Skywalker, if you fail her, if you become the monster Palpatine wanted, we will take her back. And no amount of armor will stop me. Fair enough, Anakin said. He awkwardly accepted Leia with his free arm, now holding both twins. They looked at each other with the curious awareness of infants, force-sensitive and connected even at this age. Naboo's beauty hadn't changed. Green hills, waterfalls, architecture that blended nature and civilization. Anakin stood before Padme's tomb in the royal cemetery, holding both Luke and Leia. Her body lay in state, preserved by Naboo's morticians. She looked peaceful and still pregnant, her belly showing the twins she'd supposedly died carrying to hide their survival. I'm sorry, Anakin whispered. His vocabulary made even grief sound mechanical. For everything. For falling. For failing you. For. He couldn't finish. The weight of guilt was too immense. But then something happened. The force responding to his presence, to his touching oneness hours ago, to the sheer need radiating from him began to move. Anakin's burns started to heal. Not all of them, his limbs were still gone, replaced by cybernetics. But his face. The charred, melted flesh began to knit together, tissue regenerating at impossible speed. His lungs, damaged by superheated ash, repaired themselves. Internal organs ravaged by fire restored their function. And his hair sandy blonde, windswept, grew back as if the burns had never happened. Anakin gasped as his breathing suddenly became easier. The suit's respirator still functioned, but he didn't need it anymore. His lungs worked on their own. What he looked down at, his arms still cybernetic, but the pain had lessened. The Force whispered that those would heal too, in time. Years, maybe. But eventually, he'd be fully restored. And then he felt it. The Force flowing through him, through his children, and into Padme's body. Her chest moved. A breath. Small. Tentative. But real. No, Anakin whispered. That's not, I didn't mean to. But the Force had other ideas. The power he'd touched during oneness, the desperate need to save what he'd lost, the connection between him and Padme that had never truly severed, it all combined into something unprecedented. Padme Amidala's eyes opened. She gasped, drawing breath, her body shaking as life returned. Her eyes focused on Anakin, on the mask, the armor, the twins he held. Ani. Her voice was weak but unmistakable. I knew there was still good in you. Anakin removed his helmet with shaking hands. Revealed his restored face, no longer Vader's melted horror, but Anakin Skywalker's features, scarred but whole. I'm sorry, he said, tears streaming down his face. I'm so sorry. I failed you. Fell to darkness. Became everything you feared. But I killed him. Killed Palpatine. Stopped Vader before he could truly exist. Padme reached up with trembling hands and touched his face. The twins. Alive, Anakin said, holding them where she could see. Luke and Leia. Healthy. Safe. Ours. Padme began to cry. Not from sadness, but from overwhelming relief. She'd died believing she'd lost everything. And now impossibly she had it all back. How? She whispered. The Force, Anakin said. I think I finally learned what Palpatine never could. Not how to stop people from dying. But how to bring them back. Through love. Through connection. Through refusing to accept that death is the end. He held his family, wife and children, and felt the Force flowing through all of them. Light and dark balanced. Life and death bridged. The chosen one finally fulfilling his destiny, not through destruction, but through healing. We have a lot to rebuild, Padme said finally. The Republic. The Jedi Order. Our family. I know, Anakin said. But we'll do it together. All of us. The way it should have been from the beginning. Luke gurgled and grabbed Anakin's finger. Leia reached for Padme's face. And for the first time since Mustafar, Anakin Skywalker allowed himself to hope. The Empire would never rise. Darth Vader would never truly exist. And the galaxy, their galaxy, had a chance to become something better. Because one man had made a different choice. Had remembered his family. Had refused to surrender to darkness. And in that choice, everything changed. Chapter 13, A New Order Rises. Yavin 4's jungle canopy stretched endlessly beneath the morning sun, a sea of green punctuated by massive stone temples that rose like mountains from the vegetation. Anakin Skywalker stood before the great temple, the largest of the massive structures, his restored face showing none of the burns that had nearly killed him, though his cybernetic limbs remained. Padme stood beside him, holding 2-year-old Luke while Leia clung to her leg. Both children stared wide-eyed at the temple, force sensitive enough to feel the wrongness emanating from the ancient stone. "You're sure about this place?" Padme asked quietly. "I can feel something dark here. Something that doesn't want us." "Exar Kun," Anakin said. The name tasted bitter. Dark Lord of the Sith who died here 4,000 years ago. His spirit is bound to these temples, trapped by a Jedi battle meditation that prevented him from escaping. "And you want to build a Jedi Academy here?" Obi-Wan's skeptical voice came from behind them. The Jedi Master had agreed to help rebuild the Order, but his trust in Anakin remained fragile. "That seems unwise." "It's perfect," Anakin corrected. He started walking toward the temple entrance, his cybernetic legs moving with increasing fluidity as the Force gradually healed him. Luke's new Jedi Order in another timeline was established here. The remote location protects students from political interference. "And Kun's spirit?" He smiled grimly. "That's a teaching opportunity." "Teaching what?" Obi-Wan demanded. "How to fall to darkness. How to resist it," Anakin shot back. The old Jedi Order hid younglings from darkness, pretended it didn't exist except in abstract philosophy. Look where that got them. My new order will train students to recognize darkness, confront it, and emerge stronger for the experience. They entered the temple. The interior was massive grand halls carved by the Massassi under Kun's domination, chambers that could house hundreds. Dust covered everything, and the air carried that sweet rot smell of ancient places long abandoned. And underneath it all, Anakin felt him. Exar Kun. The spirit watching, waiting, hungry for any weakness to exploit. "Show yourself," Anakin said to the empty chamber. His voice echoed off stone walls. "I know you're here." Silence. Then laughter, cold, ancient, reverberating from everywhere and nowhere. "Bold, for a broken Jedi who walks in my temple." The voice seemed to come from the stones themselves. "I feel your darkness, fallen one. The blood on your hands. The screams of younglings cut down by your blade. You are no different from me." A shadow coalesced in the center of the hall, not solid, but present. Exar Kun's spirit, tall and terrible, eyes burning with malevolence that had festered for millennia. "I'm nothing like you," Anakin said. He didn't ignite his lightsaber. Didn't adopt a combat stance. "You fell because you craved power for its own sake. I fell because I feared losing those I loved. We're different." "Are we?" Kun's spirit drifted closer. "You murdered children. Betrayed your order. Became exactly what the Jedi feared. The only difference is you stopped before finishing your transformation." "No," Anakin said quietly. "The difference is I chose to stop. You never did. You sacrificed your entire army to preserve yourself, binding your spirit here rather than accept defeat. That's not strength. That's cowardice." The temperature plummeted. Frost formed on stone walls. Kun's fury made the Force itself twist. "Cowardice? I am eternal. I have endured for 4 millennia while my enemies rotted to dust. I will endure 4 millennia more. Will you?" Anakin stepped forward, and purple lightning crackled around his hands, not attacking, just present. "I've touched oneness, Kun. Seen what exists beyond the Force's surface. You're not eternal. You're trapped. Imprisoned in these temples by the very power you sought to master. And I'm offering you something no Jedi has offered in 4,000 years." The spirit hesitated. "What offering?" "Release," Anakin said simply. "Peace. An end to this existence of rage and hunger and loneliness. Become one with the Force properly. Stop fighting. Stop suffering. Why would you offer me this?" Kun's suspicion was palpable. "Because I understand now what Palpatine never did," Anakin said. "Dark side power isn't about domination. It's about transformation. You can transform yourself one last time from vengeful spirit to Force ghost, like the Jedi Masters who've learned that technique. Or you can remain here, a cautionary tale I'll use to teach students what not to become. Silence stretched. The spirit drifted, considering. Finally, your arrogance reminds me of myself. Very well. I will, watch. Test your students. And if they prove worthy, truly worthy, perhaps I will consider your offer. But if they fall to me, if they succumb to the darkness I offer, I will add their spirits to my collection. Fair enough, Anakin said. He felt Obi-Wan's shock through their Force bond, but ignored it. But know this, Kun, every student who resists you makes you weaker. Every Jedi who confronts your darkness and emerges stronger diminishes your power. Eventually, you'll fade entirely, or accept my offer. Those are your only options. The spirit laughed again, but this time with something that might have been respect. Bold indeed. Perhaps this will prove entertaining. Kun's presence receded, withdrawing deeper into the temple but not vanishing entirely. Obi-Wan stared at Anakin. You just made a deal with a Sith spirit. I made a deal with a teacher, Anakin corrected. One who'll push our students harder than we ever could. And every time they resist him, they prove the new order works. 3 months later, the Great Temple had been transformed. Chambers cleaned and converted into training halls. Technology installed communications equipment, medical facilities, living quarters that could house over 100 students. The jungle surrounding the temple had been cleared enough to create landing pads for ships. Anakin stood in the main assembly hall, facing the 30 Jedi who'd answered his call. Some were survivors of Order 66 masters like Obi-Wan who'd escaped the purge. Others were Padawans who'd hidden. And a few were Force sensitives who'd never received training but recognized the opportunity. Thank you for coming, Anakin began. His voice carried through the hall without amplification, Force enhanced. I know many of you have doubts. About me. About this place. About what I'm trying to build. And those doubts are valid. He gestured to himself, cybernetic limbs visible beneath his robes. I'm not the Jedi I once was. I fell to darkness. Killed innocent people. Became exactly what the Order feared. But I also stopped. Ended Palpatine. Prevented the Empire. And now I'm offering you a choice. Anakin activated a holographic projector. Words appeared in the air, glowing blue text that filled the chamber. The old code. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. This, Anakin said, is what destroyed the Jedi Order. Not Palpatine. Not the Sith. This. A philosophy that demanded we deny our humanity. That treated emotion as weakness. That forbade the attachments that make life worth living. Murmurs rippled through the assembled Jedi. Some looked scandalized. Others thoughtful. The Sith code isn't better, Anakin continued. It embraces passion without restraint, seeks power without purpose, treats others as tools. Both extremes are failures. So I propose something new. The hologram shifted. New words appeared. The new code. Emotion, yet peace. Ignorance, yet knowledge. Passion, yet serenity. Chaos, yet harmony. Death, yet the Force. We acknowledge our emotions, Anakin explained. But we don't let them control us. We recognize our ignorance, but we seek knowledge. We feel passion, love, anger, fear, but we maintain serenity by understanding those feelings. We accept that chaos exists, but we work toward harmony. And we know death is real, but we trust in the Force that connects all living things. This is heresy, an older Jedi Master said. The Council would never. The Council is dead, Anakin interrupted harshly. Killed because they were too rigid, too certain, too blind to see Palpatine right under their noses. Their way failed spectacularly. So we try something new. Obi-Wan stepped forward. I disagree with my former Padawan on many things. His fall. His methods. His willingness to compromise with darkness. But he paused, choosing words carefully. He's not wrong about the old order's failures. We demanded younglings suppress emotions they didn't understand. Forbade attachments but expected compassion. Created warriors and called them peacekeepers. Perhaps change is necessary. The assembled Jedi looked at each other. Whispered conversations. Debates about philosophy and tradition. I'm not forcing anyone to stay, Anakin said. If you can't accept this new order, you're free to leave. But if you stay, you commit to learning a better way. To training the next generation not as perfect, emotionless monks, but as balanced individuals who can love and fight and sacrifice without losing themselves to either light or dark. Silence. Then, one by one, Jedi began to nod. Not all of them. 3 masters left, unable to reconcile this new philosophy with lifetimes of training. But most stayed. Including, to Anakin's surprise, a small figure wrapped in robes. Yoda stepped into the light. The ancient Jedi Master looked exactly as Anakin remembered, green skin wrinkled with 9 centuries of life, ears drooping, leaning on his Shimmera stick. But his eyes carried something new, uncertainty. Master Yoda, Anakin said carefully. I'm surprised to see you. Surprised, I am not, Yoda replied. His voice carried that distinctive backward speech pattern. Sensed through the Force, I did, great changes. New path forming. Came to see what young Skywalker builds in ruins of old order. And? Anakin asked. Do you approve? Yoda was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried centuries of regret. Failed, the old order did. Arrogant, we became. Blind to our own weaknesses. Padawan Skywalker, I doubted. Forbade his training, I did. Feared his attachments, I did. And in that fear, pushed him toward the very darkness we sought to prevent. He tapped his stick against the stone floor. Learn from my mistakes, I must. Accept that wrong, the council was. About many things. Emotion. Attachment. The nature of balance. Does that mean you'll accept the new code? Anakin pressed. Accept it, I will, Yoda said slowly. If prove it works, you can. If train students who resist darkness and embrace their humanity, you can. If create Jedi who are stronger for acknowledging their emotions rather than suppressing them. He fixed Anakin with those ancient eyes. Do this, young Skywalker, and Grand Master you will truly be. Fail, and prove right the old ways were. Then welcome to the new order, Master Yoda, Anakin said. Your wisdom and experience are invaluable. Even if your methods need updating. Yoda actually smiled. Humility, you have learned. Good. Perhaps hope for you there is yet. 6 months into the Academy's operation, a couple arrived at Yavin 4's landing pad. They looked ordinary middle-class residents of Corellia, dressed in practical clothing that spoke of modest means. The woman carried a bundle wrapped in soft cloth. An infant, perhaps a year old, with striking red gold hair and eyes that tracked everything with unusual awareness. Anakin met them personally in the temple's entrance hall, Padme beside him. Luke and Leia played nearby under Obi-Wan's watchful supervision, now 2.5 years old, already showing remarkable Force sensitivity. Master Skywalker, the man said. His voice carried nervousness and determination in equal measure. My name is Darren. This is my wife, Elisa. We've heard about your new Jedi Academy. About how you're training Force-sensitive children. We are, Anakin confirmed gently. He could sense their emotions: fear, hope, love for the child they carried. Is your daughter force sensitive? Very, Elisa said. Her grip on the baby tightened protectively. Objects move when she gets upset. She knows when we're coming before we arrive. And last week, when Darren was injured at work, she felt it. Started crying even though she couldn't have known. The infant Mara, Anakin sensed her name through the Force, turned her gaze on him. Green eyes that seemed far too aware for someone barely a year old studied him with the kind of focus that spoke of immense potential. You want to give her to us for training, Anakin said. Not a question. We want what's best for her, Darren said firmly. We're not force-sensitive ourselves. Can't teach her to control her abilities. And we've heard about the old Jedi Order. How they took children and never let families see them again. He squared his shoulders, meeting Anakin's eyes. But we also heard that you're doing things differently. That your new order allows attachments. Believes family matters. Is that true? Completely, Anakin said. He gestured to where Luke and Leia played. Those are my children. Luke and Leia. My wife Padme helps raise them here, alongside their training. We have regular visits from their aunt and uncle on Tatooine, and their other aunt and uncle on Alderaan. Family isn't forbidden anymore, it's encouraged. Then we want Mara trained here, Elisa said. Tears streamed down her face even as she spoke with conviction. We want her to learn to control her gifts. To become strong. To be safe. But we also want her voice broke. You want to visit, Padme said gently, stepping forward. To watch her grow. To remain part of her life. Yes, both parents said simultaneously. Anakin studied them through the Force. Felt their genuine love for their daughter. Their fear of her power, not fear of her, but fear that she might hurt herself or others without proper training. Their desperate hope that giving her to the Jedi was the right choice. We accept Mara for training, Anakin said. But understand this isn't the old order. I'm not taking her from you. You're entrusting her to us. There's a difference. He moved closer, his presence in the Force radiating warmth rather than intimidation. You can visit whenever you want. Within reason, we can't have you disrupting classes or training sessions. But monthly visits, holocom communications, updates on her progress? All of that is not just allowed, it's expected. She'll know you're her parents. She'll grow up understanding that loving you doesn't make her weak. Darren and Elisa looked at each other. Some wordless communication passed between them. How do we know you'll keep that promise? Darren asked. The old Jedi Council said children belonged to the Order once they were accepted. What's to stop you from doing the same? Because I know what it's like to lose family, Anakin said quietly. His cybernetic hand clenched unconsciously. I lost my mother because the old order wouldn't let me save her. Nearly lost my wife because they forbade our marriage. I won't inflict that on anyone else, especially not on students who'll form the foundation of a better order. Padme stepped forward and gently took Mara from Elisa's arms. The infant studied her with those two aware eyes, then reached out a tiny hand and touched Padme's face. A smile, small but genuine. She likes you, Elisa whispered. She's strong, Padme said. I can feel it even without formal Force training. But strength needs guidance, direction, and love. She looked at Mara's parents. We'll give her all three. But you need to be part of that process. Children need to know where they come from. Elisa was crying openly now. When can we visit? First visit in 1 month, Anakin said. After Mara's had time to settle in. Then monthly after that, or more frequently if circumstances allow. We'll set up a regular holocom schedule twice a week at minimum. And when she's old enough to understand, we'll explain that you chose this for her. That you loved her enough to ensure she received proper training. Darren extended his hand. Thank you, Master Skywalker. For giving us a choice the old order never offered. Anakin shook it firmly. Thank you for trusting us with your daughter. We won't fail her. As Mara's parents departed tearful but relieved, Padme carried the infant toward where Luke and Leia played. The twins looked up as their mother approached. Luke, Leia, Padme said gently. This is Mara. She's going to be training with you. Luke reached out with a chubby hand, and Mara grabbed his finger. Both children giggled that pure, innocent sound that made Anakin's chest tighten. 3 of them, he thought. Luke, Leia, and Mara. In another timeline, Luke married her. They had been together. And now? Now he was putting the pieces together. Not forcing anything, he'd learned that lesson painfully. But creating opportunities. Letting relationships develop naturally. Because he'd seen the future they could have, and it was worth cultivating. Few years later, Han Solo's battered Corellian freighter the Bria's Dream touched down on Yavin 4's landing pad. The young man who emerged was barely 16, tall and lanky with dark hair and the kind of cocky grin that spoke of someone who'd survived through wit rather than strength. Anakin met him at the landing pad. Han Solo. That's me, Han said. His eyes tracked everything, calculating escape routes, assessing threats, the habits of someone who'd learned to survive on Corellia's streets. You the one who hired me for supply runs? I am, Anakin confirmed. You come highly recommended. Good pilot. Better smuggler. Discreet. Discreet costs extra, Han said immediately. I'm aware. Anakin handed him a credit chip. Standard rates plus 20% for discretion. You'll be making regular runs, food, medical supplies, training equipment. Nothing illegal, but I prefer to avoid attracting attention from what remains of the Imperial bureaucracy. Han checked the credit chip, and his eyebrows rose. This is generous. The job comes with conditions, Anakin said. 1. You don't talk about what you see here. Not to anyone. 2. You stay on Yavin 4 between runs. We have quarters you can use. 3. You don't ask questions about our students or their training. Sounds reasonable, Han said. Then, with that cocky grin, what's the catch? No catch, Anakin said. Just an opportunity. You're an orphan, Solo. Street kid from Corellia who learned to fly because it was the only way off that planet. I'm offering you steady work, fair pay, and a place to stay that isn't a cargo hold or a flophouse. Han's expression flickered surprise mixing with suspicion. How do you know about? I know a lot of things, Anakin interrupted gently. Including that you're force sensitive. Not strongly, you'll never be a Jedi. But enough to enhance your piloting reflexes. Make you lucky in ways that don't seem possible. I'm not force sensitive, Han said flatly. I don't believe in that mystical energy field nonsense. You don't have to believe in it for it to be real, Anakin said. He gestured toward the temple. Come on. I'll show you your quarters. And introduce you to some people who'll be important in your life. Even if you don't know it yet. As they walked through the jungle paths toward the temple, Han kept up a steady stream of skeptical commentary about force magic and religious mumbo-jumbo. Anakin let him talk. The young man's defensiveness was armor protection against a galaxy that had never been kind to orphans. They entered the main training courtyard, where Padme supervised Luke, Leia, and Mara's afternoon exercises. The 3 children, now approaching 3 years old, were practicing basic force meditation, though it mostly consisted of them sitting still for 30 seconds before getting distracted. Leia noticed them first. Daddy! She jumped up and ran toward Anakin, force enhancing her speed in that unconscious way force-sensitive children did. Anakin caught her, swinging her up into his arms. Hello, little warrior. How's training? Boring, Leia announced. Luke keeps making rocks float when he's supposed to be meditating. I do not. Luke protested, running over. You're the one who keeps. He stopped, noticing Han. Who's that? This is Han Solo, Anakin said. He'll be making supply runs for us. Han, these are my children. Luke and Leia. Kids. Han said with the uncomfortable tone of someone who had no idea how to interact with children. Nice to meet you. Mara approached last, moving with the careful awareness that came from powerful force sensitivity even in toddlers. Her red-gold hair caught the afternoon light, and those green eyes studied Han with unsettling intensity. He doesn't believe in the Force, Mara announced. Han blinked. How did you? She's perceptive, Padme said diplomatically, approaching with a smile. I'm Padme Amidala. Anakin's wife. Ma'am, Han said, suddenly formal. Then, to Anakin, your kid can read minds. Not exactly, Anakin said. But she's strong in the Force. They all are. He set Leia down. Han will be staying on Yavin 4 between supply runs. Show him he's welcome. Luke extended a hand with formal precision that made Anakin wonder if he'd been practicing diplomacy with Bail Organa during visits. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Solo. Just Han, the teenager said, awkwardly shaking the toddler's hand. Leia studied him with open curiosity. Can you teach us to fly? Daddy says we're too young, but you look like a good pilot. I'm an excellent pilot, Han corrected with that cocky grin returning. Best in Corellia. Maybe best in the core worlds. Prove it, Leia challenged. And Anakin watching Han banter with his Force-sensitive daughter while Luke listened intently and Mara observed with those knowing eyes smiled. Pieces on the board, he thought. Luke, Leia, Han, Mara. In another timeline, they saved the galaxy. In this one? They'll do it again. Just differently. Okay, this story is pretty much over, but I have a bonus part where I kind of trashed the sequels. If you like the sequels, well, that's on you. I guess you don't have to watch this part. If you hate them, then be my guest. Or if you're just curious, also be my guest. When I wrote this, it was just meant to be a funny bonus for practice and to vent. I didn't originally think I'd add this, and I usually don't trash characters like this. Also, if you want more Anakin Solo, Jacen Solo, or Legends content in general, then be my guest and let me know. The disturbance in the Force was immediate and wrong. Jacen Solo felt at first a ripping sensation, like reality tearing open, creating a wound that shouldn't exist. He stood in the Great Temple's meditation chamber on Yavin 4, now 25 years old, his green eyes snapping open with alarm. Jaina. Anakin. He reached out through their Force bond. Something's coming through. Something other. His siblings responded instantly. Jaina arrived first, her purple lightsaber already in hand, moving with the predatory grace of someone who'd mastered Vapad and survived the Yuuzhan Vong War. Anakin Solo came seconds later, violet blade ignited, his presence in the Force controlled and powerful, no longer the frightened boy who'd feared his own strength. The tear in reality widened. And through it stepped, a figure in black. At first glance, he looked intimidating. Black robes, a mask that resembled a melted version of Darth Vader's helmet, a crackling red crossguard lightsaber. But to Jacen's experienced eyes, something was immediately off about him. Who the figure's voice came through a vocabulator, but unlike Vader's commanding tone, this sounded whiny. Uncertain. Where am I? Jacen studied him through the Force and nearly laughed. Oh, this is rich. Jaina, Anakin, are you seeing this? Seeing what? Jaina kept her blade raised defensively. This is supposed to be me, Jacen said, and now he did laugh. From some bootleg reality. Some poor imitation universe that got everything wrong while being proud of that fact. The masked figure stiffened. I am Kylo Ren. Master of the Knights of. Kylo Ren. Jacen interrupted. That's the best Sith name you could come up with? It sounds like a prescription medication. Ask your doctor if Kylo Ren is right for you. Side effects may include temper tantrums, destroying expensive equipment, and disappointing your parents. How dare you? Kylo's voice rose to a shout. He ignited his lightsaber and the blade crackled unstably, spitting sparks like it was barely holding together. Is your lightsaber having a seizure? Anakin Solo asked, genuinely curious. Because that's not normal. It's a design choice. Kylo snarled. The cracked kyber crystal channels raw power. It channels incompetence, Jacen corrected. A properly constructed lightsaber doesn't spark. What did you do? Build it from a YouTube tutorial. Kylo ripped off his mask, revealing a face twisted with rage and something else. Jealousy. Bitter, consuming jealousy. He was in his late 20s, dark hair, features that would have been handsome if not contorted with constant anger. You, he hissed at Jacen. You're what I was supposed to be. Before they ruined everything. Before they made me into, his voice broke. You have everything. Loving father. Mother who didn't abandon you. Uncle Luke who actually trained you instead of trying to murder you in your sleep. Wait, what? Jaina interrupted. Luke tried to murder you? Our Luke? Luke Skywalker, who risked everything to redeem Darth Vader, tried to kill his own nephew. He stood over my bed with his lightsaber ignited. Kylo's voice cracked. Because he saw darkness in me. Saw my potential for evil and decided to. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, Jacen said flatly. And I fought the Yuuzhan Vong, a species that used pain as currency. Luke Skywalker doesn't give up on people. He defines hope and redemption. Whoever that was in your reality. That wasn't Luke. That was some twisted parody wearing his name. He was Luke. Kylo screamed. The force around him lashed out unfocused, wild, like a child throwing a tantrum. Jacen didn't even bother blocking. He just was, rooting himself in the force so completely that Kylo's rage washed over him like water over stone. No. He wasn't. Because Luke Skywalker, my uncle, built a Jedi Order that allows attachments. That teaches balance. That understands darkness is part of life, not something to fear or suppress. The man you're describing? That's character assassination. You don't understand. Kylo's hands clenched. The pressure. The expectations. Everyone comparing me to Vader. To the great heroes of the rebellion. I could never be good enough. Oh, poor baby, Jaina said, her voice dripping sarcasm. Let me guess, you had loving parents, access to the best training, people who cared about you, and you threw it all away because you felt pressured. Kylo faltered. I watched my younger brother die in my arms during the Yuuzhan Vong War, Jaina continued, her purple blade humming dangerously. Saw entire worlds burned. Fought enemies I couldn't sense in the Force. And I didn't fall to the dark side because I felt sad. You know why? Why? Kylo asked, voice small. Because I'm not a whiny child throwing a tantrum because life got hard. Jaina's blade came up. Now. You want to actually fight? Or are you going to monologue about your feelings some more? Kylo roared and attacked. His form was terrible. Jacen recognized elements of various lightsaber styles, but executed sloppily. Aggressive strikes without strategy. Power without precision. Like someone had watched recordings of real combat and tried to imitate it without understanding why the movements worked. Jaina didn't even use Vapad. She just employed basic Sorsu, letting Kylo exhaust himself against her defense. After 30 seconds, his blade work became even sloppier. After a minute, he was breathing hard. This is sad, Jaina said. She disarmed him with a casual flick, literally just tapped his blade aside and used the force to yank his lightsaber away. It flew into her hand, still sputtering. Your technique is awful. You fight like you learned from anger rather than discipline. I trained under Luke Skywalker. Kylo gasped. For how long? Jacen asked. I don't know. Years. Until he tried to kill me. We trained under Luke for 15 years, Anakin Solo said. Starting at age 3. Learned every form. Studied philosophy. Practiced force techniques until they became second nature. You? You fight like someone who got a few lessons and decided anger was more important than skill. Kylo's face twisted. You don't understand. I killed Han Solo. My own father. That's real power. Real commitment too. The temperature in the room dropped. All 3 Solo siblings' presence in the Force became dangerous. You killed Dad. Jaina's voice was cold enough to freeze stars. Our father? The man who fought the Empire, who risked everything for his friends, who raised us with love and terrible jokes. He tried to bring me back. Kylo looked between them, suddenly uncertain. Tried to make me betray Snoke. I had no choice. You always have a choice, Jacen said. His green blade ignited, and Kylo felt the sheer power radiating from him. This wasn't wild rage. This was controlled fury backed by decades of mastery. I fell to the dark side once. Became Darth Sidious. Killed people I loved because I thought I was saving the galaxy. And you know what I learned? What? Kylo whispered. That falling requires real reasons. Real philosophy. I studied Sith teachings. Contemplated the nature of the Force itself. Made choices based on my understanding of galactic politics, moral complexity, and the needs of trillions. You? You fell because you felt pressured. Because your uncle might have thought about killing you for 5 seconds. Because you wanted to live up to a grandfather you never met. Jacen advanced, and Kylo scrambled backwards. You're not a Sith Lord. You're not even a Dark Jedi. You're a spoiled child who broke his toys because they didn't make him feel special enough. I defeated the Jedi. By killing students while they slept. Anakin Solo's voice carried disgust. That's not victory. That's murder. We fought the Yuuzhan Vong, a species that couldn't be sensed in the Force, whose biotechnology was designed specifically to counter Jedi abilities. We won through strategy, sacrifice, and actually being competent. You don't know what I've been through. Kylo's voice rose desperately. The conflict. The pull to the light. It tears me apart. Good, Jacen said flatly. That's called having a conscience. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. The fact that you experience it means part of you knows you're wrong. But instead of listening to it, you throw tantrums and break things. I'll show you power. Kylo raised his hands, and Force lightning crackled weak, unstable, barely more powerful than static electricity. Jacen caught it with one hand. The electricity arced across his palm, absorbed into his body, completely harmless. Then he redirected it not at Kylo, but into the ground, safely dispersed. That's adorable, Jacen said. Want to see real Force lightning? He didn't demonstrate. Didn't need to. The threat alone made Kylo stumble back. Please, Kylo whispered. I'm the grandson of Darth Vader. I have his power. His legacy. No, Anakin Solo said. You have his name and a vague idea of what he represented. Vader fell because he loved too much and feared loss. You fell because you didn't get enough attention. There's no comparison. The portal behind Kylo rippled. Another figure stepped through, a young woman with brown hair, simple desert clothing, and a very confused expression. Kylo. She looked around. Where are we? What is she? Saw the Solo siblings and their ignited lightsabers. Who are they? Rey, Kylo said, relief flooding his voice. These are. Wait, Jaina interrupted. Rey? As in Rey nobody? Rey who defeated this joke? She gestured at Kylo. With zero training. Rey bristled. I had training. From Luke Skywalker. For how long? Jacen asked. 3 days. The Solo siblings stared. Then, simultaneously, all three burst out laughing. 3 days. Anakin Solo gasped between laughs. You trained for 3 days and think you're a Jedi. I defeated Kylo Ren. Rey said defensively. On Starkiller Base. And I barely knew about the Force then. That explains so much, Jaina said. We thought he was incompetent. Turns out he's so incompetent that someone with 3 days of training could beat him. That's actually impressive in a horrifying way. I'm strong in the Force. Rey protested. Luke said I had raw power like he'd never seen. Raw power means nothing without control, Jacen said. He reached out casually with the Force and every object in the room lifted simultaneously. Chairs, equipment, even dust particles, all floating in perfect formation, moving in complex patterns that required microscopic control. This is what decades of training looks like. What can you do? Rey concentrated, and one chair wobbled. Then fell. Oh sweet Force, Jaina muttered. You're serious? You actually think that 3 days of training makes you qualified? I'm a Palpatine. Rey announced. The Emperor's granddaughter. I have his power flowing through me. Silence. Then Jacen spoke, voice carefully controlled. You're descended from Palpatine. The monster who orchestrated the Clone Wars, created the Empire, and tortured my grandfather into becoming Darth Vader. Yes. Rey seemed to think this was a point in her favor. But I rejected that legacy. I took the name she drew herself up proudly. I am Rey Skywalker. The temperature dropped again. You're what? Jaina's voice could have cut through Durasteel. Rey Skywalker, Rey repeated. I chose that name. To honor Luke and Leia. To show that family is more than blood. You don't get to do that. Anakin Solo's voice cracked with fury. You don't get to steal our family name. Skywalker isn't just a name, it's a legacy. It's my mother dying to save the Republic. It's my grandfather balancing light and dark to end the Sith. It's Uncle Luke building a new order. And you think you can just take it because you spent 3 days with him? Luke gave me his blessing. Rey insisted. That wasn't Luke, Jaina said coldly. That was some pathetic exile who'd given up on everything he believed in. Who drank blue milk from alien udders and waited to die. The Luke we know would never abandon his students. Would never give up. Would never let some random girl claim his family's name just because she asked nicely. You don't understand. No, Jacen interrupted. You don't understand. Skywalker is earned. Through sacrifice. Through dedication. Through actually being part of the family. You're Palpatine's granddaughter who spent 3 days pretending to be a Jedi. You're not a Skywalker. You're not even close. Rey's hands clenched. I defeated Palpatine. Saved the galaxy. With what? Anakin Solo asked. 3 days of training? Raw power you don't understand? Or did you download skills from Kylo like a bad video game? Rey flushed. The Dyad connection through the Force, it let me access his knowledge. You downloaded Jedi training through Force telepathy. Jaina looked incredulous. That's not how the Force works. That's not how any of this works. Training requires discipline. Practice. Years of meditation and study. You don't just download it. It's the Force Dyad. Rey protested. A rare connection that. We know what Force bonds are, Jacen said. Real ones require time, shared experience, genuine connection. Not instant cosmic Wi-Fi that lets you steal skills from the first person you mind probe. Rey ignited a lightsaber and all 3 Solo siblings froze. It was yellow. Which was fine. But the hilt was made from salvaged parts, built by someone who clearly had no idea what they were doing. The blade sputtered slightly, not as badly as Kylo's, but enough to show poor construction. This was supposed to be my moment, Rey said. Proving I'm a Jedi. That I'm worthy of the Skywalker name. Jaina moved. It wasn't a fight. It was a demonstration. Her purple blade danced through sequences Rey had never seen, moving faster than she could track. Within seconds, Rey's lightsaber was on the ground, and Jaina's blade was at her throat. You're not worthy, Jaina said coldly. Not of the name. Not of the legacy. And definitely not of calling yourself a Jedi. You're a scavenger who got lucky. Who stumbled into power she doesn't understand. And who has the audacity to claim our family's name without earning it. She deactivated her blade and stepped back. Get out. Both of you. Go back to whatever nightmare reality spawned you. We can't just. Rey started. Yes, you can. All three Solo siblings shouted simultaneously. The Force itself seemed to respond. The portal widened, and an invisible pressure pushed Kylo and Rey backward. This isn't over. Kylo tried to sound threatening. Yes it is, Jacen said. Because you're not real. You're bad fanfiction made manifest. A mockery of everything our family stands for. And we want nothing to do with you. He raised his hand, and the Force surged. Not violently. Just, firmly. Pushing both figures back toward the portal. Wait. Rey grabbed the edge. Who made us? Who created this reality where everything went wrong? Someone who didn't understand Star Wars, Anakin Solo said. Someone who thought subverting expectations was more important than honoring the story. Someone who decided that heroes should fail, families should be broken, and legacies should be destroyed just to be realistic. They got everything wrong, Jaina added. Made Luke a failure. Made Han a deadbeat. Made Leia's son a murderer. Made our family's entire struggle meaningless just so they could reset to Empire versus Rebels again. But that's not this reality, Jacen finished. Here, we actually won. Here, our family stayed together. Here, the Skywalker legacy means something. And we're not letting you taint that. He pushed harder, and both Kylo and Rey tumbled backward through the portal. As it closed, they heard one last shout from Kylo, I am Darth Vader's grandson. I am. A disappointment. All three Solo siblings finished together. The portal sealed. Reality repaired itself. The wrongness faded. Jacen sat down heavily, suddenly exhausted. That was the most depressing thing I've ever experienced. And I fought the Yuuzhan Vong for 5 years. Luke drinking blue milk from alien udders, Jaina muttered. I can't unsee that. I'm going to need therapy. Han dying because he walked onto a bridge with no backup, Anakin Solo added. Dad would never be that stupid. He'd bring a blaster. Several blasters. Maybe some thermal detonators. And the girl calling herself Skywalker, Jacen shook his head. 3 days. 3 days of training and she thinks she's earned our family name. At least we know now, Jaina said. Somewhere out there, in some nightmare reality, there's a version of our family that failed. That gave up. That let darkness win not through strength but through sheer incompetence. Thank the Force that's not us, Anakin Solo said. Thank grandfather, Jacen corrected. He changed everything when he came back. Ended Palpatine before the Empire truly began. Built a better order. Gave us the chance to be more than cautionary tales. They sat in silence, processing what they'd witnessed. Finally, Jaina spoke, we're never telling anyone about this. Ever. Agreed, both brothers said simultaneously. Because if people knew that somewhere, in some twisted reality, Kylo Ren was supposed to be me. Jacen shuddered. I'd never live it down. And Rey stealing the Skywalker name. Anakin Solo looked nauseous. Mom and Dad would be horrified. Uncle Luke would die of shame, Jaina added. Actually die. Not force project himself across the galaxy and disappear. Actually die from sheer embarrassment that someone portrayed him as a bitter exile who gave up. Let's go find grandfather, Jacen said, standing. Tell him that whatever he did, whatever changes he made, they were worth it. Because the alternative. He gestured where the portal had been. The alternative is that. They walked out together, three solo siblings who'd earned their names, their power, and their place in the galaxy through actual training, sacrifice, and competence. Behind them, the Force settled, as if relieved that the nightmare had been rejected. Some realities deserved to remain fiction.